As Xiaoye transformed into a fireball, his gigantic form launched a surprise attack through the air. He instantly shattered the 4 sacred mountain abyss summons that were in the air. With a dragon roar, Xiaoye suddenly spread his wings, and the powerful gust instantly dispersed all those attacks. Although the sacred mountain abyss summons attacks fell on Xiaoye, they did not cause him any damage. Due to Xiaoye's black dragon skin passive, the damage of all attacks that hit him would be reduced by 10%. Xiaoye, lava blaze! At Lu Fan's command, Xiaoye immediately unleashed his dragon breath. In an instant, flames and magma mingled together from Xiaoye's mouth, gushing out like an erupting volcano from above. Moreover, the temperature of Xiaoye's dragon breath was definitely higher than any volcano. How could the sacred mountain abyss summoners withstand such a powerful dragon breath? The few sacred mountain abyss summoners with high agility attributes barely survived. Even so, most of them were covered by Xiaoye's lava flames, which instantly turned to ashes. Just one lava flame had killed more than half of Jin Chenghan's sacred mountain abyss summoners. Jin Chenghan had even forgotten to wave his staff to cast a buff on his summoners. Firstly, because he was too shocked by the power of Lu Fan's pet dragon, and secondly, because he knew that facing such a huge power gap, any buffs he cast would not matter. Lu Fan, who was riding on Xiaoye, did not continue his attack. Instead, he looked at Jin Chenghan with a light smile and continued to mock him. Why aren't you summoning more sacred mountain abyss summoners? Can you stop summoning these little guys and hurry up? Summon something that can match my pet dragon. Jin Chenghan almost coughed up blood. Can't you see that I've already summoned my most powerful sacred mountain abyss summoner? You can clearly tell, and yet you still want to say this. Stop mocking me, you bastard. Despite his intense hatred, Jin Chenghan was helpless in front of Lu Fan. The strength of Lu Fan and his pet dragon was far beyond Jin Chenghan's imagination. Even though they had received the ancient god essence, the power gap between them was still too great. However, at this moment, an annoyed cold snort escaped. Saying Jin over and over again while imitating my way of speaking, "You really don't take me seriously, do you?" Mousashi 10 rose up into the air, descending from above. Originally, he had agreed with Jin Chenghan that he would settle his feud with Lu Fan, and he wouldn't need to intervene. But now, when Jin Chenghan clearly couldn't compete with Lu Fan, he naturally couldn't wait to lose. In other words, there was really no difference between Lu Fan and Xiaoye. Lu Fan also had the Black Dragon King's skin passive. Mousashi 10 tried to quickly escape, but it was too late. Lu Fan did not try to finish off Mousashi 10 with a second blow. Instead, he smiled and said, "I'm not taking you seriously. To be honest, I don't take your entire country seriously. You ... Mousashi 10's face showed both anger and fear. At this point, Xiaoye's lava blaze had killed all of Jin Chenghan's sacred mountain abyss summoners. He had proudly withdrawn his dragon breath, snorting a flame from his nostrils. However, when it came to actually fighting, they were instantly suppressed. It wasn't that they were too weak, but that Lu Fan was too powerful. Mousashi wondered, how could this black dragon, who was still only level 30-something, be so incredibly powerful? Mousashi 10 and Jin Chenghan both knew that they couldn't do anything against Lu Fan. Lu Fan then turned his gaze to Charles. At this moment, Charles's expression was no longer as calm as before, because Lu Fan's strength had indeed far exceeded his expectations. Lu Fan smiled at Charles and said, "How generous are you? I promised Mousashi 10 and Jin Chenghan that you would give them my points after you defeat me." After hearing Lu Fan's words, Jin Chenghan was silent for a few seconds and then said, "You arrogant man, you will pay the price for your ignorance." After this, Charles held the cross with both hands, and as he walked forward, clouds rose behind him. Flapping his wings, Charles rose into the air, simultaneously swinging the cross in his hands to attack Lu Fan from above. Golden light flashed from the cross. A huge cross shape appeared in the air. Its form was particularly terrifying. This blow clearly showed why Charles was considered a T0, one of his own kind among other representatives. Even Mousashi Ten's earlier skills were not even half as powerful as this blow of Charles. The golden cross was intimidating, causing Lu Fan to take things more seriously. Lu Fan gathered power in his right hand, then slashed with his sword, generating an even bigger sword chi than before, which collided with Charles's attack. With a loud boom, Lu Fan and Xiao Ye stood still, but Charles was pushed back nearly 100 meters. In this clash of skills, due to Xiao Ye's attribute increase, Charles could not even match Lu Fan. That's it? Lu Fan felt the power of Charles's attack and made a rough assessment of his power attribute. He is indeed strong, but compared to my current qualities, it's not much. After Lu Fan casually retreated, Charles's expression became more serious. He did not rush to attack again, but took off a necklace from his neck. The necklace contained a silver cross, which Lu Fan had not noticed before. When Charles took off the cross, Lu Fan took a closer look at this device and found that it indeed had the aura of an ancient god. Just when Lu Fan was wondering if this device was given by an ancient god, he suddenly saw Charles crush the cross. When the cross broke, dazzling golden light burst out of it, and Charles fell back. This golden light flew upward and stopped, then spread out to form a huge heavenly gate. The golden light within the gate was flickering, accompanied by the sounds of terrifying chanting, reciting some scriptures. Soon, a holy figure emerged. This being was radiating golden light. It resembled an angel. However, since it was wrapped in golden light, its appearance and attire could not be seen clearly. All that could be seen were the 2 holy light swords held in its hands and the 12 pairs of wings on its back, which were similar to the legendary angels. However, Lu Fan felt from its aura that it must be what they called the projection of the holy mountain ancient god. This projection had power that Charles was not qualified to receive at all. Even Lu Fan felt pressured by it. Of course, that was all. After all, it was not the ancient god. The pressure this ancient god projection exerted on Lu Fan was not even as strong as the Hell Demon. It was just a little bit stronger than the Demon General. Yet, for Xiao Ye, this was an opponent to be taken seriously. Moreover, this ancient god projection could probably only be used once, as defeat was disastrous for Charles. Charles had played one of his trump cards, which Lu Fan found extremely disgusting. He asked with a cold nose, "We agreed not to use our ancient god power, yet you summoned an ancient god projection. Aren't you going back on your words?" Charles's expression remained unchanged as he said, "When I spoke of ancient god power, I meant ancient god essence. This ancient god projection is an equipment skill. Why shouldn't I use it?" Such sophistication made Lu Fan laugh. "It seems that your Starstripe country has become closer to Extremist country over the past few years. I guess you've adopted their shamelessness. Well, never mind. If you're too weak, it's nothing." With that, Lu Fan gave a command through his spiritual connection, and Xiao Ye immediately understood. He finally used his second charge of Void Break, targeting the Sacred Mountain Ancient God projection, applying his Dragon Jaw Strike skill. With the simultaneous use of both skills, Xiao Ye's charge had massive destructive power. In an instant, his huge body crossed the sky and collided with the ancient god projection's body. The ancient god projection was truly powerful. Facing this attack, Mousashi Ten also appears at the same time and starts a sword fight with Lu Fan. Mousashi Ten fights sword with Lu Fan and also orders to use the power of Flame of Divine Punishment, which releases the Holy Priest's Holy Flame. The Holy Flame inflicts 500% holy damage on the target and deals 20% damage every second for the next 10 seconds. Lu Fan was now falling into their trap on his own will. Everyone talks and cheers, and Charles says, "Without the support of the dragon pet, Lu Fan is nothing. He can't do anything." Mousashi Ten cheers and says yes, We have fought equally with Lu Fan. Charles also says that as long as we keep him away from his pet dragon, his strength will definitely decrease. Lu Fan appears in front of him and says, I already knew your thoughts. I only pretended to be trapped to go along with your plans and distract you. Jin Changhan appears in front of him once again and says, So you think you can defeat me with these fallen corpse puppets? Lu Fan smiles and points out, Number. Lu Fan actually opened a portal from which he summoned an entire army of fallen corpse puppets. Well, that's just a few. His appearance. They wondered, how is this possible? How did Lu Fan gain so much power in such a short time? Charles had only one question in his mind. Has he really subdued the demons of the 9 realms? Charles was unable to bear the pressure of the 9 world monster. His condition was gradually getting worse. Lu Fan smiles calmly and says, Well, tell me, Charles, who do you think will win now? Charles glares at him and replies, No matter how many corpse puppets you summon, you'll never defeat me. He then grabs his cross and prepares to attack, and then uses the power of Sanctuary at the same time. The main feature of this power is that as soon as Divine is applied, it applies Divine, Agility and Divine Will to all units within range, increasing their offensive power and speed, defense, and spirit by 100% for 60 seconds. As Charles activates his power, his eyes glow brightly and he lets out a deep scream. The next moment, a massive explosion occurs, scattering the entire Hell Demon army. Then, with the Phantom Ripper Slash, he unleashes a high-speed power. He spins through the air and releases a sharp blade of wind that rips through enemies, ripping them apart and causing physical damage. This powerful attack not only destroys enemies, but also freezes them completely. Now both Charles and Mousashi 10 were free from the 9 region demons. Charles stared at Lu Fan and said, the 9 region demons corrupted by corpse magic can't do much more than that. Do you really think you can defeat us so easily with the same move? Mousashi 10 also supported him and said, Let me tell you, Lu Fan, after being baptized with the sacred mountain essence and empowered by Charles, we are no longer what you thought. We are now stronger than ever. There was a new determination in Lu Fan's eyes. He immediately revealed Xiaofei and said, At Lu Fan's command, Xiaofei transformed into emerald dragon form. And then Lu Fan said, Charles, do you really think that using buffs makes you invincible? At the same time, Xiao Ku's skill Spring of Life, Jade Shield, Jade Blessing, and Jade Light were all cast, flashing various enhancement effects around Lu Fan. With these skills cast on Lu Fan, his attributes became even more powerful. Apart from some defensive and offensive buffs, just look at his attributes. Level 6 Jade Light can increase attributes by 80%, which doubles to 160% on Lu Fan. Level 3 Soul Aegis can increase the target's attributes by 150%, which doubles to 300%. When put together, Lu Fan's attributes increased by more than 10 times. Lu Fan's attributes were already extremely high, and with so many enhancement buffs, he even directly surpassed Xiao Ye in his battle form. The title of Humanoid Tyrant Dragon was indeed appropriate for Lu Fan. Charles also felt a great deal of pressure from Lu Fan. When he saw that Lu Fan had summoned another pet dragon, which cast many skills and clung to Lu Fan's head, an extremely strong sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. Around Lu Fan, the Dragon Key attack and Dragon Key defense had begun to attack, but Lu Fan did not let go of them. Instantly, it seemed like the world had gone quiet. The next moment, something terrifying happened. With Lu Fan at the center, the ground began to shake and shatter. Streams of Dragon Ki burst out from beneath the ground. Within a radius of 5 kilometers, the earth was not only shaking violently, but also sinking at an incredible speed. It was no different from an apocalypse. It made one wonder if the entire earth would collapse and the world would be turned upside down. Charles could not escape either. After striking him with his giant cross, he could still stand firmly on the fractured ground. In comparison, Charles' previous attack, although impressive, was far inferior to Lu Fan's. Anyone could tell whether it was in terms of attributes or attack power, Lu Fan was far superior. If Charles fought Lu Fan now, there could only be one outcome: death! At that moment, Juji explodes. She is very angry. And then she immediately goes to the monster summoned by Chan Han and grabs both of its arms and breaks it in a matter of seconds, destroys it, and then immediately grabs its head in her mouth and kills it in the next moment. Jin Khan is very shocked. He doesn't understand what is happening and says that this is impossible. The sacred mountain empowered by Charles is now truly lost. He is dead. Lu Fan looks at him and says, "Open your eyes, the real adventure has just begun." Lu Fan manifested the dragon domain at the same time. As he raised his hand, a sphere appeared above his hand, with lightning flashing around it, as if lightning was striking from the sky. This was the dragon domain. This domain was 10 meters wide, and its main feature was that all dragons and their bonded allies within it had their power increased by 50%, while non-dragon entities had their special abilities reduced by 50%. In addition, they were unable to move in or out of the domain, teleport, or summon anyone. Mousashi, Ten, Charles, and everyone else were stunned to see this dragon domain. Their minds were incredulous. Is this really the dragon domain? They thought in shock. That's impossible. A level 30 player can't even use advanced domain skills. Charles' anger grew even more. He held his cross tightly and spoke in a serious tone. "So what if it's a domain? You are not beyond my power. I will break it no matter what." And then he uses the power of Divine Flame of Vengeance at the same time. The Holy Priest releases Holy Flame on the target, causing 500% holy damage and divine burning for the next 10 seconds. As soon as he uses the power, fire appears all around. Lu Fan was now flying in the air with the help of dragon wings. And he says, "Come, let me show you the difference between us." Lu Fan immediately summons a very big eagle, which comes right below him and starts flying. The three get surprised, seeing that eagle. That brother, where did this eagle come from? Lu Fan had already guessed that if Jyn Zakes and Mousashi Ten came after him again, they would commit suicide after losing and run away to a safe place through Abyss Summoner's profession characteristics that allows revival. Despite the boost, my attack was neutralized by a normal counter. How is this possible? Charles is surprised. He says something is wrong. My attack power has become very weak. The power of the dragon domain makes everyone very weak. I feel very weak. Charles was very scared and said, "Hey, wait a minute. Only we have become weak. And these dragons, they are getting even stronger. This dragon domain suppresses enemies and empowers allies." All the beasts had come very close. Lu Fan thinks to himself that they will not die here. I have to do something else. Then suddenly a terrifying power appears. Charles shows a card in his hand and says, "I plan to spare your life, and gave you a chance to serve the ancient god of the holy mountain. But you did not listen to me. Now you must be prepared to suffer. As my puppet of the holy mountain, you will now be my puppet." And uses the power of endless holy light. Its feature is that it transmits the power of the ancient cow, inflicting continuous holy damage and trapping the target in light. After 5 seconds, the light explodes, deals 200% damage, and applies a limited holy mark that causes the target to lose a maximum of 5% HP per second. Then suddenly, light explodes and the ground shatters into pieces. Here in the observation room, Elder Han and everyone were watching this scene. Vice Principal Zhao was shocked and said, "Hey, Old Han, can Lu Fan really become a puppet?" Old Khan was seriously thinking about this. Then suddenly we see Charles falling to the ground and he says, "How did this happen, or is it impossible? It can't be." Lu Fan used the power of the Eternal Protector, which creates a protective barrier that protects all targets from within. The barrier's ability matches the Eternal One's life force and reincarnation. Charles was shocked and said, "How could anyone survive a direct hit of ancient essence this time? Emerald Dragon Bloodline doubles all skill effects for dragons and their bonded allies." Lu Fan raised the sword in his hand at that time and said, "Charles, it seems that this was your last attack. Now it's my turn." Suddenly, GOG started moving towards them, roaring very fast. Seeing this, their condition became very bad. GOG was roaring so loudly that his ears started bursting. He was not able to bear that sound. All three people were shouting with their hands on their ears, "Wait, wait, our ears will burst." Jyn Zakes looks at Mousashi and says, "Hey, immediately make an unfathomable contract with me. Even if we die, we will be resurrected in another place." But then a light comes. It cuts Mousashi Ten, and he falls to the ground. Actually, this attack was from Lu Fan's sword, and he says very seriously, "Unfortunately, this time you will not be resurrected." Cheng Han is shocked to see Mousashi Ten lying on the ground, but as he takes a closer look at him, he is horrified and says, "Now you will not be able to come back, my friend. You are dead now." and he now fully realizes that now he cannot be resurrected. Friends, this chapter ends here. Please subscribe to the channel and press the bell icon to watch the next chapter. This place was the dragon domain. Charles was shocked to be pulled into such a place. He could clearly feel that his attributes had been reduced by more than half due to the subtle pressure of this place. In contrast, Lu Fan and the Black Dragon felt like fish in water. All their attributes had clearly increased. This made the disparity between the two sides even greater. After recovering from his initial shock, Charles had to face the truth. At the end of the day, he really couldn't compete with Lu Fan. So, what difference did it make if their attribute difference increased even more in this mysterious place? Jyn Zakes looked at his hands and was extremely disappointed. He was unable to connect with his summoned beast. To the point he was puzzled as to how this was possible. Because by the time Jyn Zakes connected with his summoned beast, it would have revived, but now he was unable to do so. Seeing Charles' expression of acceptance, Lu Fan smiled. You think this skill only weakens your attributes. In fact, I'm very curious whether Jyn Zakes can still be revived in my dragon domain. Now let's do an experiment. With that said, Lu Fan raised his flaming meteor sword and slashed down. The dragon ki on the blade exploded and hit Mousashi 10. Instantly, Mousashi 10's body shattered and disintegrated. At the same time, Lu Fan's points changed, absorbing all of Mousashi 10's points. Seeing this, Lu Fan's smile widened. It seems that Jyn Zakes' skill can no longer save you. In that case, I can rest assured. Still, I have to thank you all. You came all this way just to give me points. Lu Fan raised his sword again, this time aiming at Jyn Zakes. No, you can't kill us. Charles panicked. Although he was a sacred mountain slave, he still retained his consciousness. Therefore, his survival instinct remained, and he immediately tried to stop Lu Fan from attacking Jyn Zakes. To become immortal here, Charles had naturally signed a contract with Jyn Zakes when the latter became a sacred mountain slave, just like Mousashi 10. Originally, Jyn Zakes had actually betrayed Mousashi 10. Their contract was not about sharing life and death, but rather if Jyn Zakes dies, Mousashi 10 will also die. But if Mousashi 10 dies, Jyn Zakes doesn't have to die with him. Jyn Zakes might even have a chance to revive Mousashi 10 by abyss summoning. Therefore, when Mousashi 10 was killed by Lu Fan, Jyn Zakes did not suffer any harm. But if Jyn Zakes dies, Charles, who signed the same contract, will also be affected by the skill and die with Jyn Zakes. What could Lu Fan care about? A sword strike came, killing Jyn Zakes as well. When Jyn Zakes died, strange forces surely surged in Charles' body, trying to tear his body apart. Charles' survival instinct was too strong. Enduring the intense pain, he let out a low roar, and golden light flashed in his body. He must have used a skill to forcibly end the contract between himself and Jyn Zakes. At the same time, this skill also nullified all debuff effects on him, including Xiao Ye's Black Dragon pressure. Charles wanted to get up and counterattack or flee, but before he could get up from the ground, the Black Dragon pressure surged again, forcing him back to his knees. Lu Fan watched Charles struggle with interest, not forgetting to remind him. A skill that clears all debuffs. Not bad. However, my Black Dragon pressure is a persistent aura-type skill. Being able to clear the debuff effect once will not save you. Now that Jyn Zakes is dead, no one can save you, right? Your points belong to me now. Lu Fan raised his sword again. Charles' eyes bulged. He was now in a hopeless situation where there was no hope of survival. Just as Lu Fan was about to bring down his burning meteor sword, Charles' entire body suddenly trembled. His face was filled with extreme pain. Then golden mist seeped out from his 7 pores and collected on top of his head. Lu Fan's eyes narrowed. As expected. At the last moment, the ancient god essence would try to find a way to escape. After all, condensing an ancient god essence, should not be an easy task. Otherwise, the entire Moore family would not only have Charles as their sacred mountain slave. Theoretically, Jyn Zakes and Mousashi 10 should also have ancient god essences. But with his death, his ancient god essence would have been destroyed. Lu Fan really wanted to obtain the ancient god essence, but other than forcing him to leave the sacred mountain slave's body on his own, he didn't really know how to obtain it. So, after killing Mousashi Ten and Jyn Zakes, those two ancient god essences were wasted, which made Lu Fan very sad. However, the ancient god essence in Charles' body played into Lu Fan's hands. In order to avoid being killed with Charles, it chose to reorganize itself in an attempt to escape. After escaping Charles' body, it turned into a golden light and flew rapidly in one direction. Without the ancient god essence, Charles' body began to rot and shrink, apparently about to become a dry corpse like Li Luo. Lu Fan first ignored the fleeing ancient god essence and quickly collected his points before Charles died. Immediately, Lu Fan's points surged again, successfully breaking through the 8 million mark. After killing Charles, Lu Fan looked at the fleeing ancient god essence. He must have sensed the powerful creatures beneath the clouds and wanted to seek them out, hoping to enter their bodies. However, when he reached the edge of the dragon domain, he hit an invisible wall with a vast bang and bounced back, completely unable to break through the skill barrier. Lu Fan was not afraid of ancient god essence escaping, because within the dragon domain, the space for movement was very limited. Also, once pulled into the dragon domain, there was no way to escape. The only way to escape was to kill Lu Fan and dispel the skill. So, after killing Charles with a single sword strike, Lu Fan calmly turned his attention to ancient god essence. At this time, ancient god essence hit an invisible wall, trying to find another way out, but was blocked by the barrier of skills, without exception. If Jyn Zakes couldn't escape with the skill, how can you escape? You are something that only exists by connecting with others, yet you still expect to escape, Lu Fan said disdainfully, then flew towards ancient god essence. Ancient god essence, seeing Lu Fan approaching, wanted to have a final confrontation. It tried to fly into Lu Fan's body, wanting to turn him into a sacred mountain slave. However, how much trouble could a mere ancient god essence cause? Lu Fan stretched out his hand, activating his Dragon Claw skill, and his scaled Dragon Claw firmly grasped the ancient god essence. The ancient god essence emitted golden light, struggling desperately. However, it soon lost the strength to struggle further. Finally, its light dimmed, turning into a transparent yellow gem resembling a fallen corpse essence. Lu Fan took a look. Sacred Mountain Essence, special item and effect unknown. After killing Charles and his two companions, gaining over 1 million points, and making the fallen corpse Holy Dragon Kings complete another round of evolution, Lu Fan could say that he had achieved complete success in this national trial. Satisfied, Lu Fan asked Xiao Kui to take back his Dragon Domain skill, planning to count the points before finishing the national trial. Now, the top 5, except for Andre, were all dead. Lu Fan estimated that he must have gained at least 90% of all the points in existence. He estimated that the Dragon Country should get over 400 shares of resources. Lu Fan was quite satisfied with this result. Currently, staying in the national trial secret realm any longer would hardly result in more points. To save time, it was better to end this national trial as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the observation room of Extremist Country, Lu Fan did not know that his Dragon Domain skill could also block the live broadcast of the observation room. So, after Jyn Zakes and the others were pulled into the Dragon Domain, all contact with the observation room of Extremist Country was lost. Seeing Lu Fan so incredibly powerful, constantly suppressing Charles and the others, Jyn Zakes became extremely anxious. It became even worse when they lost signal and were no longer able to see what was happening. This caused him to pace back and forth in the observation room, his eyes never leaving the screen. However, before the signal recovered, the names of Jyn Zakes, Mousashi Ten, and Charles disappeared from the board one after another. Seeing this, Jyn Zakes was stunned. Silavin original title further development. The fallen corpse of the Holy Dragon King? Could it be? Jyn Zakes, Mousashi Ten, and even Charles are dead. Although he knew that Lu Fan's displayed power was too ridiculous, so it was normal for the three, including Charles, To not be able to compete with him, Jin Xian knew about his nephew's professional attributes. His nephew would definitely make himself and the rest of the group immortal. His nephew had clearly placed the Abyss Summon in the National Trial Secret Realm at the very beginning, so even if he died, he should have been able to revive himself. Now, with Jin Cheng'an's name disappearing from the scoreboard panel, there could only be one explanation. Jin Cheng'an was really dead. In an instant, Jin Xian's face turned as pale as death, and he collapsed on the sofa. As the host for this event and the main representative of the extremist country, he would definitely be punished for Jin Cheng'an's death. Jin Cheng'an was the Jin family's future hope. Moreover, he was the #1 player among the younger generation of extremist country. That was the significance of his life. Moreover, with Jin Cheng'an's death, extremist country was completely out of the national trial. Extremist country had paid a great price to build this national trial secret area and had found ways to cooperate with Cherry Blossom country. It was all to recoup the costs and gain some benefits through their victory. And now out of 460 parts of resources, extremist country would get nothing. They had suffered a huge loss! The weight of so many failures at once made Jin Jian realize that even if he wasn't being sentenced to death by the family, he would probably never be able to hold any important position in extremist country again. He kept watching the live stream carefully, hoping for a miracle to happen. However, since Jin Cheng'an's name had disappeared from the scoreboard panel, no further response appeared on the observation room's display because clearly Jin Cheng'an was indeed dead. It's over. Jin Xian sighed, rubbing his face vigorously, wondering how to explain this to the Jin family and the extremist country. At this moment, the temperature in the observation room suddenly dropped dozens of degrees, making Jin Xian feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He shivered involuntarily. He was quite familiar with this feeling and was very shocked, turning to look behind him. Sure enough, a pitch black transportation array had appeared in the observation room at some point. This transportation array was different from the array created by the wizards. Its shape and form were irregular, as if space had been forcibly torn apart by a creature. Indeed, this was the case. Purple, red filaments that had not stopped twisting surrounded this transportation array. These tentacles were as thick as human arms, holding the transport array open while a middle-aged man dressed in black passed through it. This middle-aged man dressed in black had his face mostly covered. But from the exposed lower half of his face, one could see that he somewhat resembled both Jin Xian and Jin Cheng'an. Brother. Jin Xian's voice trembled, his whole body shaking even more violently. He naturally knew this person. This was his elder brother, the royal family, the ruler of the Jin family, Jyn Zakes. Years ago, when the 9 hell demons plagued the country of extremists, 5 fourth profession players joined forces to defeat them. Jyn Zakes was one of these 5. Moreover, he was the most powerful of the 5. Jyn Zakes looked at the static on the screen, and the temperature in the room dropped even further. My son is dead. Jyn Zakes' voice was hollow and terrifyingly calm. Jin Xian didn't dare to hide anything. Telling the truth made her break out in a cold sweat. Is really dead? No wonder I suddenly felt uneasy before. So that's why. Jyn Zakes spoke without much fluctuation, but the constantly dropping temperature showed that her mood was not good at all. Who did it? Jin Xian immediately replied, It was the Dragon Country representative, Lu Fan. This person is a dragon tamer. It seems he has more than one pet dragon. He must be very powerful. Not only the nephew, but also the representative of Cherry Blossom Country, Mousashi 10, and the representative of Star Stripe Country, Charles, died in his hands. As soon as Jyn Zakes finished speaking, he suddenly felt his neck tighten. A purple-red filament emerged from Jyn Zakes' black robe, wrapping around his neck. Jyn Zakes clearly felt that if Jyn Zakes wanted, he could easily break his neck right then and there. Brother, let go of me. Jyn Zakes felt he could barely breathe. Yet, he didn't dare to resist. He could only beg for mercy. Jyn Zakes' body was like a statue, completely still. He said, "The national trial is entirely your responsibility. Now that my beloved son is dead, and the extremist country has lost 20 parts of resources, your only explanation is that the representative of the dragon country is too powerful. No, I wouldn't dare." Jyn Zakes was in even more pain, unable to catch his breath, his face now the color of pig's liver. The Jyn family servants saw Jyn Zakes approaching death, but none of them dared to make a sound. Finally, just as Jyn Zakes began to roll his eyes back and almost choked to death, Jyn Zakes pulled back his tentacles. Jyn Zakes' body fell to the ground and he quickly gasped for air. Thank you! I must take revenge! Jyn Zakes' voice became even colder. Since the representative of the dragon country is so powerful, putting aside personal vengeance, we can't allow him to advance any further. I want you to find an opportunity for me. I'll join my 4 old friends. Just like we killed the 9 hell demons, we'll kill him too. Jyn Zakes trembled upon hearing this. These 5 heroes would join forces again after so many years. Jyn Zakes initially found this unbelievable, but thinking about Lu Fan's strength, he realized that ordinary 4th profession players were no match for him now. Therefore, it wasn't necessary for Jyn Zakes to unite with the other 4 to ambush Lu Fan. Not daring to say anything more, he quickly knelt down and declared, "I understand. I'll definitely tell people to keep a close eye on the Dragon Country representative. Once I have an opportunity, I'll inform you immediately." Jyn Zakes didn't react. He just slowly turned and stepped into the transport array, disappearing into nowhere. At the same time, all the tentacles around the transport array moved away, and the array disappeared completely. Meanwhile, Lu Fan had already stored the entire 9 hell demon army in the puppet subspace. He opened his mission panel to request to end the national trial. At the same time, all the surviving representatives chose to accept the request. Everyone's mission panel cleared, and the entire national trial secret area began to collapse, turning into light points gathering in different directions. Of course, most of these light points flew towards Lu Fan. These light points were the remaining energy of the secret area. Without any detailed explanation, Lu Fan thought, as he was already very familiar with this scene. Lu Fan asked Xiao Kui to summon 2 fallen corpse magic dragons. The 2 fallen corpse magic dragons looked alike, and Lu Fan couldn't tell which one ate fallen corpse essence last time, so he didn't bother to distinguish them and simply chose one to eat this sacred mountain essence. The overall process was the same as last time. Just this time, Xiao Kui and the fallen corpse magic dragons were experienced. They regained control of their consciousness very easily, then digested and absorbed the power of the sacred mountain essence. After absorbing it, the 2 fallen corpse magic dragons had physical changes again. Their bodies increased in size, and beneath their purple-black scales, a faint golden light was also seeping out. At the same time, the purple gas did not disappear. Apparently, the fallen corpse magic dragon retained the power of both fallen corpse essence and holy mountain essence. After one fallen corpse magic dragon completed its evolution, the other did the same. Finally, the 2 fallen corpse magic dragons fused together and evolved into a new dragon species. At this point, the size of the 2 fallen corpse magic dragons was almost no different from the pure-blood dragon King Xiao Yi. Even the pressure they emitted was no weaker than Xiao Ye's. Although Lu Fan had guessed it, he was still excited and opened the attribute panel to check the attributes of the 2 fallen corpse magic dragons. Sure enough, after absorbing the holy mountain essence, the attributes of the fallen corpse magic dragon had changed tremendously. His name changed from Fallen Corpse Magic Dragon to Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon King. His attributes had doubled, reaching 2/3 of Xiao Yi's attributes. Lu Fan estimated that even true pure blood giant dragons would easily surpass Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon Kings in terms of attributes. Now, their attributes were slowly getting closer to real dragon kings like Xiao Ye. Perhaps, with another ancient god essence, Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon Kings could evolve, maybe even catch up with people like Xiao Ye and Xing Chen? In addition to attributes, Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon Kings also gained 2 new skills: Holy Light Radiance passive LV1, Aura Type. An Aura Type skill focused on Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon Kings. They will continuously emit Holy Light. Friendly units within the Holy Light will receive 30% attribute enhancement and continuous healing. Holy Light Gate's active skill, LV Maxed, removes the distance restriction between the summon and the summoner. The caster can open the Holy Light Gate at any time, transporting the summon to the summoner's location. These 2 skills were not powerful attack skills, but each was extremely useful. Holy Light Radiance was an aura-type skill that was practically divine for Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon Kings with their army of Fallen Corpse puppets. With an army of 9 Hell Demons under Holy Light Radiance, receiving a 30% attribute boost and continuous healing, the army of 9 Hell Demons would be even more terrifying than when they ravaged Extremist's country. Originally, Lu Fan thought that with Xiao Ku's abilities, supporting the 9 Hell Demons or Demon Generals would be manageable. However, with so many fallen cores, with the police puppets under him, even if Xiao Kui was a pet dragon, he couldn't possibly provide assistance to all of them. With the Holy Light Radiance skill, this problem has been solved. Although Holy Light Radiance's enhancement buffs couldn't be compared to Xiao Kui's buffs, it had the advantage that it was an aura-type skill. As long as a Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon King was present, they would increase the power of all the Fallen Corpse puppets. Moreover, this skill was very comprehensive, enhancing both their attributes and healing. It was enough to ensure that the 9 Hells Demon Army could destroy a medium-sized country in the future. As for the Holy Light Gate skill, Lu Fan was even more pleased with it. In fact, given his ability to summon the entire 9 Hell Demon Army, the Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon King was already Lu Fan's strongest pet dragon in terms of overall combat power. After killing Charles and his 2 companions, gaining over 1 million points, and making the Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon Kings complete another round of evolution, Lu Fan could say that he had achieved complete success in this national trial. Satisfied, Lu Fan asked Xiao Kuai to take back his Dragon Domain skill, planning to count the points before finishing the national trial. Now, the top 5, except for Andre, were all dead. Lu Fan estimated that he must have gained at least 90% of all the points in existence. He estimated that the Dragon Country should get over 400 shares of resources. Lu Fan was quite satisfied with this result. Currently, staying in the National Trial's secret realm any longer would hardly result in gaining more points. To save time, it was better to end this national trial as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Lu Fan had already stored the entire 9 Hell Demon Army in the puppet subspace. He opened his mission panel to request to end the national trial. At the same time, all the surviving representatives chose to accept the request. Everyone's mission panels were cleared, and the entire national trial secret area began to collapse, turning into light points gathering in different directions. Of course, most of these light points flew towards Lu Fan. These light points were the remaining energy of the secret area, which would collectively turn into rewards for the representatives. With Lu Fan's points being so high, his completion reward would naturally be the most abundant. His request was instantly accepted. Lu Fan couldn't help but smile. It seems that everyone in the secret area had wanted to end it for a long time. Just every time I chose to continue, which was why it hadn't ended. He guessed that many people must have cursed his 18 generations of ancestors for repeatedly refusing to finish the national trial. When Lu Fan thought about this, countless light points gathered in front of him, forming 3 spheres of light. Within these light spheres were clearly Lu Fan's secret realm completion rewards. Lu Fan was excited. This national trial secret realm was the biggest secret realm he had ever participated in, and he had gained a lot of points. He wondered what rewards he would finally get. Lu Fan waved his hand, causing the first ball of light to dissipate. His eyes instantly lit up at what he saw inside. This was an equipment, and Lu Fan did not have a belt. More importantly, This belt was glowing with a light that Lu Fan had never seen before. The most high-grade equipment that Lu Fan had seen was the epic-grade staff, Heaven Incinerator, which was recorded at the prosperous Heaven Auction House. However, Lu Fan remembered very well that the light emitted by the epic-grade equipment was completely different from the light flickering on this belt in front of him. In other words, this belt was probably above epic grade, but he couldn't tell if it was mythical grade or not. Lu Fan became even more excited and quickly took the belt in his hand to look at it carefully. Immediately, the equipment's attributes panel appeared, causing Lu Fan to take a quick breath. Dragon Hunter's Will, Golden Dragon King Belts, Legendary Equipment Set, Level Requirement 90 Profession Requirement. Dragon Hunter, Silver Dragon Rider, Dragon Blood Warrior, Agility, Flatel 56, Strength, Asig 1248, Mind, plus 608, Endurance, plus 1667, additional skills. The Golden Dragon King's Shield, active skill, summons the Golden Dragon King's Shield for protection. As long as the shield remains, Strength, Agility and Mana increase by 40%, Endurance increases by 100%, Golden Dragon King Bloodline Release, active skill, the LV Win, releases the Dragon Hunter's Will remaining in the equipment. After storing it, Lu Fan dispersed another sphere of light, revealing a skill book. Lu Fan picked it up to look at it. Profession Skill Book, Dragon Language Replication, Profession Requirement Dragon Tamer, Dragon Language Mage, Level Requirement 40, Description after use. Learn the Dragon Language Replication skill. Dragon Language Replication. Pet dragons can replicate active skills and use them. Although the description of the skill was simple, Lu Fan was very happy to see this skill book. This skill book combined with Dragon Language Resonance will be a perfect match! Lu Fan no longer needed to rack his brain looking for a Dragon Language Magic skill book. Now, with this skill book, all such problems were solved. In the future, when Xiao Ye, Jing Chen, and other combat specialized dragons use their skills, Lu Fan can directly copy them and release them together to easily trigger the Dragon Language Resonance effect. This skill book was exactly what Lu Fan needed. It was also the perfect time as Lu Fan's level was high enough to use it, so he used the skill book directly. After finding out, Lu Fan eagerly revealed the secret of the third reward. It was a pouch that was almost the size of a human head. This was the first time Lu Fan saw such a reward, so he was quite surprised to see it. He immediately picked it up to take a look. Lucky Scroll Bag, Legendary Grade Special Item Description. Upon opening it, get a certain number of reward scrolls. Wow, there's actually a thing called Lucky Bag in this world. Lu Fan couldn't help but laugh. However, after thinking for a moment, he decided to open the Lucky Scroll Bag to see what he could get from it. These days, Lu Fan found treasure maps every day, but most were low-grade treasure maps, and their locations were spread far and wide. This made it impossible for Lu Fan to obtain them. In terms of obtaining treasure maps, Lu Fan had been unlucky for so long. Now that he was opening a lucky bag, his luck should turn around, right? Lu Fan decided to open the lucky bag. After opening it, it instantly disappeared, and several scrolls came out from inside it. Lu Fan initially thought he would only get one scroll from the lucky scroll bag. He never expected that when the lucky bag disappeared, 3 scrolls would appear. Lu Fan picked them up one by one and examined them. He was delighted to see that they were a no-level requirement enchantment scroll, a pet sub-space expansion scroll, and an equipment grade enhancement scroll. The first 2 scrolls were exactly what Lu Fan desperately needed, and he couldn't believe that one lucky bag had produced all of them. Speaking of the equipment grade enhancement scroll, this one was equally extraordinary. Equipment grade enhancement scroll, diamond grade special item, description after use, can increase the level and grade of equipment. It cannot be used on equipment above diamond grade. Lu Fan had many good equipment, such as the Crimson Cloak of Flame and Frost and his Flaming Meteor Sword. However, after thinking about which equipment would be most suitable for using this equipment grade enhancement scroll, Lu Fan decided to choose the Flaming Meteor Sword. The Flaming Meteor Sword was a platinum grade weapon. After using the scroll, it would become diamond grade, maximizing the scroll's effectiveness without waste. Most importantly, the flaming meteor sword was the weapon Lu Fan found most comfortable to use. He didn't want to change it just because he was leveling up. After all, powerful attributes were one thing, but comfort in use was another. These two factors were important considerations in weighing how equipment improves a player's strength. If both could be achieved, it was naturally the best. So, after just a little thought, Lu Fan used the equipment grade enhancement scroll on the flaming meteor sword. As the scroll turned into a golden light and entered the flaming meteor sword, the weapon burst out with a dazzling glow. It eventually evolved into a level 40 diamond grade weapon. Its attributes increased to nearly 300, and when using fire skills, its attack power increased by 60%, making it a whole level more powerful than before. Lu Fan held the flaming meteor sword and felt even more at ease than before. Lu Fan put the flaming meteor sword away and took out the no-level requirement enchantment scroll. This time, the equipment that Lu Fan wanted to enchant was naturally the legendary grade item he had just obtained, Dragon Hunter's Wish, Golden Dragon King Belt. As soon as the no-level requirement enchantment scroll took effect, this heaven-defying mythical grade item no longer had any level requirement. Lu Fan excitedly equipped it and immediately felt a unique power flow from the belt into his body. Lu Fan could also see a faint golden light flowing in his blood, presumably due to the effect of the remaining will of the Golden Dragon King, supreme shield in the belt. After equipping this mythical grade item, not only did Lu Fan receive a huge attribute increase, but he could also now activate the Golden Dragon King bloodline release skill to transform into the Golden Dragon King. From now on, Lu Fan would be both a silver dragon rider and partially a dragon hunter. Technically, by combining dragon language replication and dragon language resonance, Lu Fan was equivalent to being partially a dragon spellcaster. This wave of perfection rewards brought a world-changing level of increase to Lu Fan's power. Of course, the biggest increase would come from the final scroll, the Pet Subspace Expansion Scroll. After using this scroll, Lu Fan would be able to hatch the Blue Dragon King, Wrath of the Storm. This was the pet dragon he had been thinking about, and his pet dragon dream team would finally welcome their 6th pet dragon. However, after some thought, Lu Fan did not hatch it right away. After all, Zhao Shengming and Elder Han would be watching him from the observation room right now. Although these two probably wouldn't do him any harm, when it comes to trump cards, the less people know about them, the better. Also, he was in no hurry. He could wait until he was alone to take out the Blue Dragon King. After collecting all the rewards, the National Trial's secret realm was about to disappear completely. Lu Fan felt a pull in his body. As he was being teleported, the last of the secret realm's energy turned into experience points that flowed into him. Because of the final experience point reward from the National Trial, he and his pet dragon's levels all increased by 1 simultaneously. At this point, Lu Fan had leveled up from level 34 to level 42. This was an incredibly terrifying level-up speed. Lu Fan was instantly teleported back to the arena, right where the secret realm entrance was. At this time, the secret realm entrance was collapsing, and within 100 meters of Lu Fan, 3 other people also emerged from the National Trial. Real secret realm. Among the 3 was Andre, whom Lu Fan knew, and 2 others who were representatives classified as T4. They were not particularly strong, and probably had not gained that many points. However, these 2 looked extremely happy. After all, since they had survived and left the secret realm, they ranked 3rd and 4th respectively. Although their points were low, their rankings were high. Although they were in 2nd and last in points, if one looked at it positively, they were in 3rd and 4th place. For their countries, which lacked resources, this was already an unprecedented achievement. Being able to come out of the National Trial alive and receive secret realm rewards was already a huge win for them. Naturally, the 2 representatives could not stop smiling. Lu Fan and Andre were both checking to see how many country representatives had survived this year, and they naturally exchanged glances. Andrai laughed openly and waved at Lu Fan, seeming to suggest they should have a drink together after finishing up here. Lu Fan smiled and nodded in agreement. At this time, Elder Han Zhao Shengming and a few other Dragon Country delegates came out walking from the direction of the observation room toward Lu Fan. "Ha! Welcome back! This is our Dragon Country's hero's triumphant return." Elder Han was beaming, clearly beyond merely satisfied with Lu Fan's performance. He personally extended his hand to shake Lu Fan's, then patted Lu Fan's shoulder, praising, "Congratulations on winning first place in this year's national trial! You've won the most resources in history for Dragon Country." Zhao Shengming also wore a broad smile, speaking from the side. "Lu Fan, your performance these past 2 weeks has been truly outstanding. Many times your displayed power even astonished Elder Han. We originally thought getting into the top 3 would already be a great victory. We never expected you to give us so many pleasant surprises. Not only did you get first place, but you achieved it with absolute dominance." Lu Fan scratched his head and chuckled. "Vice Principal Zhao, Elder Han, you're too kind. Speaking of which, how much of the total points did I get in this national trial? Out of the 460 portions of resources, how many will Dragon Country receive?" And Elder Han smiled and exchanged glances with Zhao Shengming. About to speak when Jyn Zakes appeared with staff members from Extremist country coming up to the platform. Lu Fan could see that Jyn Zakes' expression was far from good. After all, with Jin Cheng'an dead, their Extremist country had suffered a crushing loss in this year's national trial's secret realm. Even so, as the host in this political event, Jyn Zakes could not shirk from his responsibilities just because Jin Cheng'an had died. They still had to properly conclude the national trial. After ascending the platform, Jyn Zakes cleared his throat and formally began to speak. "This year's national trial has now come to its end. Congratulations to the representatives who survived the secret realm. Your efforts during this time will win the corresponding resources for your respective countries. In particular, congratulations to this year's absolute winner, the Dragon Country representative, Lu Fan." Toward the end, Jyn Zakes could clearly barely suppress his rage. However, the more angry he was, the more satisfied Lu Fan felt. Lu Fan looked around and saw only a few countries' delegates had remained. It was clear those eliminated countries' teams had already returned to their hotels to rest. They were just waiting for the national trial to completely end to sign over the ownership documents of the resources before returning home. Once their representatives were eliminated, not many delegates wanted to continue waiting around here. Lu Fan could only see those from Cherry Blossom Country glaring at him. As for those from Star Strip Country, they had already left, even though Charles had just died. At this time, Jyn Zakes continued. "The results of this year's national trial are as follows. Ranked first this year is Dragon Country's representative, Lu Fan, with a total of 8,136, 572 points. This accounts for 91.8% of the total points. Ranked second is Feather Country's representative, Andre, 431.94 points, accounting for 6% of total points. Ranked third is... The remaining 2 people had only around 100,000 points each. Not only could they not compare to Lu Fan, they were far behind Andre as well. There was nothing to be done about this. The 2 surviving until now was partly due to luck, and partly because they knew their strength was insufficient. Once they encountered other countries' representatives, they would certainly be killed. So, these 2 had been very cautious. They had managed to survive by being extremely careful. As a result, they had not gained that many points, with each person accounting for less than 2% of the total points. Even so, surviving through this ordeal was good enough for them. Although Lu Fan knew he was first while in the secret realm, he had no idea of the specific details of the whole scoreboard. When he learned that he accounted for 91.8% of the total points, he was relieved. This result perfectly met his expectations. By this calculation, he could help Dragon Country obtain 419 portions of resources. Dragon Country had absolutely profited enormously from this. It was no wonder Elder Han was beaming. Since the establishment of the national trial until now, Dragon Country had never won so many resources before. After announcing the results, Jyn Zakes suppressed his displeasure and asked each country's main delegates to come to the hotel conference room tonight to prepare for the signing over of resources. After signing the agreement tonight, early tomorrow morning, each group would be arranged special flights to leave Extremist country. After saying this, Jyn Zakes announced this year's national trial had successfully concluded, then bowed and left the stage. Even someone as experienced and stoic as Elder Han could not stop smiling for a long time. He laughed and turned to Lu Fan, saying, "You performed so well in this national trial. I've decided you should receive a special reward. A few weeks back in the far north, didn't you get a Griffin Legion medal? Can you take it out and show it to me?" Lu Fan nodded and took the medal out from his inventory. Elder Han took the medal, then narrowed his eyes. He was clearly infusing military merits into Lu Fan's medal. The national trial counted as bringing glory to the country. It was reasonable for Lu Fan, who had a medal, to be granted military merits. However, what Lu Fan never expected was that after Elder Han granted him military merits, the medal actually changed from silver to gold. It was now a gold wing medal. This scene shocked Zhou Shengming. Zhou Shengming understood well what this medal represented. This was a Griffin Legion medal. Even those with ordinary Iron Wing medals were highly regarded. After all, these medals represented one of the 4 ace military units, the Griffin Legion. They represented Tu Jing's prestige. Once could say that someone holding an Iron Wing medal would be received with high regard anywhere, with authority no less than that of a special envoy. After all, among all the people in Dragon Country, those who could possess a Griffin Legion medal numbered only in the thousands. If even an Iron Wing medal received such treatment, who could have imagined that Lu Fan would directly pull out a Silver Wing medal? Zhou Shengming did know that Lu Fan had gone to the far north and had been there for some time. What he did not know was Tu Jing giving him a Griffin Legion medal and refusing to take it back, leaving it for Lu Fan to keep. Even so, one short month and Lu Fan had already received a Silver Wing medal. He must have done something earth-shattering in the far north to get enough military merits to upgrade it in such a short span of time. Even though not from the military, Zhou Shengming knew that those who could hold Silver Wing medals numbered less than 100 in the Griffin Legion. Out of these 100 people, which one of them had not followed Tu Jing for nearly 10 years to accumulate that much military merit. Yet, Lu Fan had just casually achieved this in a month. A Silver Wing medal was one thing, but after Elder Han gave Lu Fan military merits, the Silver Wing medal actually upgraded to Gold Wing, an 18-year-old Gold Wing medal holder. This was simply unheard of. Under Tu Jing's command, there were previously only 9 people who held Gold Wing medals. These 9 people's current status was comparable to Dragon Country's Guardian Generals. Lu Fan was just a student who had entered Dragon Capital University for barely half a year, yet he has already received such honors. This was simply unprecedented. If news of this spreads, it would shock the whole Dragon Country. Seeing the medal transform into a Gold Wing medal, even Elder Han could not help but show surprise on his face. "You've gained so much military merit in the far north." After giving you the military merits from this national trial, your Silver Wing medal had even turned into a Gold Wing medal, my boy. You've really given me too many pleasant surprises. Too many for a lifetime. Saying this, Elder Han smiled and returned the medal to Lu Fan. Although Lu Fan knew Gold Wing medals were extraordinary, he did not know exactly what benefits holding a Gold Wing medal would bring. Thus, he asked additional questions about what use this medal had. This question made Elder Han laugh. After thinking for a moment, he said, "With this medal, even city lords must follow your orders. In all of Dragon Country, only 4 people can command you. Besides the 3 Dragon Country elders, including myself and Tu Jing, You can consider anyone else either your equal or half a rank below you. A's for resource allocation and the privilege to act first and report later, that goes without saying. Let me give an example. Earlier you had some private grudge with Ruan Changfeng, right? Before Ruan Changfeng was demoted 3 ranks, he held considerable power and authority in Dragon Capital. But with you holding this medal, if you ordered him to kneel, he would not dare have any objections. The Gold Wing medal possessed such terrifying authority that even Lu Fan was shocked. City lords were actually 1 rank higher than high-ranking officials. Even so, such powerful figures now had to follow his instructions. This authority was simply unimaginable. Even Qin Shanhai, a city lord, was probably not worth mentioning before Lu Fan anymore. Even Ruan Changfeng, whose previous grudges against him had given Lu Fan quite a headache, was no longer an issue. Now that he had a Gold Wing medal, just showing it would make Ruan Changfeng come begging for his mercy. This Gold Wing medal is truly prestigious. Lu Fan was satisfied as he put away the Gold Wing medal and thanked Elder Han. Elder Han nodded and sincerely said, "What's there to thank? These are all things you deserve. Tu Jing and I have never been unfair. The military merits given to you are exactly what you earned. Nothing more, nothing less. My boy, you've obtained all of this through your own ability. If you need to thank anyone, thank yourself for making such contributions to Dragon Country." For Lu Fan thought this to be true. Whether it was exploring the far north, discovering the ancient god's secrets, or securing over 400 resources for Dragon Country, none of these were things an ordinary person could achieve. Becoming a Gold Wing medal holder was both luck and his own ability. Regardless, his military merits were absolutely real. Elder Han did not waste much more of Lu Fan's time. After giving him the military merits, he said, "All right, you must be tired after being in the National Trial's secret realm for so long. Go back to the hotel and rest. We can return to Dragon Country early tomorrow morning." "Oh, right, after you get back, I'll have someone send you a list of betting resources to carefully look over." Lu Fan was confused. "Why do I need to look at the list of wagers? Isn't choosing which resources your job, Elder Han?" Elder Han smiled, while Zhao Shengming beside him said with a laugh, "Isn't Elder Han's meaning obvious? He's letting you pick whatever resources you want from the list as a reward from the country?" "That's my reward!" Lu Fan was immediately delighted upon hearing this. Elder Han nodded and said, "Generally speaking, if our Dragon Country representatives achieve excellent results, the country will naturally need to reward them. The 1 resources can be selected by the representatives first. If you choose a dungeon instance, it will be temporarily closed to others, letting you clear it till you are bored. If you choose mining deposits, you can send people to mine them, with all profits belonging to you until you are willing to give it up and return it back to the country. Look, with your outstanding performance this year, this basic amount is what you deserve. I'll send you the list later. You can pick out 10 and the country will reward them to you for your own personal use. Once again, these will not be open to the public and will be for your own personal use until you wish to return them." After returning to his room, Lu Fan immediately closed the door, but he did not rest. Instead, he sat on the bed and eagerly took out the Blue Dragon King's dragon egg. Of course, Lu Fan first summoned all 3 of his main pet dragons, having them sit in their infant form in a row on the bed. He naturally had to inform them that their family was about to have a new member. Xiaoye and Xiaokui were already used to this. Having learned from Xing Chen's example, they seemed very calm about the arrival of their 4th sibling. As for Xing Chen, she just laid down to sleep after coming out, not even listening to what Lu Fan was saying. Clearly, for this ungrateful daughter, believes having another brother or sister would not be that big of a deal. Their acceptance made dealing with these 3 baby dragons easier. After Lu Fan explained the situation and saw no dragon objecting, he confidently cast dragon taming on the Blue Dragon King's dragon egg. Surprisingly, dragon taming succeeded on the first try this time. Lu Fan felt relieved, hoping that this hatching dragon would not be as rebellious as Xing Chen. Just like before, light emanated from the dragon egg, connecting to Lu Fan's chest. After the brief flash of light, cracking sounds of eggshell being eaten could be heard. As the light gradually dissipated, Lu Fan looked toward his chest. Sure enough, a little dragon sat in the eggshell, happily eating away. Lu Fan examined this little dragon and found that, as expected of a dragon king pet dragon, his fourth baby dragon was also flawless in appearance. This dragon was clearly a combat-specialized dragon, quite similar to how Xiaoye looked when she was young. However, unlike Xiaoye, this baby dragon's scales were blue and purple with hints of red, very much like the color of lightning. Moreover, there were purple lights flickered beneath its scales, as if storing violent power waiting to be released. Additionally, its wings seemed to be made of lightning itself, wrapped in crackling electric arcs that made Lu Fan afraid to touch them. These electric arcs were not just on the baby dragon's wings. They would occasionally spark around its body too, making terrifying explosive sounds. Finally, after finishing the eggshell, the baby dragon rose into the air, leaving trails of electric arcs in its wake, creating a beautiful sight. As the baby dragon's body expanded, it finally landed on the bed and straightened up to look at Lu Fan. Seeming to sense its strong connection with Lu Fan, the baby dragon's gaze toward him was relatively friendly, like Xiaoye and Xiao Kuai had been initially. However, its gaze quickly shifted from Lu Fan to Xiaoye, Xiao Kui, and Xing Chen. Lu Fan was not sure what this baby dragon intended to do, but he felt its gaze was hostile. In a hotel room in Extremistis country, Lu Fan watched as Xing Chen pinned down the Blue Dragon King, her forehead covered in black lines. Over the past half hour, this newly born baby dragon had challenged Xiaoye, Xiao Kui, and Xing Chen in succession. Without exception, it had been beaten all 3 times. Lu Fan discovered that this Blue Dragon King must truly have something wrong with it. It was just too combative. As a level 1 baby dragon, it feared nothing. When it saw Xiaoye and the others, its first reaction was not to accept its position as the 4th child of the family, but to pick fights with them. Even though it was a combat-specialized dragon, it naturally could not match the other 3 baby dragons. It first pounced at Xiaoye, releasing lightning from its wings. However, due to its low level and hence low attributes, it could not break through Xiaoye's defenses and was easily swatted away by her tail. Then it targeted Xiao Kui, but she simply cast Jade Shield on herself, leaving it helpless. Finally, the Blue Dragon King turned its attention to the sleeping Xing Chen, sending a bolt of lightning that immediately angered her. Xing Chen had the lowest mana attributes and the lowest level among the 3, so she was not as good against lightning element magic as Xiaoye. Moreover, since the Blue Dragon King was a combat-specialized dragon with certainly high damage output, this bolt of lightning must have hurt Xing Chen. In this regard, one could only pray. After all, what kind of temperament did Xing Chen have? Even Lu Fan did not want to provoke this queen-like creature. She had been sleeping peacefully when the Blue Dragon King shocked her awake. How could she possibly be happy about it? So the 2 dragons created more chaos, until the Blue Dragon King was thoroughly subdued, pinned under Xing Chen's claw. Looking at the mess in the room, with scorch marks everywhere from lightning bolts, Lu Fan could not help but feel a headache coming on. He had thought about breaking up the fights. However, this Blue Dragon King was just too combative. It was like a Tibetan Mastiff with nothing but kill, kill, kill in its mind. For this kind of pet dragon, the best solution was to let it suffer a bit and learn about the power of its 1st, 2nd, and 3rd sisters. Now, with the Blue Dragon King pinned down by Xing Chen, it seemed somewhat subdued. Its cries were no longer as fierce, and its eyes turned to Lu Fan seeking help. You're only level 1 and you are already so combative. What will happen when you grow up? Lu Fan felt helpless. After all, it was still his pet dragon, so he naturally could not let it be beaten too severely. I'll have Xing Chen release you, but behave yourself. Don't pick fights against them anymore, understand? Lu Fan added, still worried. The Blue Dragon King made an ang sound, seeming to agree with him. Although Xing Chen didn't care much for Lu Fan, she knew he was her master and had to give him some face. She lifted her dragon claw and flew back to the messy bed, intending to continue sleeping. Though the baby dragon had verbally agreed not to cause trouble after being released. Once freed, it made an aang sound and immediately tried to charge at Xing Chen to fight, clearly determined to avenge all the humiliation it had suffered. Lu Fan moved quickly, immediately grabbing the little dragon before it could seek out Xing Chen and earn another beating. Though the Blue Dragon King was covered in lightning, whether due to deliberately protecting Lu Fan or because it was Lu Fan's pet dragon, the lightning didn't harm him. Lu Fan felt no discomfort, so he relaxed and held the baby dragon while advising, all right, you're only level 1. How could you be their match? Behave yourself! The Blue Dragon King was combative, but its attitude toward Lu Fan was much better than Xing Chen's. Perhaps afraid its sharp fangs and claws would hurt Lu Fan, after being stopped by him, the baby dragon indeed calmed down. It turned its head to Lu Fan and made another ang sound, seemingly quite obedient. Seeing it truly settle down, Lu Fan finally relaxed and put the baby dragon down, wiping sweat from his brow. In this short time, the room had been thrown into complete chaos. Only now did Lu Fan have the time and opportunity to check the Blue Dragon King's attribute panel. Looking at the attribute panel, it was clear why the Blue Dragon King was so combative. The numbers explained everything. As Lu Fan had guessed, this was a magic attack combat specialized dragon. Blue Dragon King Wrath of the Storm, a baby dragon form, level 1, gender male, strength 151, agility. Mana 1394, endurance 338, a skill civ, blue dragon skin, passive LV1, have the naturally tough skin of the Blue Dragon clan. Power of any attack blocked by its skin is reduced by 50%. Blue Dragon bloodline, passive LV maxed, having the bloodline of the Blue Dragon clan. Has extremely strong immunity to negative status effects and can negate all debuffs. Blue Dragon physique, passive. LV1, having the Blue Dragon clan physique, which is made for battle, increasing self-healing and stamina recovery by 500%. Lightning Spring, passive. LV maxed, blue dragons possess bodies most suited for casting dragon language magic. Endless magic power flows within them, allowing them to freely cast any dragon language magic without rest. Roaring Thunder, active skill, LV1, breathes out dragon breath forward, releasing a lightning strike that forms a lightning pool, causes terrifying damage and puts enemies in a paralyzed state. Heaven's Punishment, active skill, LV1, locks onto an enemy unit, bringing down divine punishment. Deals devastating damage that cannot be dodged! Lu Fan's dragon pet family had gained a new member, a specialized one at that. Moreover, this was their first male member. The Blue Dragon King was completely opposite to Xing Chen. While Xing Chen had overwhelmingly high strength but low mana, the Blue Dragon King had overwhelmingly high mana but low strength. Furthermore, the Blue Dragon King's overwhelming mana attribute was extraordinarily high. Xiao Kui, being a support specialized dragon, had high mana attribute. Even so, at birth, she only had about several hundred points in her mana attribute. The Blue Dragon King, on the other hand, basically doubles that. So once he grows up, he will likely be so formidable, his skills could no longer be described as dragon language magic. I think they would be called forbidden spells instead. Besides attributes, the Blue Dragon King's skills were even more extraordinary, almost all being magic attack skills. He was unlike Xing Chen, who at level 1 at least had starlight armor as a defensive skill. This clearly shows this particular dragon clan's attitude of if I can't blast my enemy to death, I'll get beaten to death instead. A true glass cannon mindset. Thinking back to the Blue Dragon King's combative personality, Lu Fan could not tell if his active nature was due to his race or maybe his gender. In any case, this Blue Dragon King would likely cause more trouble in the future. Still, It seemed relatively obedient now, which gave Lu Fan some peace of mind. If he was disobedient like Xing Chen and combative, Lu Fan would really have a headache. Perhaps tired from all the commotion. The Blue Dragon King had quieted down considerably and began observing Xiao Ye and his other 3 sisters, possibly trying to recognize who was in his new family. Lu Fan thought for a moment. I can't always keep calling him Blue Dragon King. That won't do. I need to come up with a name. Perhaps sensing Lu Fan's thoughts, Xiao Ye and Xiao Clu simultaneously gave Lu Fan expectant looks, almost speaking human words to help Lu Fan brainstorm. Look at our 4th brother. His body is wreathed in lightning, like thunder splitting the sky. Shouldn't his name be Xiao Lan? Unfortunately, Lu Fan ignored the eager Xiao generation of his dragon children. After pondering for a long time, he finally decided upon, let's call him Bao Baoza Boom. Boom. The Blue Dragon King is a lightning element magic attack type pet dragon. His magic attack will definitely be terrifying in the future. But calling him Nuclear Explosion would be a bit too blunt. Bao Bao seems to suit him just right. Ang! The Blue Dragon King raised his head in response, appearing very satisfied with this name. However, Xiao Ye and Xiao Q were devastated, only regretting that they had come into this world too early. The 2 dragons protested non-stop until Lu Fan finally had to take out some grilled meat to pacify the complaining Xiao Ye and Xiao Kui. Just then, the system notification came again. Ding system notification, Super Treasure Map system triggered. Issuing today's treasure map to host. Chu Ding, congratulations to host for obtaining 1 treasure map, a mid-grade. Da Chu Fan had become numb to these notifications. While petting his dragons, he opened the new treasure map. Sure enough, it was in another place he had never heard of. Lu Fan thought for a moment, counted all the treasure maps in his system sub-space, then began synthesizing those maps he could claim. Low-grade synthesized into mid-grade, mid-grade synthesized into high-grade, high-grade synthesized into peak-grade. Finally, Lu Fan was surprised to find that because he had accumulated so many treasure maps recently, after continuous synthesis, he had unexpectedly produced 3 peak-grade treasure maps. Unfortunately, the coordinates on all 3 peak-grade treasure maps were still unknown locations. Lu Fan had no idea when he would be able to reach these distant places. So without saying more, continue synthesizing! Finally, a divine-grade treasure map lay in Lu Fan's system subspace. Lu Fan took a glance at this treasure map and discovered its coordinates were in a map called Death Desert Ocean. This map somehow feels a little familiar. I just can't recall where I had seen it before. Could it be a relatively obscure, less famous map? Puzzled, Lu Fan took out his phone to search online, but found no information about the Death Desert Ocean. If there's nothing online, why does this map feel so familiar? While Lu Fan was pondering over this, he received a text message from Zhao Shengming. Zhao Shengming sent him a document and informed Lu Fan that this was the list of all 460 wagered resources, which Elder Han had asked him to send to Lu Fan. He reminded how Lu Fan could choose 10 of these for himself. Lu Fan opened up the list to look. Suddenly, memories flooded his mind, and he finally recalled how and where he had heard about the Death Desert Ocean. During the previous state banquet, when the 23-country alliance revealed their wagered resources, he had heard about it there. Moreover, this map seemed to be a dungeon instance wagered by Extremist country. Lu Fan quickly searched through the list for dungeon instances, and he indeed found the map's details. This was one of the 20 resources wagered by Extremist country. It was a dungeon instance discovered during land development in the western part of their territory. After its discovery, this dungeon instance was sealed away to be used as a wager for the national trial. So, detailed information about it was still currently unavailable. The only known information was that this was a 4-6-men, level 70 nightmare dungeon instance. It was stated to be several times more difficult than ordinary dungeon instances of the same level. Of course, for Lu Fan, a dungeon instance of this level was still manageable. In fact, he should be able to clear it with ease. Additionally, the list noted how beside this dungeon instance, there was a newly discovered area called Divine Bone Forest. It contained many level 60+ monsters. They were numerous and powerful, providing high experience points, making it an excellent place for leveling up. Similarly, this area was also one of Extremist's country's wagered resources. Lu Fan had no interest in the Divine Bone Forest, but he was determined to obtain the Death Desert Ocean. Seems like my luck is on a roll. Claiming this divine grade treasure map would be easy now. Delighted, Lu Fan immediately marked Death Desert Ocean, making it one of the 10 resources he wanted. As for the others, Lu Fan looked through the list to see if he could find any maps he could use to claim his treasure maps. Unfortunately for Lu Fan, among the more than 400 resources, there were no corresponding map coordinates that matched his other treasure maps. With no choice, Lu Fan could only select resources useful to him. He needed to choose 9 more high-level, high-experience point reward dungeon instances, which he plans on slowly clearing in the future. As for the rest of the list, Lu Fan did not delete them but recorded them down. After all, many on the list were newly discovered areas from the 23-country alliance's recent exploration efforts. It was possible that his future treasure map coordinates might be set in one of these on the list. Keeping a record of them was certainly beneficial for himself. It was much better to be safe than sorry, after all. If another divine-grade treasure map's coordinates were set in one of these maps, Lu Fan would know where he needed to go to claim the treasure map. Soon, Lu Fan marked the 10 he wanted and sent them to Zhao Shengming, who passed them on to Elder Han. Elder Han would pick and sign the resource transfer agreements with other countries that evening. It took until 10 o'clock that night for the whole national trial to be finally completely settled. Elder Han personally brought Zhao Shengming and the others to find Lu Fan, smilingly telling Lu Fan that the 10 he had chosen now all belonged to Dragon Country, which meant that they essentially belonged to Lu Fan from now on. The 10 dungeon instances now belonged exclusively to Lu Fan. That means he could clear them whenever he wanted and let whoever he wanted clear them. He could retain them until he felt like he no longer needed these dungeon instances. When that happens, he could always return them to Dragon Country to handle. Though nothing new, Lu Fan was still very happy to hear this. He asked Elder Han when he could start clearing these dungeon instances. Elder Han said any time was fine, but since Dragon Country had just taken over them, they did not have any direct transport arrays to these locations set up yet. It would take about 3 days for the transport arrays to be set up. By that time, Lu Fan could go to any dungeon instance to start clearing. This was how map handovers worked. Taking Death Desert Ocean as an example, although it was currently located within Extremist country's territory, since Dragon Country had won over Death Desert Ocean, they had the right to build transport arrays at the dungeon instance entrance, as well as placed guard camps to protect the transport arrays. This was not in violation of international laws. Currently, if Lu Fan wanted to go to Death Desert Ocean, he either had to ride his pet dragon there or wait for Dragon Country's specialists to set up the transport arrays and use them to teleport there. Lu Fan thought about it and felt no rush. He could go back first. When the transport arrays had been prepared, he could bring his auntie and the others to the Death Desert Ocean dungeon instance. First, to clear the dungeon instance and to help everyone level up, and second, to claim his divine-grade treasure map. If this treasure map could yield another dragon egg, that would be an absolute win. That way, Lu Fan would have his 5th pet dragon. Lu Fan was about to reach level 45 and unlock a new pet slot. So, even though his pet slots were currently full, he would soon be able to hatch another dragon egg! After stating his decision, Elder Han had no objections, and Zhao Shengming also indicated that he would have the university send some people to help arrange everything for Lu Fan and Zhen Ying's group to clear the Death Desert Ocean dungeon instance. Night passed. The next day in the morning, Lu Fan had planned to leave Extremist country with Elder Han. but they had their departure delayed until the afternoon. This was because Feather Country's delegates and their representative had specifically extended an invitation to them. They wanted to treat Lu Fan and his entourage to lunch to show their gratitude. Both delegations had clearly seen what happened between Lu Fan and Andrea in the National Trial Secret Realm. Everyone knew that if Lu Fan had wanted to kill Andre would have absolutely no way to leave the National Trial alive, and he would have died earlier than Charles. Not only did Lu Fan not kill Andre, but he also helped him clear the mission to kill the Hell Demon. The kindness he showed made the Feather Country delegation so grateful to Lu Fan that they were practically ready to kowtow. In fact, the relationship between Dragon Country and Feather Country has been great in recent years. So, when they earnestly invited them, Elder Han did not refuse. After discussing it with Lu Fan, they decided to attend the banquet. At the banquet, Elder Han discussed some future cooperation between the two countries with the Feather Country delegation. As for Lu Fan, this was not his field of expertise, so he just spent his time casually chatting with Andre. The two got along well, and their relationship grew much closer during this banquet. They even started to call each other brother. Meanwhile, at Dragon Country's western border stood an enormous courtyard. The courtyard had strong Dragon Country architectural features, with elaborate decorations everywhere, appearing magnificent. It was just that white silk ribbons hung throughout the courtyard, fluttering in the wind. This gave it a somewhat desolate feeling. In one of the rooms, the senior sister, who had long left Dragon Capital University, sat at a redwood table, holding a tablet. Though her face was unnaturally pale, she wore a smile. On the tablet was the latest news about the national trial. It had stated that Dragon Country's representative, Lu Fan, had ranked first this year. "I knew it would all work out!" Her worried heart finally settled as she continued to say. Whether it's third profession players or Extremist country's frequent violations of the national trial rules, it is all useless. Like I thought, Lu Fan would definitely come in first place. At this point, her expression suddenly changed as she made heavy coughs. Spots of blood even dripped onto her tablet. The senior sister took out a handkerchief to cover her mouth and nose, and coughed again. It was only once her throat cleared a little that she showed some signs of improvement. After steadying her breath, she looked at the red on her handkerchief, her previous joy completely gone. The Huang family is truly vicious. The senior sister sighed. Just as she was about to get up to call a priest to help remove the debuffs from her body, hurried footsteps suddenly stopped outside her door. "Miss Yi, the Huang family has come again! Again!" Ye Wuxian clenched her jaw upon hearing this, her body stiffening. "What do they want now?" The person outside continued. "They say they're here for the prosperous Black Mountain. The prosperous Black Mountain has been developed and held onto by the Ye family for nearly 100 years. What right does the Huang family have to meddle with it?" Ye Wuxian immediately became angry, clenching her fists. The person outside deeply sighed and said, "Though that's true, clearly the Huang family is seeking to settle accounts with the Ye family. They are just using this as an excuse to devour us. They've set their sights on the prosperous Black Mountain and just needed an excuse. Whether the excuse is reasonable or not doesn't matter to them." Ye Wuxian naturally understood. After all, the current Ye family had already lost much of their resources to the Huang family, and many of these resources originally belonged to the Ye family. There were no disputes over them at all until recently. In this regard, Huang family acted like hyenas. Once the lion died, it was only then that they dared to jump in and feast on the lion's corpse. Though Ye Wuxian hated this, she felt helpless about it. After all, the Huang family was now truly much stronger than the leaderless Ye family. A's one of the ancient noble families? Aren't they afraid of being mocked if word of their actions spreads? Ye Wuxian felt a headache, then asked, "What about the Lung family, Dragon family? After so long, they must have sent some news." The person outside sighed. The Loong family has not replied at all. Seems like they've decided to just watch from the sidelines. Ungrateful dogs! They're all ungrateful dogs! Wuxian grew angrier, but this aggravated her injury, causing her to cough heavily again. The person outside quickly advised, "Miss Yi, please mind your health." "It's nothing." Wuxian wiped the blood from her lips and walked toward the door. "Take me to meet those rats from the Huang family. I want to see just how shameless they can be." As the national trial came to a close, the results were immediately made public by the journalists at the scene. Everyone following the national trial knew that this year's national trial was particularly brutal, with only 4 representatives surviving at the end. Moreover, the Dragon Country representative dominated the rankings, taking first place with over 90% of the total points. This was undoubtedly the best performance since the national trial had been established. While the people from Feather Country and Dragon Country were having fun at the Jyn family residence in Extremist Country, Jyn Zakes sat in the main seat of the conference room, his face cold with murderous intent. In front of him was a high-ranking official from Extremist Country, dressed in a suit and tie. He had just reported important news. This news made Jyn Zakes happy. "Is what you're saying true? The representatives from Dragon Country will clear our Death Desert Ocean dungeon instance in just a few days." The high-ranking official nodded and reported, "Absolutely true. What troubles my elder brother is that there are 4 unrivaled experts lurking around the representative team from Dragon Country. With them around, they are unable to find a chance to make a move." Jyn Zakes clenched his fist and sneered. "But now, the target is coming straight into our crosshairs. The Divine Bone Forest surrounds the Death Desert Ocean dungeon instance. We've recently started developing it, with 2 of our 3 finest military units currently stationed there. If that kid really goes to clear our Death Desert Ocean, we won't even need my elder brother and the other 4 seniors. Deploying these 2 finest military units will be enough to surround and kill him." Salavan, the finest military units are practically armies. I don't know if they're air or sea, so I left them as units. The high-ranking official was startled and said in surprise, "To have our Extremistis country's 2 ace military units go and kill 1 person. Although he has performed exceptionally well in the national trial, isn't this a bit excessive?" Jyn Zakes waved his hand and glared at him rebuking. "What do you know? My older brother is even planning to personally act together with the other 5 national guardians to deal with him. They want to guarantee his death. Just look at his current level. It isn't even high yet. Even so, he could perform so well in the national trial, beating the best of the best. If he's allowed to grow any further, won't our Extremistis country become no different to a province of Dragon Country? For someone like this, using all our manpower to kill him is worth it. Go, right now. Immediately order the God Slayer Legion and God Destroyer Legion stationed in the Divine Bone Forest. I want 30,000 troops to station themselves properly within the Divine Bone Forest." The high-ranking official listened and hesitated, saying, "But, Lord Jyn, we've already lost the Divine Bone Forest to them. I heard the God Slayer and God Destroyer legions are currently awaiting orders, preparing to withdraw from the Divine Bone Forest to continue exploring unexplored areas. If we have these 2 legions stationed in the Divine Bone Forest, we might be crossing the line." "You think I don't know this?" Jyn Zakes angrily grumbled. The Divine Bone Forest wasn't chosen by Dragon Country or Feather Country, but was taken by Molding Flame Country. They are not a necessary worry. Later, I'll have someone negotiate with their higher-ups to exchange the Divine Bone Forest back to our Extremistis country. This way, the God Slayer and God Destroyer legions can still be stationed near the Divine Bone Forest. When the time comes, we just need to have the 2 legions dress up as heretics, kill him, and be done with it. In the first place, the Divine Bone Forest is on our territory. Destroying evidence will be easy as pie for us. Although doing this will certainly incur Dragon Country's displeasure, being able to eliminate Dragon Country's genius makes everything worthwhile. Ow! Charles from Starstrip Country also died at his hands. Once Lu Fan dies, the Moore family from Starstrip Country will surely fully support us. With Starstrip Country backing us, we won't need to fear the pressure from Dragon Country. Jyn Zakes' calculations were as clear as day, because he knew if they could not kill Lu Fan, his older brother Jyn Zakes would certainly kill him to pay for Jin Cheng'en's life. In the afternoon, Lu Fan and the Dragon Country delegation finally boarded their private jet back to Dragon Country. After a night of travel, around 4 in the morning, Lu Fan and the others landed at Dragon Capital Airport. Originally, special vehicles were prepared outside the airport to separately send Elder Han and Lu Fan, Zhao Shengming's groups, back. However, when Lu Fan's group left the airport, they were stunned. Outside Dragon Capital Airport, there were over 10,000 people holding various banners with phrases like "Welcome Home Dragon Country Hero Lu Fan." Seeing Lu Fan come out from the airport, this crowd went wild like obsessed fans. They were shouting the slogans on their banners. Such enthusiasm truly frightened Lu Fan. It almost made him too afraid to walk forward. Lu Fan had not expected that even at 4 in the morning, there would still be so many people coming to welcome them at the airport. This treatment was approaching that of top celebrities from his previous world. Lu Fan was extremely embarrassed. He could only wave at the crowd with a shy smile. Even so, such simple actions made the surrounding crowd even more excited, taking out their phones to photograph him. Elder Han, however, seemed to have expected this and did not show much surprise. He had his staff protect Lu Fan all the way to the special vehicles. After everyone got in, several special vehicles drove through the path left by the crowd and departed. Lu Fan thought things would calm down after he returned to Dragon Capital University, but at the university, there were still many students waiting to welcome them inside the campus, especially at the entrance of Villa No. 2, where Lu Fan currently lived. There were over 1,000 students gathered. Their enthusiasm in welcoming Lu Fan was not much less than those at the airport. Lu Fan felt helpless. It was only fortunate that Zhao Shengming, who was accompanying him, immediately called upon the university teachers to maintain order. With their authority, they made these overly enthusiastic students return back to sleep. Zhao Shengming left soon after. However, before leaving, he told Lu Fan that this situation would likely continue for some time. During this period, he might as well not attend classes and just stay in the villa to rest. In a few days, he would be heading to Death Desert Ocean to clear the dungeon instance. After clearing that for 10 days to half a month, by then, most of this attention would have died down. Lu Fan nodded after hearing this and immediately fled back to Villa No. 2. However, upon entering the villa, what greeted his eyes were the smiling faces of his auntie and the other 4 beauties, along with a banner in their hands reading, "Welcome Home Dragon Country Representative Lu Fan." For the next 2 days, following Zhao Shengming's words, Lu Fan basically did not leave the villa. He only did 4 things: eat, sleep, play with his baby dragons, and interact with the beauties. After eating so indulgently for over 2 days, Lu Fan felt like he had gained a few kilograms. Finally, on the 3rd day, Zhao Shengming came to inform Lu Fan that Dragon Country had set up transport arrays at the Death Desert Ocean Dungeon instance entrance. Lu Fan could now go to Dragon Capital University's dungeon hall to head to Death Desert Ocean. Lu Fan was overjoyed. He quickly notified his auntie, Jian Ying, and the others to prepare to go with him to the new dungeon instance to level up and get new equipment. After some preparation, Lu Fan's team, reunited after a long separation, gathered again and headed to the dungeon hall. Because Lu Fan personally owned 10 dungeon instances, Dragon Capital University specially set up a private dungeon instance transport array room for Lu Fan in the dungeon hall. Upon arriving, Lu Fan found 3 transport arrays were already available for use, with 7 more under construction, which were likely to be completed soon. At that time, Lu Fan could freely clear the monsters in these 10 dungeon instances, and his level would surely skyrocket in the future. After finding the transport array to Death Desert Ocean, Lu Fan led everyone inside. After experiencing the feeling of being torn apart, Lu Fan and others arrived at a new map. Behind them was flat ground, but ahead should be a new map. Looking out, it was a dense forest. However, looking carefully, one could discover that what stood in this so-called dense forest were not trees, but bones of unknown monsters. These bones came in all shapes and sizes. The tall ones stuck in the ground were dozens of meters high, while the short ones were about human height. Lu Fan guessed this must be the map called Divine Bone Forest, which reportedly had many level 60 fuff monsters roaming about. It did make for a good spot for leveling up. Just as Lu Fan was looking into the depths of Divine Bone Forest, a familiar voice came from not far away. "Lu Fan, nice to meet you again." Lu Fan looked towards the voice and found a dungeon instance entrance not far from the transport array. In front of the dungeon instance entrance, a camp had been set up with many people busy, including Dragon Country guards and Dragon Capital University staff. Among them, there was an elegant and graceful figure in light armor with a sword at her waist. She was the one waving to Lu Fan from afar. She was Gu Han, Lu Fan's teacher, whom he had not seen for a long time. Lu Fan and the others were delighted to see her here. They went to meet Gu Han at the camp. "Teacher Gu, why are you here?" Lu Fan smiled at the beautiful woman. Gu Han smiled like a blooming flower and said to Lu Fan, "Of course, I'm here to serve you, our Dragon Country great hero! Since you're coming to clear the Death Desert Ocean dungeon instance, the university has to send some teachers and teaching assistants to be here on standby at all times. We are here to see if you need anything. If you do, we'll help you resolve it, so you can focus on clearing the dungeon instance without worrying about other miscellaneous matters." Lu Fan knew that Dragon Capital University's service for excellent students was always very thorough. Even so, dispatching teachers and teaching assistants to serve the student when they cleared a dungeon instance, was this not too excessive? He truly had not expected to enjoy such service, though he was not one to refuse this kind of treatment. After all, he had originally planned to spend quite some time clearing this dungeon instance. Having Gu Han and the other teachers here to look after things, be it meals or rest, everything would be well taken care of, which was great. Lu Fan thanked Gu Han repeatedly, but Gu Han thought nothing of it. She jokingly said since he was Dragon Country's hero, enjoying some special privileges was only natural. Afterward, Gu Han took Lu Fan and the others on a tour of the area, giving a brief rundown of the place. In total, there were about 40 people stationed here, including 15 teachers and teaching assistants from Dragon Capital University who occupied 5 tents. 1 tent stored supplies, 2 tents were for Gu Han and others to rest in, and 2 more were prepared as resting places for Lu Fan, Jian Ying, and the rest of their group. These tents had particularly exceptional sleeping bags inside. Beyond these, there were 4 more tents for other people to live in. The others were Dragon Country guards, stationed here because Death Desert Ocean now belonged to Dragon Country and was incorporated into Dragon Country's territory. They naturally needed to guard this place to ensure Dragon Country's dungeon instance would not be encroached upon by others. After introducing everything here, Lu Fan was about to lead everyone into the dungeon instance. However, his eyes suddenly narrowed, seeing 2 simple military camps stationed not far away. They were on both sides of the Death Desert Ocean dungeon instance entrance, sandwiching it in between. The camps flew Extremist Country's flag. Seeing this, Lu Fan asked Gu Han what was going on, why was Extremist Country soldiers still here and stationed nearby. Gu Han explained, Apparently, Extremist Country brought back the Divine Bone Forest from Molding Flame Country and regained control of it. So, except for the land around the Death Desert Ocean dungeon instance entrance, the other areas still belong to Extremist Country. Generally, when a dungeon instance and the land it is on belong to 2 different countries, Both countries will station some guards at a certain junction to ensure the other side doesn't violate their rights. I've observed that the other side has only about 100 men or so, which is normal. Lu Fan nodded and did not think too much about it. Although Death Desert Ocean was an important dungeon instance, as long as their country's guards were watching over it, they could basically ensure the other side would not dare to encroach upon what was theirs. After all, violating another country's territory and rights was a serious crime under international laws. If Extremist's country was in the wrong, Dragon Country could blame them and make them pay the price. After understanding everything here, Lu Fan was ready to lead everyone into the dungeon instance to start clearing. Guhan escorted Lu Fan's group to the dungeon instance entrance and watched as the 5 of them entered. The events outside were naturally unknown to Lu Fan and his group. At this time, they had already entered the dungeon instance. After entering the dungeon, they were transported directly to a desert wasteland where there was endless emptiness all around and nothing was visible. Fortunately, although it was a desert, it was not too hot, probably because there was no scorching sun above. Lu Fan and the others opened their mission panel to see, sure enough, there was a new dungeon mission update. Dungeon instance, Death Desert Cease, Nightmare required participants 46 people, recommended level 70, clear, bet find lost treasure $0. 1 Lu Fan pondered over the words hidden dangers and quicksand vortex in the mission panel. Every dungeon had its own backstory. These stories were not only interesting, but also provided clues about the nature of the dungeon. Lu Fan felt that the dangers in this dungeon surely was not limited to just monsters. Meanwhile, beside him, Tao Xiaoman clearly had different concerns. Her eyes sparkled as she excitedly said, "This dungeon mission isn't about killing a boss! It's about finding a lost treasure!" Looking at the description, the treasure chest contains the wealth of an entire kingdom. If we can find it, wouldn't we become super mega rich? You only think about getting rich! Chin Chu lightly tapped Tao Xiaoman's head, saying helplessly, "You should know that even if we find the so-called lost treasure, we won't get wealth equal to an entire kingdom." Qin Q retorted, "This is a dungeon, at most we'll just get some normal dungeon rewards." At this point, Jian Ying nodded and said, "Right? This is ultimately a dungeon. It definitely won't be too different from the past dungeons we've been to. Although they say we're to find a lost treasure, but this lost treasure will definitely be guarded by the final boss. We'll most likely only get the clear reward after we kill the final boss. So, in the end, it's just a normal dungeon." Seeming much more familiar with everyone now, Jian Ying spoke more than before. Hearing Qin Chu and Jian Ying say this, Tao Xiaoman's enthusiasm diminished. Lu Fan smiled and said to everyone, "Q Chu and Jian Ying are right. We definitely won't get rewards that rival the wealth of an entire kingdom. Still, we have to take into consideration that this is a level 70 nightmare dungeon. What's more, we're going to be the first group to clear it. The clear rewards definitely won't be small." "Oh yeah!" Tao Xiaoman's eyes immediately lit up again. "That's right! This is a level 70 nightmare dungeon instance that's being cleared for the first time. The rewards must be generous!" Het, let's hurry. Unlike secret realms that can only be cleared once, dungeon instances can be cleared multiple times. We need to get all the possible rewards from this dungeon as quickly as we can. Speaking thus, Tao Xiaoman drew out her sword first and continued. "Lu Fan, later have Xiao Q cast some Jade Shield and Jade Blessing on me. Today, I won't hold back. I will let you see how much I have grown during the time you were away." Lu Fan looked at her. Calculating the time, he had not run dungeons with her and the others for about 2 months now. Naturally, he would find it hard to estimate how much stronger they have gotten. Lu Fan knew that everyone's level had increased by 2 levels, showing that while he was away, everyone had been working hard on leveling up, improving from their previous levels. However, Unlike Lu Fan, who had returned from the far north and the national trial with exponentially increased strength, their growth was more limited. Jian Ying and the others had certainly gotten stronger, but their improvement would still be limited. Seeing Tao Xiaoman so confident, Lu Fan became interested and said he really wanted to see how strong she had become. Just then, the sand in front of everyone began to move, forming a small vortex. This strange phenomenon caught everyone's attention. Under everyone's gaze, a skeletal hand holding a broken machete crawled out from the sand vortex. It appeared to be one of the king's guards from the dungeon's backstory, who had died in the desert and eventually turned into a monster. This skeleton monster was called the Tyrant's Attendant, a level 65 elite monster that Lu Fan did not even consider worth noticing. However, Tao Xiaoman was very excited, shouting that she would handle this monster. As she spoke, Tao Xiaoman opened her left palm, immediately forming a water sphere which she threw. This water sphere skill looked familiar to Lu Fan. He recognized it as a skill he had previously seen used by the South Country representative, Yasenglai, which had quite good crowd control effects. When the water sphere hit the Tyrant's Attendant's skeleton, it immediately expanded, successfully encasing and controlling the Tyrant's Attendant. Tao Xiaoman was very proud as a clear spring began flowing along her sword blade. Hanky smiled beside her and said, "This is from the Splitting Waterfall/skill book that Tao Zi got. It was quite the bargain at the university's auction house a few days ago. She's been using it often when clearing dungeons. It's quite effective." And after Han Ke finished speaking, Tao Xiaoman brought her sword down. Immediately, spring water gushed from her blade, transforming into a waterfall that rose to the sky that fell like a whip when she slashed the monster's body. While the attack power had yet to be seen, the spectacle of this skill was already impressive. The Splitting Waterfall Slash was definitely one of the highest damage-dealing skill for the water sword god profession. When it hit the Tyrant's Attendant's skeleton, it broke through the water sphere's crowd control effect and forced it back several steps. However, while Tao Xiaoman's series of moves looked fierce, the actual results were negligible. The Tyrant's Attendant's skeleton barely took any damage. Lu Fan laughed heartily after seeing this. "Is that all? Seems like you haven't even managed to scratch it." Tao Xiaoman blushed and angrily retorted, It's a skeleton. Where can I possibly leave a scratch? Besides, it's a level 65 elite monster. I'm only level 32. It's normal that I can't break through its defenses. Didn't I ask to have Xiao Q cast Jade Blessing on me? With that buff, I can defeat it in seconds. A Lu Fan deliberately quipped back. But that would be thanks to Xiao Q's Dragon Q attack, not your skill.
Hua!
Tao Xiaoman's face reddened further. She gritted her teeth, unable to think of any rebuttal. She could only turn to Han Ke for help. "Sister Han! Look at Lu Fan! He's making fun of me!" Han Ke gave Lu Fan a stern look and scolded. "Fanner, why are you bullying Tao Zi?" Lu Fan was speechless, realizing that Tao Xiaoman had found a true pillar of support. One he could not go again, though this was just like before. Whenever she could not win an argument, she would go complain to his auntie. I just hadn't summoned Xiao Kui to give her buffs before she rushed in to attack. Tao Xiaoman put her hand on her hip, appearing unwilling to let the matter drop. "Humph! You clearly did it on purpose, wanting to see me make a fool of myself." At this moment, Chin Q helplessly asked, Can you all show a little respect for the monster in the dungeon?" She said this because the Tyrant's Attendant was now charging toward them. Just as Chin Chu finished speaking, two swords appeared beside the silent Jian Ying, the ocean-freezing sword and the army-breaker sword. Jian Ying pointed them forward, and both swords flew toward the Tyrant's Attendant one after another. The ocean-freezing sword arrived first. Though its power was ordinary and was knocked away by the Tyrant's Attendant's blade, at the moment of contact, it released a burst of cold air. This covered the Tyrant's Attendant's skeleton in frost, drastically reducing its movement speed. Soon after, the army breaker sword arrived. Its huge blade sliced through the air, distorting it. This was clearly the army breaker's sword skill, Mountain Quake, being activated. The army breaker sword, carrying the might of this skill, struck the tyrant's attendant. The massive damage sent the skeleton flying, nearly falling back into the sand vortex. This strike was far more powerful than Tao Xiaoman's splitting waterfall slash. The tyrant's attendant's skeleton clearly had several ribs broken. Furthermore, its rusty machete now had a huge nick in it. Being able to damage a level 65 elite monster showed that Jian Ying's strength had indeed improved significantly, which made Lu Fan view her with newfound respect. That was not all. At this moment, Qin Q also waved her staff, releasing a skill. Countless points of light appeared around her. These light points flew into the air, seemingly random, like a starry sky. The points of light's brightness intensified, instantly shooting out numerous thumb-sized light beams that chaotically struck the tyrant's attendant as it was trying to get up from the ground. While each light beam was not particularly powerful, when all of them hit a single monster, even one of a high level could not fully withstand it. It caused the monster to continuously howl in agony. Moreover, since the tyrant's attendant was an undead-type monster, Qin Chu's holy light magic naturally dealt additional damage. Therefore, this skill's damage to the tyrant's attendant was no less than Jian Ying's Mountain Quake. Lu Fan was slightly surprised. The damage difference was clearly visible after she changed her profession to Inquisitor. Her damage output had skyrocketed compared to before, although Tao Xiaoman had not dealt much damage to the monster earlier. The water sword god profession was meant to be balanced. The fact that her skills could crowd control such a high-level monster at half its level was already quite impressive. The other members of Lu Fan's team were clearly individually strong. Seeing her two sisters perform so brilliantly, Tao Xiaoman naturally did not want to fall behind. She stopped arguing with Lu Fan and thrust her sword into the ground, casting another skill. From her blade, clear spring water flowed out, seeping into the sand. Beneath the tyrant's attendant, which Qin Q was keeping occupied, a spring suddenly burst forth. Its water flowed like chains to wrap around the target. This was clearly another crowd control skill. The tyrant's attendant was already agitated from Qin Chu's skills, and now, with another skill applying a debuff effect, it became even more maddened. However, just as it was about to struggle free, Jian Ying silently controlled the ocean-freezing sword to attack, targeting not the tyrant's attendant, but at the spring water at its feet. As the ocean-freezing sword plunged into the spring water instantly froze, dramatically increasing the crowd control effect of Tao Xiaoman's skill. The water chains transformed into ice chains, firmly binding the tyrant's attendant. Even though it was a level 65 elite monster, it could not break free for the moment. Lu Fan was amazed. He never expected that Tao Xiaoman and Jian Ying's skills could work together so well. It was clear that during his absence, the team must have been frequently practicing in dungeon instances. Without Lu Fan to carry them, they had developed such better teamwork and coordination. Qin Chu's damage output far exceeded that of ordinary mages. Tao Xiaoman and Jian Ying's coordination allowed them to utilize the ocean-freezing sword and water sword god profession characteristics, providing even stronger crowd control. Under the three's combined efforts, the tyrant's attendant struggled to move. Despite being many levels higher than Jian Ying and the others, it ultimately could not escape the fate of being killed. After killing the tyrant's attendant, Tao Xiaoman was very proud. She waved her sword at Lu Fan and said, "How about that? Isn't our teamwork perfect?" Lu Fan nodded and smiled. "The coordination is indeed great and everyone's strength has improved significantly. You're all only level 32 or 33, yet you can kill a level 65 elite boss without taking damage. All of you must be unmatched among Dragon Capital University's freshmen." "Of course," Tao Xiaoman proudly said. "If we have another freshman exam, the three of us teaming up would definitely place in the top 3. Qin Chu was not as boastful as Tao Xiaoman, though. Even so, she still proudly said, "When you weren't around, we even cleared the poison spider forest with a senior sister that Han-Ki knows. Although it took a long time, we eventually succeeded in clearing it." "You cleared the poison spider forest." Lu Fan was very surprised. The poison spider forest was a level 45 terror dungeon instance. Usually, it was only attempted by a full team of fourth-year students who averaged around level 50. For Jian Ying and the others to attempt this dungeon at level 30 with Han-Ki, who had a lifestyle-specialized profession, and actually clear it, this news would definitely astonish many at Dragon Capital University. Even at Dragon Capital University, there probably were not many teams who could accomplish this. Seeing Lu Fan being so surprised, all three women felt proud. Jian Ying even showed a faint smile and said, "After you left for the far north, we had a discussion. As you grow stronger, we, as your teammates, need to work harder to get stronger too. Otherwise, we would just continue to hold you back. So these past 2 months, we've been working hard every day to level up and learn." But Jian Ying looked at Lu Fan's level and smiled helplessly. "It seems like the gap between us is still getting bigger." Seeing Jian Ying's disappointment, Lu Fan could not help but feel touched. Given Jian Ying's independent personality, it was quite significant for her to openly express wanting to work hard in keeping up with Lu Fan's pace. Their team had strong cohesion, with everyone wanting to maintain it. It was different from teams that disbanded due to power differences between members. Truthfully, the strength gap between Lu Fan and them had become ridiculous. It was ridiculous at the start, but it had become even more so. Even so, Lu Fan had never thought about leaving the team to go solo. He smiled and said, "I've seen how hard you've all worked. Actually, my high level now is because I participated in the national trial and received a ton of rewards. Look, no need to worry, I currently have 10 dungeons. I also don't have anything else to do for a while, so we can just keep clearing these dungeons together. I believe the level gap between us will get smaller and smaller over time." Lu Fan's words warmed everyone's hearts. However, Tao Shaman was not one to show being touched. She raised her fist at Lu Fan and said, "Not just smaller. One day, I'll definitely surpass you." My profession is balanced in the early stages without many highlights, but it has great potential and will become a true all-rounder later. When that time comes, I'll challenge you to PvP. I'll string you up to beat you up." Just as Tao Shaman finished speaking, there was movement from the sand vortex in the distance. This time, 3 tyrants' attendants crawled out. Lu Fan glanced at these 3 monsters and casually drew out his underworld serpent's cry. He used Summon Divine Arrow to enchant it with Magma Burst, then casually shot an arrow. The arrow transformed into a ball of magma, landing precisely between the 3 tyrants' attendants. Soon after, a pillar of fire shot towards the sky, engulfing the monsters. In an instant, the 3 tyrants' attendants were burned to ash by the magma and flames, with barely any resistance. The flames took a long time to dissipate. At the monster's location, only a still burning magma pool remained, with surrounding sand grains glittering. They had clearly turned to glass shards by the intense heat. Such a shot left all the women present stunned. They knew exactly how strong a tyrant's attendant was from their fight earlier. Yet, such a high-level, high-attribute elite monster was instantly killed by Lu Fan's casual arrow? Looking at everything before her, Tao Xiaoman almost bit her tongue. Lu Fan put away his underworld serpent's cry, picked his ear, and asked Tao Xiaoman, "Tao Zi, what were you saying earlier? I think I heard something about stringing up someone to beat them up." "Well." Tao Xiaoman's expression became interesting. "No, nothing! I didn't say anything just now." Everyone burst out laughing. Han-Ki covered her mouth and chuckled, looking at the distant sand vortex and said, "Fanner, it looks like more monsters are about to spawn. Stop teasing them and let's focus on clearing them out." "En. All right." Seeing the true bosses speak, Lu Fan stopped teasing Tao Xiaoman and got serious. He planned on releasing his dragons to get a share of the experience points here. The girls were already quite familiar with Xiao Ye and Xiao Kui. After all, the two dragons had been living and eating with everyone for some time, eating until their bellies were round and rolling their eyes at the dinner table. Xing Chen had also gone through many poison spider forest runs with everyone. Although she was aloof and basically would not let anyone touch her, everyone recognized her. As for the last dragon, Bao Bao, Lu Fan had only mentioned him, never actually showing him to everyone. After all, Lu Fan understood Bao Bao too well. Just like a Tibetan Mastiff, he would attack anyone except Lu Fan. For some reason, he was incredibly fierce and aggressive. How could Lu Fan possibly dare to let him out at home? If he bit his auntie, that would be a huge problem. So, after readily releasing Xiao Ku, Xiao Yi, and Xing Chen, Lu Fan was hesitant about whether to release his last baby dragon Bao Bao. Instead, Qin Q actively asked Lu Fan, "Lu Fan, didn't you say you have a fourth pet dragon? Since we are leveling up, why not let it come out to gain some experience points?" And after much hesitation, Lu Fan smiled bitterly at everyone and said, "I didn't want to release him because he is a little too aggressive. I still can't fully control him." Qin Q laughed when she heard this. "It's still your pet. How could it be uncontrollable? I see Xiao Kui and Xiao Ye are both very well behaved. Although Xing Chen is a bit aloof, she's still very obedient when it matters. You say that because you don't know what happened right after hatching." Lu Fan was about to explain, but then thought that the main purpose of running this dungeon instance was to level up Bao Bao. Although Bao Bao is reckless, he still follows my commands, so he most likely will not hurt them. After more consideration, Lu Fan agreed. "Never mind, I'll summon him to show everyone. But all of you must stand back. Best be careful to ensure he doesn't bite you." Hearing Lu Fan say this, everyone's curiosity was thoroughly aroused. The previous 3 pet dragons were all well behaved and deeply loved by the girls. Just how strange was this 4th pet dragon's personality that even Lu Fan was reluctant to summon him. Lu Fan pursed his lips and drew out a summoning array. When the array formed, thunder immediately roared from within. The impressive atmosphere startled Jian Ying and the others. Blue, purple lightning ravaged within the array, as if the other side of the transport array was connected to a sea of lightning. With a thunderous boom, a not-so-big figure flew out, carrying countless crackling thunderbolts wherever it went. "Whoa, what a cool baby dragon!" Tao Xiamen unconsciously blurted out, eyes wide as she watched Bao Bao fly out from the summoning array and soar through the air. Undeniably, Bao Bao's entrance was extremely impressive. As a magic attack profession-type pet dragon, Bao Bao's special effects were maxed out. Wrapped in lightning, his wings seemed to be formed from crackling heavenly lightning, with lightning streaks spreading everywhere he passed, illuminating the sky. However, Bao Bao's magnificent entrance was destined to be just a fleeting moment, because after Bao Bao appeared from the summoning array, several more tyrant's attendants emerged from the sand vortex in front of everyone. Bao Bao circled once in the sky and immediately discovered the monster's presence. He let out a happy ang, releasing a dragon roar, followed by the sound of thunderclaps. Without needing any commands from Lu Fan, the battle-loving Bao Bao had already acted. He opened his mouth and released his dragon breath, which transformed into a mighty lightning strike, directly striking the sand vortex. The several tyrants' attendants that had just appeared were naturally enveloped within, not only falling into a paralyzed state from the lightning strike, but their bodies also beginning to crack under the constant lightning bombardment. This should be Bao Bao's skill, Roaring Thunder. It was very similar to Lu Fan's skill, Roar of the Blue Dragon King. Even when Bao Bao released this skill, Lu Fan felt a dragon language resonance within his body, giving him the urge to release Roar of the Blue Dragon King together. Lu Fan guessed that Roaring Thunder and Roar of the Blue Dragon King were probably the same skill. If he released Roar of the Blue Dragon King, it would trigger dragon language resonance. However, Lu Fan did not release his dragon language skill because there was no need to. Although Bao Bao was only level 1 with attributes that were not that high yet, and this skill's power was not as strong as if Lu Fan had casted it. This was still dragon language magic. It was naturally not something the tyrant's attendants could easily resist. While Roaring Thunder's attack power was limited for now, unable to instantly kill these level 65 elite monsters, the paralyze effect carried within the skill left these monsters unable to move. Furthermore, they would be continuously being struck with the lightning within the lightning pool. Bao Bao seemed unsatisfied with having to slowly grind down opponents with his skill. While letting out Roaring Thunder, he also extended his dragon claw in a grab, and a purple-red lightning appeared in his palm, radiating dazzling light. Bao Bao narrowed his dragon eyes, targeting the tyrant's attendant closest to the edge of the Roaring Thunder skill's lightning pool, and threw the purple-red lightning in his claw. This purple-red lightning instantly exploded, cutting across the sky and striking the targeted tyrant's attendant. Boom! Though lightning was already constantly striking in the lightning pool, when this Heaven's Tribulation skill was released, an even larger thunderclap rang out, which was deafening to the ears. Heaven's Tribulation landed on the targeted tyrant's attendant. Its massive damage instantly shattered its body without any suspense. Seeing the monster get killed, Bao Bao clearly became more excited. Both dragon claws simultaneously grabbed Heaven's Tribulation's purple-red lightning, and he began to wildly bombard the monsters below. The overlapping sounds of the two skills made Lu Fan and others feel the ground beneath their feet continuously tremble. At this moment, all they could see before them was a constantly churning pool of lightning, creating huge explosions in the sea of flowing sand. Above, purple-red lightning continued to strike down, each strike able to destroy a tyrant's attendant. Even after this wave of monsters was completely destroyed by Bao Bao, the lightning pool did not disappear because Bao Bao knew more monsters would emerge from the sand vortex below. This was a monster spawn point, and the poor tyrant's attendants could only appear here, only to get killed. As soon as they appeared, they would be directly slaughtered by Bao Bao. When the second wave of monsters had only partially spawned in, the huge amount of experience points had already caused Bao Bao to level up. After leveling up, his mana attribute surged, making the power of his skill even more terrifying. Looking at Baby Dragon leveling up to level 2, Tao Xiaoman covered her forehead, doubting reality. My goodness, is this really a level 1 pet? This is too much. He is clearly only level 1 yet able to dominate a level 65 elite monster. Lu Fan, you are becoming more and more abnormal. Just what kind of pets do you have around you? Jian Ying glanced at her, appearing quite used to it. Don't you understand Lu Fan's pet dragon by now? Qin Q nodded and said, That's right, whatever Lu Fan does is just normal now, huh? Even if you told me now that he's killed level 85 nightmare bosses with a single attack, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Lu Fan unconsciously glanced at Chun Chu, thinking this girl was quite clever. How does she know I've killed level 85 nightmare bosses? After hearing what the two women said while watching a single baby dragon causing so much chaos, Tao Xiaoman was completely dumbfounded. She knew Lu Fan was strong. But calling this normal, were they not just deceiving themselves? Whose level 2 pet could fully block elite monsters, spawn points, and farm them? Bao Bao had not stopped using skills at this spawn point, not slowing down in the slightest. In the sand vortex, tyrants' attendants kept appearing and were continuously destroyed at an extremely fast pace. Later, some level 70 elite monsters called tyrants' attendant corpses also started appearing. After these elite monsters appeared, they only survived a few seconds longer under the baby dragon's wild bombardment. They were still unable to escape their fate of being killed by lightning. Watching Bao Bao fight more fiercely, using skills as if they cost nothing, even people like Chun Q, who were used to Lu Fan's abnormality, became unsettled. Han Ke even actively asked Lu Fan why he could keep using skills without any sign of stopping. even if he was a pet dragon. Continuously releasing such powerful skills, could his mana pool really sustain it all? Lu Fan chuckled and revealed Bao Bao's Lightning Spring Passives panel. After seeing this skill, everyone fell silent. After all, this skill meant that Bao Bao basically had mana pool to draw from. For a magic attack pet dragon, having an infinite mana pool was no different from a Gatling gun with unlimited bullets. Pull the trigger, and it just goes errata, tat, tat, shooting out blue flames like nothing. Who could possibly compete with that? Since she had a mage profession, Chun-Kyu was moved to tears with envy. No, the ones who should really be crying were the monster being blocked at their spawn point, without needing anyone's help. Bao Bao thoroughly enjoyed his time battling here. Finally, until the sand vortex stopped, indicating no more monster would appear, Bao Bao reluctantly put away his skills. His hungry gaze soon turned toward Xiao Ye and the other pet dragon. But he quickly looked away. He was aggressive and loved to fight, but was not stupid. After being beaten up by his 3 dragon sisters last time, he temporarily did not dare to provoke them. He knew that his master had brought him to a place with monster, and there would naturally be many opportunities later to show off his abilities. There was no need to seek a beating from his sisters. So, Bao Bao descended from the sky, coming to Lu Fan's side, behaving quite properly. From earlier until now, he alone had farmed about 20 monsters, reaching level 2, and was likely just 1 step away from level 3. Lu Fan was quite satisfied with this speed of leveling. Seems like farming this dungeon instance yields a ton of experience points. It should not take long for Bao Bao to enter his growth period. Xing Chen might even reach her maturing period. Since there are no more monsters here, let's continue exploring this dungeon instance and see where we can find the boss. Lu Fan patted Bao Bao's head and said to everyone. The others naturally had no objections. However, this dungeon instance was too large. Looking around, there was nothing but the endless desert in all directions. They seemed to be in the middle of the desert, and choosing which direction to go first was a problem. Finally, it was Han Kei who noticed that there was a bright spot continuously glowing on the dead monster's body. Lu Fan went over and upon checking it, found it was actually a special item. It was an oddly glowing, clearly enchanted sheepskin fragment. Tyrant's Retreat Route Map Fragments. Mission Item. Description. Collect all map fragments to obtain the Tyrant's Retreat route in the Death Desert Ocean. Current collection progress 1-500. Lu Fan pondered briefly and immediately understood. Lu Fan pondered briefly and immediately understood. If all the map fragments could be collected, they would get the Tyrant's Retreat route. And since the Tyrant died during his retreat, following the retreat route would roughly tell them where to find the lost treasure required by the mission. As for the map fragments, they needed to collect them by hunting down the monsters here, so everyone needed to properly explore this whole place. After understanding the method to clear the dungeon instance, the impatient Tao Shaman wanted to set out, choosing a random direction to advance and grind monsters. However, Lu Fan stopped her and advised, "Don't rush. I think we can't be that reckless here. Look around you. It's all desert, seemingly empty and unnaturally quiet. The more it's like this, the more careful we need to be." Kao saying this, Lu Fan pointed out the issues he noticed in the dungeon instance's description. Thus, he had to remind everyone here. Everyone agreed with Lu Fan's speculation, feeling that though this desert looked quiet, it definitely harbored many hidden dangers. Be it monsters that might be lurking under the sand or the so-called quicksand vortex. For this type of map, the optimal solution would definitely be to explore using sky mounts. But among everyone, only Lu Fan had pet dragons. The rest did not have the ability to fly. However, this was not a difficult thing for Lu Fan. He directly had Xiao Kui summon the 2 fallen corpse holy dragon kings, and had them open their puppet sub-space to summon 10 demonic bloodthirsty bats. Demonic bloodthirsty bats were the weakest existences among the 9 hell demons' army. Lu Fan had tens of thousands of these monsters. They were the perfect cannon fodder. Lu Fan one-on-one, let these things scout ahead. We'll follow from behind. This way, if there are any dangers, they'll trigger it for us. Now originally, everyone was surprised at how Lu Fan's flying dragon kings had changed to this appearance. Now, seeing Lu Fan having the flying dragon kings summon some unknown monsters, everyone was even more astonished. Lu Fan, your flying dragon kings, how is it that they can summon monsters? Han-Kei could not close her mouth, feeling that she could comprehend Lu Fan less than before. Lu Fan smiled and said, "My flying dragon kings have evolved twice in the extremely far north ice plains and in the National Trial Secret Realm. Now, they are called Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon Kings. They are also now Quasi-Dragon Kings, so their appearance is somewhat different from before." Quasi-Dragon Kings! Isn't that about the same as Xiao Ye and the others? All four women were shocked at the same time. Calculating this way, did this not mean Lu Fan had 6 Dragon Kings as pets? Lu Fan thought for a moment and said, in terms of attributes and combat power, they still have some gap compared to proper Dragon Kings like Xiao Ye and the others. Even so, they have a special trait that's very useful. Speaking thus far, Lu Fan snapped his fingers, and the Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon Kings immediately understood. They let out their purple gas, which spread out to envelop the remains of a tyrant's attendant on the ground. Soon, under everyone's surprised gaze, this tyrant's attendant actually reassembled its body and stood up. Seeing the tyrant's attendant stand again, Bao Bao immediately became energetic. His wings crackled with the clear intention of blowing up this monster again. Fortunately, Lu Fan had anticipated that he would get too excited upon seeing a killable monster, so he restrained him. After restraining Bao Bao, Lu Fan explained to everyone, "This is one of the Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon King's skills. They can revive dead monsters and turn them into Fallen Corpse puppets for me to use." The sound of sharp intakes of breaths was continuous. Jian Ying, with her broad knowledge, exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, isn't that skill very similar to a hidden profession called necromancer?" Necromancer was a relatively well-known hidden profession. Mentioned in various textbooks, it was only natural for most people to know about it. Lu Fan was naturally very familiar with it as well. Lu Fan thought for a moment and said, "Actually, it's very different. Necromancer can only enslave normal monster, and they will face difficulty enslaving anything above normal grade, gold. There are also many restrictions when they want to enslave a boss. As for the Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon Kings, this part is different. They can enslave any monster with lower all 4 attributes than them, boss are no exception. Moreover, there's no limit on the quantity of monsters they can enslave because all Fallen Corpse puppets are stored in the puppet sub-space. As you all know, the puppet sub-space is boundless. Accommodating hundreds of thousands of puppets is not a problem." The sound of sharp intakes of breaths came again. Qin Chu said in utter amazement, "Doesn't that mean you can use every boss you've killed as a summon? If that's true, with the Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon Kings, you could easily build an entire monster army." Lu Fan smiled and nodded, thinking to himself that he had already done this. His monster army was the 9 Hell Demons army that had cost Extremistis country dearly. Tao Xiaoman's imagination also began to open up following Qin Chu's question. With one hand supporting her chin, she said, "Let's put the monster army aside for now. I think this current dungeon instance will be much easier to clear than we imagined. If we keep turning dead monsters into summons, with this gradual accumulation, couldn't we eventually have all the monsters in the dungeon instance surround the final boss? After we farm 2 more waves of monsters, we would not even need to act ourselves. We could just let the monsters fight each other while we enjoy the show." Lu Fan smiled and said, "We could do that, but it would be too slow. The monsters in this dungeon instance are far too weak. Rather than letting them kill each other, it would be faster if I let my pet dragon crush them." That makes sense. Tao Xiaoman nodded, then continued, "However, don't waste the monster corpses. Lu Fan, just turn all of them into fallen corpse puppets. They should be useful for leveling in the wilderness or clearing dungeon instances in the future. Others also nodded in agreement. After all, this was a level 70 Nightmare Dungeon instance, and the monsters inside were quite strong. They would definitely be great helpers for grinding monsters. However, Lu Fan indicated that while it might be worth enslaving bosses, regular monsters were just cannon fodder, and he realistically did not need more cannon fodder. Tao Xiaoman was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. After all, these were all at least level 60 elite monsters with considerable combat power. Yet, he was too lazy to enslave them when it just took him in order to do so. Realistically, it was the fallen corpse Holy Dragon Kings that was doing all the work. Lu Fan did not even need to do anything but move his mouth. Lu Fan nodded, directly admitting, "That's right, I'm really too lazy to collect them." Lu Fan had the fallen corpse Holy Dragon King summon a demon knight, saying he had nearly 2,000 of these level 75 gold-grade bosses. Summoning a war drummer next, Lu Fan said he had about 30 of these main stage bosses. The demon general was also summoned by Lu Fan, and he mentioned he had 9 of these level 85 diamond-grade boss. Originally, when Lu Fan said he had 9 demon general fallen corpse puppets, it had already left all the girls rigid with disbelief. Finally, Lu Fan summoned the Mad Hell Demon. This boss is a level 85 epic grade boss, and I have 9 similar ones. Lu Fan's tone was casual, but in the ears of Jian Ying and others, it was like a thunderbolt during a clear sky. A level 85 epic grade boss! This was an existence that could easily flatten a city. Yet, this kind of boss had been enslaved by Lu Fan, and he had enslaved 9 of them. This was simply outrageous! Jian Ying stared at the Mad Hell Demon in a daze for a while, then her body trembled once she recognized it. Even someone as composed as her became unsettled. Lu Fan, this boss, could it be one of the 9 Hell Demons? You know about the 9 Hell Demons! Lu Fan was slightly surprised. After all, if he had not participated in the national trial, he would not have known much about Extremist country's 9 Hell Demons. It really is one of the 9 Hell Demon. Jian Ying's pupils shook greatly as she said. When I was in high school, I was interested in the history of foreign countries, so I read quite a lot of books on them. Among them, there was information about Extremist country's 9 Hell Demons. When I saw that demon general earlier, I felt it looked familiar. If I'm not wrong, this Mad Hell Demon is the strongest among the 9 Hell Demons. I have a deep impression of it, so I could easily recognize it. Seeing that Jian Ying knew something about this epic grade boss Lu Fan had summoned, the others all asked about its background. After hearing Jian Ying's explanation about the 9 Hell Demons, everyone was thunderstruck. Even such a powerful boss had been enslaved by Lu Fan. This was getting more and more unbelievable. Since returning, Lu Fan had not mentioned much about what happened in the national trial, so he took this opportunity to briefly explain his gains from the secret realms. When they learned that these few bosses before them were just the tip of the iceberg, and that Lu Fan actually controlled the entire 9 Hell Demons army, everyone looked at Lu Fan as if they were looking at a monster. Tao Xiaoman clicked her tongue in amazement and said with both shock and joy, "In that case, don't you now have the armies that made Extremist country bow their heads? If Extremist country offends you again, you could just release the 9 Hell Demons army. I bet their people would cry. Well, we'll see if they are so blind as to be seeking death." Lu Fan smiled, then put away the remaining fallen corpsey puppets, leaving only the Mad Hell Demon. The Mad Hell Demon was very powerful, capable of steamrolling through this death desert ocean alone. After Lu Fan possessed the 9 Hell Demons army, he thought about his days of auto-farming dungeons and leveling up. Now, with the chance to let the fallen corpse puppets kill all his enemies for him, why should he waste his own effort? When encountering monsters, just let the Mad Hell Demon handle it. Of course, Lu Fan had also considered whether to directly release the 9 Hell Demons army to clear this entire map. However, to find the final boss, one needs to collect map fragments. Lu Fan felt that since this mechanism exists, it was likely an important prerequisite for triggering the final boss's appearance. It was possible if he could not collect all the map fragments, the final boss would not appear. Lu Fan could not possibly dig through the entire Death Desert Ocean to find the boss, could he? Finding a boss in such a nearly boundless dungeon instance would be like finding a needle in a haystack. The 9 Hell Demons' army could kill monsters, but they could not collect dungeon items for him. If he let the army spread out to farm monsters, Lu Fan would still have to search for map fragments one by one, which would be more troublesome. To simply put it, they should treat it like they were clearing a normal dungeon. He should bring everyone along to search together, clearing whatever they encountered. This way, they would not miss out on important mission items like map fragments. With the Mad Hell Demon, a level 85 epic grade boss, there were not many monsters that required everyone's effort. Lu Fan had everyone split into 3 formations. The newly transformed fallen corpse puppets and demonic bloodthirsty bat formed the first line, walking at the front. Once they encountered any danger, they would be the first to face it, fulfilling their role as cannon fodder. The second formation was the Mad Hell Demon wielding its iron mace. If any monsters appeared, they would be dealt with immediately. As for the last formation, that was Lu Fan and the others. Everyone only needed to leisurely explore without worrying about anything else. After arranging everyone in this formation, Lu Fan led everyone in one direction. Sure enough, the vanguard fallen corpse puppets soon encountered trouble. A quicksand vortex suddenly formed under their feet, pulling at their bodies, constantly sinking and drawing them toward the center of the vortex. Although the fallen corpse puppets had no intelligence, they had combat instincts. After falling into the quicksand, they struggled desperately, trying to escape the vortex. However, even though they were level 65 elite-grade monsters with high attributes, they could not escape from the quicksand vortex's pull and could only watch helplessly as they sank deeper. Once swallowed by the quicksand, the result was predictable. Seeing the front, most fallen corpse puppets sink into the quicksand, all the girls present breathed sighs of relief while casting admiring glances at Lu Fan. They had not been trapped by the quicksand vortex because of his foresight. If Lu Fan had not warned everyone about possible dangers here, and had cannon fodder walk in front, they might have been the ones caught in the quicksand vortex. Chun Q repeatedly sighed in admiration. After all, Lu Fan was now so experienced, able to so easily find the safest method to explore an unfamiliar dungeon. This wave of monsters gave Lu Fan another map fragment, and Bao Bao reached level 3. Looking at the current situation, collecting 500 map fragments would be quite time-consuming. Fortunately, this dungeon instance gave high experience points. What came next was relatively simple. Lu Fan had Xiao Q cast Jade Shield on everyone to prevent sudden accidents. Then, he had the fallen corpse puppet scout ahead. If they encountered any quicksand vortex, everyone would temporarily detour around it. If they encountered monsters, naturally, the Mad Hell Demon would step in and easily eliminate them. Besides the Mad Hell Demon, Bao Bao, being the battle-loving baby dragon he was, could not stay idle and joined the fray. Whenever monsters appeared, he would compete with the Mad Hell Demon for kills, insisting on killing the monsters himself. However, the level and attributes difference was far too huge. Most monsters were instantly killed by the Mad Hell Demon's mace, leaving Bao Bao few chances to secure any kills. This made Bao Bao increasingly annoyed with the Mad Hell Demon. Several times, if Lu Fan had not quickly stopped him, he would have attacked the Mad Hell Demon. Although he did not get that many monster kills, their experience points definitely flowed into Bao Bao's body, making his level increase quite rapidly. Soon, the group encountered their first dungeon boss. Of course, this dungeon boss met a miserable fate, being shattered by the Mad Hell Demon in one hit. But the rich experience points provided by this boss helped Bao Bao reach level 5. What Lu Fan had not expected was that after reaching level 5, Bao Bao would learn another skill, Chain Lightning Active Skill LV Win. Release a lightning bolt that can jump between multiple enemies, causing chain damage. Damage will increase by 20% for each jump up to 8 jumps. When used on a single target, the lightning bolt can jump between Blue Dragon King, Wrath of the Storm, and the enemy, with damage increasing by 50% per jump. Another damage output skill, and an area of effect magic skill at that. This skill was similar to the Lightning Mage's second profession skill, Chain Lightning, though their power could not be compared. Moreover, while Chain Lightning was only a single attack when dealing with a single person, Leaping Thunder could continuously jump between Bao Bao and the enemy, increasing in damage each jump. Thus, this skill could also be seen as a multi-hit single-target skill. No matter what, all 8 jumps would definitely be completed, maximizing the damage output. Generally speaking, mage skills were much more numerous than other professions. It was because of their many skills, mages have high burst damage. Releasing all skills at once made it difficult for both players or monsters to withstand. However, mages would not throw out all their skills at one go. Instead, they would selectively use more practical skills first. After all, they had one major limitation, which was their mana pool. This was a hidden attribute, like a person's stamina that couldn't be shown numerically but existed and could be sensed by those who had undergone profession change. Mages pursued increasing their mana attribute not only to increase their magic attack damage, but also to increase their defenses. Just like how some close combat profession players increased their endurance attribute for both defense and stamina. Therefore, it was not simply better for mages to have more skills. Along with numerous skills, they needed a sufficient mana pool to support the usage of such skills. For Bao Bao, he was a Blue Dragon King, which was basically made to use magic spells. He practically had an infinite mana pool. Under these conditions, each additional skill represented a huge increase in his magic damage output. Before, he could already dominate monsters with just Roaring Thunder and Heaven's Punishment. With another skill added, how could the monsters here possibly withstand it? Whatever monster appeared, he could just spam skills at it. Bao Bao's combat style was just this simple and brutal, but was undeniably incredibly effective. Therefore, the appearance of Leaping Thunder significantly increased Bao Bao's strength. Moreover, among Lu Fan's pet dragons, none had learned a new skill at level 5. Lu Fan estimated that Bao Bao's frequency in learning skills would likely be extremely high. He will most likely be the one with the most skills among all my children. When he fully matures, Lu Fan could already imagine dozens of skills being frantically thrown out. How could someone possibly withstand that bombardment? The name Bao Bao is quite fitting indeed. He, Lu Fan, had the Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon King use Fallen Corpse control to enslave the defeated boss, adding it as new cannon fodder, using it to continue the advance. Afterward, the group encountered many monster attacks and quicksand vortex ambushes. However, because Lu Fan was well prepared and had the Mad Hell Demon nearby, these dangers were basically non-existent. Any danger was absorbed by the cannon fodder, while Lu Fan's group felt like they were on vacation, not having to worry about anything. However, the group did not want to just coast along, do nothing and gain experience points. To train their skills in combat, Jian Ying and others would still choose to fight alongside the Mad Hell Demon and Bao Bao whenever they encountered monsters. At first, each wave only had 10 to 20 monsters, which was not enough to share amongst them. Not especially after Bao Bao learned his new skill and his damage output increased dramatically. Oftentimes, the battle would end before Chun Q could even prepare her skill. Later, the number of monsters gradually increased, with the group encountering 5 or 6 quicksand vortexes forming at once, from which various monsters would emerge, numbering around 50. Once that started happening, Jian Ying and the others finally had the chance to engage with the monsters. Soon, the group had spent a full day in the dungeon, killing countless monsters and collecting over 400 map fragments. Throughout their journey, Lu Fan had not been leading everyone around aimlessly like headless flies. He had not forgotten his mission in coming to the Death Desert Ocean. It was to claim the divine-grade treasure map! After a day's journey, Lu Fan finally arrived at the coordinates marked on the treasure map. Using the excuse of taking a break, Lu Fan had everyone sit down to eat something, while he sat down at the treasure map coordinates and quietly opened his system panel. He covertly chose to claim the divine-grade treasure map. He wondered if this divine-grade treasure map would unearth another dragon egg. Ding, the coordinates of the host matches the coordinates of the treasure map. Divine grade. Treasure map used successfully. Ding, congratulations host on obtaining 1 Dragon Hunter's Will Golden Dragon King Helmet. 1 Shadow Dragon King Contract Crafting Recipe. The divine grade treasure map was claimed, but its reward surprised Lu Fan. Previously, every time Lu Fan claimed a divine grade treasure map, he would get a mythical grade dragon egg. Lu Fan naturally assumed he would get his 5th dragon egg this time. He would soon reach level 45 and unlock his next pet slot. After getting the dragon egg, he could quickly hatch it to further increase his combat power. However, what Lu Fan had not expected was that the divine grade treasure map he claimed did not contain a dragon egg. My luck ran out. Lu Fan felt slightly disappointed but decided to check the rewards first. After all, it was from a divine-grade treasure map. These 2 items should be anything but ordinary. Lu Fan first looked at the Dragon Hunter's Will Golden Dragon King Helmet in his system panel. Sure enough, it was a mythical grade item, part of the mythical grade equipment set. Dragon Hunter's Will Golden Dragon King Helmet. A mythical equipment set, level requirement 90, profession requirement, Dragon Hunter, Silver Dragon Rider, Dragon Blood Warrior, Agility Ain 43, Strength Liton 81, Mana plus 433, Endurance flow 48, additional skill, Golden Form, active skill, transforms the entire body into gold. In this state, caster will be immune to all damage. However, at the same time, caster will not be able to move, attack, or use any skills. Can exit Golden Form state at any time while active. Maximum duration 3 minutes. Golden Dragon King Bloodline Release. Active skill, LV1 releases the Dragon Hunter's Will remaining in the equipment. Gains the Golden Dragon King Ultimate Shield's Bloodline Power. Enable one's body to transform into the Golden Dragon King. Once transformed, user will receive Strength ups level x50, Agility lufus level x50, Endurance ups level of 200, cannot enter riding state while transformed into Golden Dragon King, an equipment set bonus. Golden Dragon King Bloodline Release level so once a 1 summon 2, Golden Dragon King Bloodline Release level for 1. Gain skill, Golden Dragon King's Judgment Wings 1 and 3, Golden Dragon King Bloodline Release level 1. Gain skill, Golden Dragon King's Blood Eruption I-14, Golden Dragon King Bloodline Release level for 1. Gain skill, Golden Dragon King's Light Ender Talent L1 Gullah 5. The attributes were somewhat lower compared to the belt. Though this was normal, as helmets generally had the lowest attribute bonuses among all equipment types. This helmet also had an additional skill, Golden Form. After one look, Lu Fan realized it was just like the invincibility skill from games he had played before. This skill was quite useful for Lu Fan. In the future, if he encountered particularly strong opponents where his attributes were too low to fight and they were pursuing him, this skill would prove invaluable. Lu Fan could use Golden Form to avoid damage while watching how his opponent dealt with his 6 pet dragons and his 9 Hell Demons army. In 3 minutes, how many people could withstand being surrounded by 6 dragons plus the 9 Hell Demons? Moreover, Lu Fan had never had a helmet equipment before. So, this could be equipped to greatly increase his overall combat power. However, this was a level 90 mythical grade equipment, and Lu Fan was still far from being able to equip it. After returning to Dragon Capital, I would need to find another no-level requirement enchantment scroll. After reviewing its details, Lu Fan decided to put the helmet in his inventory first. He began examining the other item, the contract crafting recipe. This crafting recipe was called the Shadow Dragon King Contract Crafting Recipe. It seemed to actually be the only thing that was directly related to his pet dragons. Can this make up for not getting a dragon egg? Lu Fan thought before checking it out. However, when he looked over it, Lu Fan's heart skipped a beat. Shadow Dragon King Contract Crafting Recipes. Mythical grade special item description after use can craft the special item Shadow Dragon King Contract. Require Radiant Shadow Stone 0 to 3, Ancient God Crystal Lasiramanzi 1, Shadow Isle Essence 0 to 300, Shadow Spring Water 050, a Shadow Dragon King Contract, a mythical grade special item and description. After use, summons Shadow Dragon King Blade of Darkness to fight for the caster. Duration 1 hour. Contract can be used 3 times. Shadow Dragon King Blade of Darkness will be the same level as the caster. What a great item! Its effects are basically no weaker than a dragon egg! If he could craft the Shadow Dragon King Contract, Lu Fan could summon a Shadow Dragon King of the same level as himself. He would be skipping the leveling process, and it could immediately join battle! Such a powerful special item was only mythical grade surely because it could only be used 3 times. Still, this limitation had no effect on Lu Fan at all since Xiao Qiu had her Devar and Assimilate skill. In other words, she could eat the Shadow Dragon King Contract and turn it into a permanent skill. After all, there was already a precedent with the dragon's summoning bone flute. This greatly increased the significance of the Shadow Dragon King Contract. This was essentially the same as being given a dragon egg, one which could participate in battle immediately after hatching. The divine grade treasure map certainly did not disappoint. In his excitement, Lu Fan looked at the required materials for the crafting recipe. It required over 1,000 items in total. The dense list of materials required made Lu Fan's teeth ache, because among these materials, only the Radiant Shadow Stone and a few others near the end were relatively common. They were purchasable just at a high price. As for other items like the Ancient God Crystal, Shadow Isle Essence, Shadow Spring Water, and so on, Lu Fan had not even heard of them. Those that I have not heard of must be very rare. Gathering them wouldn't be simple. With no other choice, Lu Fan could only plan to post a purchase advertisement at Dragon Capital University's auction house, while also asking the Prosperous Heaven auction house. The Prosperous Heaven auction house was now Dragon Country's top auction house. With its backing, he believes he should be able to purchase most of the materials needed for the crafting recipe. Though the divine grade treasure map had been claimed and yielded excellent rewards, none were usable right now. So, Lu Fan could only eagerly put them away and rest briefly with Han K and the others, eating some food and drinking some water to claim him down. After the short break, Lu Fan continued leading the team forward. With the divine grade treasure map claimed, Lu Fan had no other concerns. Next, he just needed to properly run this dungeon several times to see what rewards clearing it for the first time would yield. The group continued forward, encountering several waves of monster attacks. In the largest monster wave so far, there were over 100 monsters. Of course, over 100 monsters were still nothing to Lu Fan's group. The Mad Hell Demon and Bao Bao easily divided and conquered them all. In this dungeon instance, the group had cleared over 5,000 monsters, including 3 main stage bosses. These monsters provided massive experience points to Lu Fan's group. Qinchu Tao Xiaoman and Xiao Kui had leveled up once, while Han K, being at a lower level, gained 2 levels. Bao Bao leveled up the most. He had already reached level 8. Such rapid leveling was due not only to this dungeon's high level. It did provide enormous experience points, but Lu Fan's accelerated growth aura having reached level 7 played a key role too. Currently, he was providing nearly 5 times the experience points boost to his pet dragons. At this rate, Bao Bao would likely enter his growth period in just a few days. Finally, after the 4th main stage boss whimpered and was killed by the Mad Hell Demon's mace, Bao Bao and Han K leveled up again, while Zhang Ying and Xiao Kui also gained a level. At the same time, Lu Fan found 2 more map fragments on the boss, completing the 500 required map fragments. Lu Fan felt accomplished as he took out all the map fragments and combined them into a most complete retreat route map. Holding the map, Lu Fan saw a bright line running through it with clear coordinates. Moreover, the group's current position was right along the retreat route. Following the map's guidance along this route should lead them to where the tyrant died and the lost treasure. After identifying the coordinates and direction, Lu Fan led everyone along the map's retreat route. After just a few steps, he felt something rubbing against him. Looking over, Lu Fan saw Xiao Kui holding her head high, as if she had done something remarkable and was waiting for praise. Lu Fan was confused about what she meant. Remembering Xiao Q had just leveled up, Lu Fan checked her attribute panel and was surprised to find she had learned another new skill. Jade Mirror Image's active skill, ALV can target friendly units to create 2 mirror image projections. Mirror image projections gain all the skills of the friendly unit, with attributes at 30% of the original, maximum simultaneous mirror image projections per unit 2. Effect is doubled if applied to those of the dragon race or teammates with dragon bloodline. Incredible! Xiao Kui, you've learned yet another powerful skill at level 36. No wonder this little girl is looking so proud and seeking to be praised. Lu Fan was delighted, thinking how accomplished Xiao Kui had become. After reaching her maturing period, she had first learned Dragon Domain, and now, after gaining 1 level, she learned Jade Mirror Image. This was simply too amazing! Lu Fan decided to have Xiao Ku use Jade Mirror Image on himself. A green light flashed, and beside Lu Fan appeared an identical copy of himself. It was indistinguishable from the original except for having a blank expression, seeming slightly dull. Lu Fan could sense and control this mirror image projection easily. It was not much different from the feeling of controlling the fallen corpse Holy Dragon Kings. He could feel that this mirror image projection was quite powerful. Having access to all his equipment like the flaming meteor sword and underworld serpent's cry, and could even use dragon language magic. The only pity was that the mirror image projection could not summon pet dragons. That would make it truly invincible. Because Lu Fan had dragon bloodline, the mirror image had 60% of his attributes, making it quite formidable. At this state, the mirror image projection would certainly be able to handle third-profession players. Moreover, Xiao Ku could create 4 mirror image projections of Lu Fan. Together, their power would be comparable to the original. Furthermore, this was just a copy of Lu Fan. What about mirror image projections of Xiao Yi, Xing Chen, and the others? In the future, they might see 5 Xiao Yes casting great cataclysms simultaneously. 5 Xing Chens all transforming into galaxy overlords and releasing neutron star and neutron star annihilation. That thought alone was exhilarating. Oh, right. He could never forget Bao Bao. 1 Bao Bao was already quite terrifying, just imagining 5 Bao Bao together, casting various skills together. Lu Fan believes even those that reached divinity could not possibly withstand that. More amazingly, Jade Mirror Image was only at level 1. And it was already so useful. When its level increases in the future, would Xiao Q not be able to create even stronger mirror image projections? Furthermore, even more mirror image projections per unit. Without doubt, though Xiao Q was a support specialized dragon, she was Lu Fan's most beloved dragon child. Not only was she well behaved, but the power increase she brought to Lu Fan was incomparable to any other pet dragon. While Lu Fan was feeling pleased, the sudden appearance of another Lu Fan startled everyone. Tao Xiaoman even drew her sword to attack, though it was not clear if she wanted personal revenge or was truly frightened by seeing 2 Lu Fans standing together. Lu Fan quickly explained, and everyone realized the other Lu Fan was a summoned mirror image projection, not some desert illusion. Such an interesting skill fascinated them, especially Tao Xiaoman, who wanted to try it herself. Unfortunately, Xiao Ku's skill could only be used on friendly units, Lu Fan and his pets and summons, not on others. So Tao Xiaoman would never get to see an identical mirror image projection of herself. However, she was quite crafty. After learning this was Lu Fan's mirror image projection, with only 60% of his attributes, she proposed a PvP match with the mirror image projection. She figured while losing to Lu Fan was normal, surely she could not possibly lose to his mirror image projection, right? The result proved the opposite of her thoughts. Lu Fan's mirror image projection could use all of his skills, so it simply used Flash Spirit Leap to appear beside Tao Xiaoman and easily knocked away her weapon with one sword strike. There was no help for it. Even at 60%, the attribute gap was still too large. It was still able to completely effortlessly dominate Tao Xiaoman. So, the sparring match ended as quickly as it began. Tao Xiaoman went completely emo afterwards, swearing never to spar with that monster again. Everyone laughed, then continued forward along the map route. After another half hour and several waves of monsters, Lu Fan's Black Dragon Perception passive triggered, making him stop. Ahead, within a 1-kilometer radius, the previously calm desert suddenly seemed to sense Lu Fan's group approaching and began to boil. It was as if what was underneath them was not sand but a pot of boiling water. Immediately after, a massive quicksand vortex formed, its area of effect far exceeding any monster wave the group had seen before. "Looks like the boss is about to appear," Lu Fan casually said, causing everyone else to turn solemn. They were now clearly preparing for battle. Sure enough, from the center of the quicksand vortex, monsters began to emerge. They seemed to have mastered the power to control the quicksand. They were walking on it as if it was solid ground. This time, they were more lifelike tyrants' attendants. Their skin was intact, looking almost identical to when they were alive except for their blank expressions. However, many magic runes appeared on their bodies, granting them power far exceeding what they had in life. They were monsters called Tyrant's Attendant Corps. They were all level 70 difficult boss, platinum equivalent to level 75 gold grade boss. There were 30 of them in total, definitely troublesome enemies for the average player. A team of players would need to separate them and defeat one by one. After the Tyrant's Attendant Corps emerged from the quicksand vortex, a chariot gradually appeared. It was made of pure gold, decorated with countless gems, clearly invaluable at first glance. On the chariot stood a monster with a massive body over 5 meters tall. It had a unique appearance. Its upper half was that of a giant with crimson skin, wielding a steel trident, wearing a crown with runes covering its body. Its lower half was similar to that of a scorpion, with armor and 8 limbs, plus a huge black scorpion tail. Lu Fan immediately cast appraisal on it. As expected, this monster was called the Cursed Tyrant. This was the king who had sunk into the quicksand vortex who knows how many years ago. The attribute panel had a brief introduction about him, basically saying, the king's greed caused him to sink into the depths of the Death Desert Ocean, along with his treasure chest. However, he remained alive till this day, not able to part this world with death. At the depths, he triggered a mysterious power beneath the Death Desert Ocean. This mysterious power merged with the original shaman's curse. Combined with the tyrant's greed and selfishness, it had transformed him into his current form. Now, his brutality has increased, and he gained control over the Death Desert Ocean, becoming its new ruler. Anyone who enters the Death Desert Ocean would be killed by him, and their treasures would be plundered, stored in his treasure chest. This boss was unsurprisingly a level 70 nightmare boss. Combined with so many boss attendants, clearing this would indeed be difficult for ordinary players. However, for Lu Fan, who had solo cleared the Dark Castles, this was merely child's play. Xiao Kui, Fallen Corpse, Holy Dragon Kings, give our mad hell demon here some buffs, Lu Fan commanded, not planning personally to action. Xiao Kui responded with a Fai and began casting various skills on Mad Hell Demon, causing its attributes to dramatically surge. More terrifyingly, Xiao Kui also used her Jade Mirror Image skill. Instantly, 3 Mad Hell Demons stood side by side, all almost identical. Although each Mad Hell Demon mirror image projection only had 1/3 of the original Mad Hell Demon's combat power after Xiao Kui's buffs, each mirror image projection's attributes became absurdly high. They were not much worse than the original's base attributes. That was not all. The Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon Kings also had their Holy Light Radiance Aura skill, which could simultaneously affect all three Mad Hell Demons. Under various enhancement skills, any random mirror image projection would be no weaker than the original Mad Hell Demon's base form. As for the original Mad Hell Demon, its attributes increased enormously, power likely approaching that of a level 95 epic boss and nightmare. The Cursed Tyrant, having just emerged from the quicksand vortex, had no idea what kind of enemy he was about to face. He just pointed his steel trident at Lu Fan's group and opened his mouth, hoarse voice rolling like thunder. "Humans who have strayed into my death desert ocean, hand over all your treasures. If you do, I can turn you into dried corpses, buried forever in the sand, rather than food for the ugly, filthy death sandworms." Before the Cursed Tyrant could finish speaking, Bao Bao could no longer contain his aggressive nature and soared into the sky. Instantly, roaring thunder, heaven's punishment, and chain lightning were simultaneously cast. They bombarded the Cursed Tyrant and the tyrant's attendant corpses. The entire quicksand vortex was filled with lightning, turning into a pool of lightning, with lightning bolts frantically bombarding all the bosses there. Bao Bao's unreasonable attack caught the Cursed Tyrant completely off guard. Although Bao Bao's skill damage was impressive, his level was still far too low to instantly kill the Cursed Tyrant. Moreover, his skills caused the Cursed Tyrant great pain and enraged him. "You dare to resist? In that case, I'll bury you in this yellow sand!" The Cursed Tyrant endured Bao Bao's skills while raising his steel trident up high. Instantly, the entire Death Desert Ocean seemed to obey his command. The previously silent desert in the distance suddenly rose like a tidal wave, forming a 100-meter high wave that swept toward everyone. Everyone felt as if they were standing in seawater, not only rising and falling, but their feet were also sinking. They were temporarily trapped in place, unable to escape. All around, they could see giant waves formed by sand, approaching from all directions. Being caught under them would certainly be dangerous. This boss really does have some tricks up his sleeve. This skill alone could most likely wipe out teams of players coming to clear this dungeon. Seeing the girls getting nervous, Lu Fan had Xiao Qi give everyone Jade Shield while ordering the Mad Hell Demons to attack. The three Mad Hell Demons leaped up simultaneously, easily escaping the sand trap. They soon began spinning their iron maces. In the blink of an eye, the iron maces in the three Mad Hell Demons' hands expanded to hundreds of meters long, as thick as two humans' embrace, like three pillars supporting the sky. Up in the sky, the Mad Hell Demon's strongest attack skill, Mad Sky Breaker Strike, was activated. The three Mad Hell Demons wielded their iron maces like iron whips, frantically smashing down on the Cursed Tyrant and his attendants. All that could be seen were the shadows of thick iron maces continuously dancing, stirring the entire quicksand vortex into chaos, nearly dispersing even Bao Bao's skills. Occasionally, when the three Mad Hell Demons' Mad Sky Breaker Strikes collided, they would create massive sparks and thunder like explosions. How could the Cursed Tyrant possibly withstand such a fierce barrage of attacks? He and his poor attendants, under the barrage of the three iron maces, were as fragile as paper dolls. One Mad Hell Demon alone was enough to sweep away the Cursed Tyrant. Yet, this was three Mad Hell Demons enhanced with multiple buffs, all combined. They naturally could instantly kill the Cursed Tyrant! In the quicksand vortex, neither the Cursed Tyrant nor the Tyrant's attendant corpse escaped from the Mad Hell Demon's iron maces. They became the shortest-lived boss and boss attendants. The surrounding sand waves had not even reached Lu Fan's group before subsiding. After all, the Cursed Tyrant who cast the skill was now shattered by Mad Hell Demon's Mad Sky Breaker Strikes. His body broken to pieces. With the caster dead, the skill naturally got interrupted. This allowed Qin Qiu and the others to secretly sigh in relief. They were also marveling at how the Mad Hell Demon truly deserved its reputation as one of the historical 9 Hell Demons, displaying such terrifying power under Xiao Kui's skills. It was hard to imagine what kind of scene it would be if Lu Fan's entire 9 Hell Demons army attacked together. Add to that 6 pet dragons. Lu Fan's combat power could no longer be described simply as terrifying. After the main boss and his boss attendants were all beaten to death, a massive amount of experience points once again caused golden light to flash over.
Oh, it's over so quickly!
Tao Xiaoman looked at her sword, only half drawn, finally realizing what had happened. Looking ahead, the original quicksand vortex no longer has quicksand flowing, as the curse of the Death Desert Ocean disappeared with the cursed tyrant's death. However, where the cursed tyrant had been, there was now a crater dozens of meters deep from the mad clubbing of 3 iron maces. Thinking back to the mad hell demon's barrage earlier, Tao Xiaoman unconsciously gulped. Seeing how slow her reaction had been, Lu Fan flicked her forehead and said with a smile, "Of course it's over. Come on, let's quickly find out where the lost treasure is. Once we find it, we can consider this dungeon instance cleared."
Oh,
That hurts! Lu Fan.
you bastard!
Don't think I won't hit you just because you're strong! Tao Xiaoman covered her forehead, where she had been flicked, grimacing in pain while fighting with Lu Fan. The others were used to this sight. After all, this was not the first time Lu Fan and Tao Xiaoman bickered and fought. Now that the boss was dead and the entire dungeon had become quiet, with no quicksand vortex appearing and no monsters spawning, everyone gathered near the boss's corpse to search for the lost treasure needed for the mission. However, with the quicksand vortex gone, there was nothing here except monster corpses and yellow sand. Everyone used their weapons as tools to search through the sand below. Even Xiao Yi, the fallen corpse holy dragon kings, and other pet dragons were digging through the sand, determined to dig at least a meter deep to find the lost treasure. However, after searching for a while, everyone came up empty-handed. Finally, Han Ke cleverly noticed something unusual about the cursed tyrant's corpse. Although he had been beaten to death by the mad hell demons, his lower half, the scorpion-like body, was relatively intact. It was unlike the other body parts that had been smashed by the iron mace. Han Ke wondered, since the cursed tyrant valued his treasure chest so much, could he have hidden it inside his own body? Han Ke shared this idea with Lu Fan, who found it reasonable. Subsequently, Lu Fan had the Mad Hell Demons take action by smashing open the relatively intact lower half. The scorpion-like body was indeed very sturdy. Even the original Mad Hell Demon had to strike 5 times before completely breaking open this lower half. If it were any other player, they probably would not be able to break through this boss's remains in 3 days. And this dungeon is truly interesting. Before Lu Fan could marvel further, a gray mist burst from the cursed tyrant's shattered corpse, instantly spreading and enveloping everyone. Immediately, everyone's faces turned grayish, yellow, clearly affected by some kind of debuff. Lu Fan, being immune to all debuffs, naturally showed no changes. Seeing that the boss was like a cockroach that would not die even after death, and had even set such a trap for them at the end, Lu Fan got somewhat annoyed.
Xiao Ku!
At Lu Fan's command, Xiao Kui immediately understood. Light appeared around her body as rays of jade light shone on everyone, helping clear this unknown debuff. The debuff effect was very strong. Although Lu Fan and Xiao Kui reacted quickly, the momentary debuff effect still made all 4 girls feel unwell with their faces pale. Han Ke, who had the lowest attributes, even fell on her bottom, clutching her chest, having difficulty breathing. "Artie, are you okay?" Lu Fan hurried over to help her up. After taking a few seconds, Han Ke's complexion recovered a little. She forced a smile at Lu Fan. "I'm fine. I was poisoned by the boss earlier." Although Xiao Kui cleared it, the dizzy and nauseous feeling did not immediately go away. "Even so, I'm much better now. I actually don't feel anything unusual. I just need more time to recover." "That's good." Lu Fan sighed in relief, then looked toward the other 3 girls, asking about their condition. Jian Ying and others also indicated that although they still felt some discomfort, it was just the lingering effects of the debuff. It was nothing serious. Lu Fan was completely relieved. He viciously cursed. This bastard is really nasty, setting up such a trick even after death. Next time we run this again, I'll personally take action and cut him to pieces. The four girls could not help but laugh at this. This incident was just a small episode, and they had already moved past it. Actually, Lu Fan had already considered whether the remains of the boss might explode. That was why he had the mad hell demons continue to attack the corpse instead of doing it himself. He believed that his position and that of his auntie and the others was far enough from the corpse. So far that even if something unexpected happens, they would not get affected by it. However, he had not expected the boss to be so vicious, with poison gas that could spread so quickly and affect such a wide area. It was apparent he would need to be even more careful in the future. Lu Fan looked at the boss's corpse. After the hard shell of the lower half was broken, sure enough, it revealed a huge treasure chest made of some unknown metal. The treasure chest gleamed with gold and was decorated with various gems. Both the chest's material and the gems must be extremely precious materials. Lu Fan smiled at this sight and said to Tao Xiamen, "Here's the wealth to rival a nation that you've been dreaming of. Tao Zi, why don't you go and open the chest? Maybe you'll become richer than your father." Tao Zi shook her head like a rattled drum. "No, that's fine. I'm afraid if I open this chest, not only won't I get richer than my father, I might have to leave this world earlier than him." Lu Fan smiled and immediately sent his cannon fodder, the mad hell demons, forward to open the treasure chest. When the chest opened, white light burst forth with no unexpected surprises. As Lu Fan had anticipated, there were no more tricks, not from inside the chest. Instead, it contained the completion reward for this dungeon instance. The white light gathered and split into 5 clusters, appearing before everyone. It seemed like the first clear of this dungeon instance indeed provided generous rewards. There were as many as 5 items! However, everyone was very conscientious and did not move to take the rewards. They were clearly waiting for their team leader, Lu Fan, to distribute the items. Lu Fan did not stand on ceremony. He immediately stepped forward to disperse the white light of the first reward. The first reward made Lu Fan break into a huge smile. After all, this was all just too perfect for him. It was actually a no-level requirement enchantment scroll. Seeing that the first reward was such a valuable scroll, the other girls also smiled with joy. They all knew this item was worth a lot, able to sell for a good number of dragon coins. Lu Fan naturally did not hesitate. After taking the scroll, he said to the others with a smile, "I'll take this scroll first, because I have a good piece of equipment that could make best use of this." The other girls naturally had no objection. In fact, to them, even if all the rewards went to Lu Fan, they would not mind. After all, this dungeon was essentially entirely cleared thanks to Lu Fan. He basically carried them. They were already satisfied just getting experience points. Lu Fan did not waste time holding the scroll. He immediately took out his Dragon Hunter's Will, Golden Dragon King helmet, and enchanting it. Instantly, the helmet's level requirement was removed, and Lu Fan could equip it. This helmet actually looked quite impressive, appearing quite majestic when worn. However, Lu Fan was still not used to having something like this on his head, so he chose to hide it. This was a function similar to the Flying Dragon King's bone wings. When the girls saw Lu Fan use such a precious scroll on a helmet, they naturally became very curious about it. For Lu Fan to use such a precious scroll, this helmet must not be any ordinary item. Tao Xiamen was not reserved in the least. She directly asked if the helmet was diamond grade, which warranted the use of a no-level requirement enchantment scroll. Lu Fan smiled and directly showed the item panel for the Dragon Hunter's Will, Golden Dragon King helmet. He directly showed it to everyone. Instantly, everyone fell silent. They exploded. This is a mythical grade item, and a level 90 mythical grade item at that! Currently, among all the girls' equipment, the best was Jian Ying's swords, which were just top-quality gold-grade weapons. Yet, Lu Fan was already equipping mythical grade items? Never mind mythical grade. For ordinary people, having even one diamond grade item would be enough to be considered a high flyer in everyone's eyes. Epic grade items could be considered a pipe dream. In fact, being able to see one in item panel form would be worth bragging about for years. As for mythical grade items, everyone had only seen them in textbooks. In this world, the item panels for mythical grade items could be counted on one hand. So, seeing that Lu Fan's helmet was a level 90 mythical grade item, even someone as cool and composed as Jan Ying could not retain her composure. No, she basically lost all composure. Han Ki was even more observant. Looking at the 2 in Lu Fan's equipment set bonus column, she hesitantly asked, "Fanner, your equipment set bonus shows that you've activated 2 pieces of the equipment set's additional traits. Doesn't that mean you have another mythical grade item currently equipped?" Lu Fan had nothing to hide from his auntie and nodded. "Yeah, my belt is also part of this equipment set. It is also a level 90 mythical grade item." This statement again triggered the girl's envy and jealousy. Just one such item could serve as an entire noble family's heirloom. Yet Lu Fan not only had 1 but 2, able to activate a 2-piece equipment set bonus. Tao Shaman was almost crying. She stared fixedly at Lu Fan's item panel with teary eyes. "We're all human. How can there be such a big gap between us? It's one thing that Lu Fan has so many powerful pet dragons, but he even has mythical grade equipment. With attribute enhancement higher than my base attributes, how is this fair? Where is the justice in this world?" Just looking at this one equipment, everyone could already guess that Lu Fan's attributes could not be measured by level alone. Perhaps his attributes were already equivalent to 4th profession players. Lu Fan also noticed that after equipping 2 pieces of the Dragon Hunter's Will equipment set, the Golden Dragon King Bloodline release skill had leveled up to LV2. Now, the Golden Dragon King Bloodline release skill effect has dramatically changed. Golden Dragon King Bloodline release active skill LV2 releases the Dragon Hunter's Will remaining in the equipment. Gains the Golden Dragon King Ultimate Shield's Bloodline power. Enable one's body to transform into the Golden Dragon King. Once transformed, user will receive Strength Luffs level X100 Agility Sus level X100 Mana Fa level X100 Endurance Fluff level 400 cannot enter riding state while transformed into Golden Dragon King. The attributes provided by this transformation skill had doubled. With this equipment set, Lu Fan could surpass many high-level players. In the future, he would not even need Xiao Ye and the others. He could depend on himself to become a powerful Golden Dragon King. Happily closing the item panel, Lu Fan continued to check the next reward. When the glow of the second reward dispersed, Lu Fan discovered it was a crafting recipe. Moreover, it was a crafting recipe for cooks. Crafting recipe Flying Newpie Candy, profession requirement Enchanted Cook. Description after use, user will be able to master the method of cooking Flying Newpie Candy. Flying Newpie Candy after consumption, user will be able to fly for 2 hours. A consumable that could let others fly. This is a true treasure! It was perfect. After all, Jian Ying and the others currently could not fly, as they do not have any flight skills. But now, they could just eat this candy and their maneuverability would drastically improve. This is especially useful in dungeon instances with harsh environments. Although the Flying Newpie Candy name was quite worthy of ridicule, this was definitely a priceless treasure. Generally speaking, dungeon rewards would adjust somewhat based on the people clearing the dungeon instance. They would usually reward those clearing the dungeon with items they could use. Such a crafting recipe was naturally prepared by the dungeon specifically for Han Ki. This naturally needed to be given to her. Han Ki smiled as she accepted it, using it immediately. However, according to her, the materials needed for the candy were not currently available, so she could only make a few after they returned to Dragon Capital University. Fortunately, it was not an urgent need for the team, so it was fine if it could not be made right now. Lu Fan continued opening boxes, starting to check the third reward. Searching paper doll, special item. Description, when used, provides guidance to the target's location. Can only be used on those who have undergone their first profession change. This item can only be used 3 times. This item caught Lu Fan's attention. After all, if he had this in the National Trial Secret realm, he would have hunted Charles and his group down long ago. This searching paper doll is quite useful. As for its 3-use limitation, that can be completely ignored with Xiao Q's devour and assimilate. So, Lu Fan took the searching paper doll and directly fed it to Xiao Qi. Thus, Xiao Qi gained another functional skill. In the future, if Lu Fan wanted to find someone, he could use the searching paper doll skill. Next, Lu Fan looked at the 4th reward. The 4th reward was a pair of platinum-grade mage boots with high attribute bonuses. Not only did it come with a skill, it also increased light element magic damage. It was perfectly tailored for Qin Q. This equipment naturally went to Qin Q. The 5th reward was also a platinum-grade equipment, but it was a longsword this time. Although it was also platinum-grade, its attributes were extremely good, even surpassing Qin Q's mage robe. By all rights, this weapon should be given priority to Lu Fan. However, Lu Fan saw that Tao Xiaoman clearly wanted it. She even deliberately turned her head away, pretending to be indifferent. He could not help but smile and directly gave the sword to her. Tao Zi, this sword is yours.
What? For me?
Tao Xiaoman was overjoyed, but a moment later she became solemn and hesitantly asked, "But you use swords too. Shouldn't this sword be given to you first?" Lu Fan smiled, taking out his flaming meteor sword, explaining, "I already have my perfect weapon. I don't need any other. Unless you want to look at mine for comparison."
I don't want to look at it.
Tao Xiaoman could tell, just by looking at its impressive appearance, that it must be much stronger than the reward. It was most likely at least a diamond-grade weapon. After all, this was Lu Fan who was showing off. How could his weapon be anything ordinary? Tao Xiaoman did not want to get depressed. Not by this bastard again, or she would question life even more. The platinum-grade longsword from the dungeon rewards would certainly be of no use to Lu Fan. Since that was the case, Tao Xiaoman did not stand on ceremony anymore and happily accepted the sword. She even caressed it in her hands with obvious love. However, since this was a level 70 dungeon instance, Tao Xiaoman's longsword and Qin Chu's mage robe had high-level requirements, a minimum level of 50. These 2 girls were still far from being able to equip their new equipment, so they next needed to focus on leveling up. The 5 rewards were quickly distributed, but honestly, Lu Fan still felt somewhat unsatisfied. After all, this was a newly cleared level 70 nightmare dungeon instance. Although it gave everyone 5 rewards, the items overall did not satisfy Lu Fan, who held higher expectations. For the first clear of this dungeon, the rewards seemed rather stingy. Lu Fan pursed his lips and said to the girls, "I think if we run it a few more times, we should be able to get better rewards." Jian Ying nodded, saying, "Yes, the first few clears of a dungeon usually have very generous rewards. After about 7 or 8 runs, the rewards gradually decrease. Perhaps if we run this dungeon again, we might get even more rewards than this." "Yeah," Lu Fan smiled. "Let's try to get some rewards that Jian Ying can use next on our next run." From the dungeon rewards, basically everyone got something they needed, except Jian Ying, who came away empty-handed. Hearing Lu Fan say this, Jian Ying's face turned slightly red. Though she tried to show no reaction, she still had to say, "I don't mind, we can just wait until the next time." "Ha, ha, ha," Lu Fan chuckled. "That won't do. We need to make sure everyone benefits from the dungeon rewards. Since we've run through the dungeon once from start to finish now, next time we run it, we should be able to improve our time. We might even be able to do 2 runs in a day. But for now, we're all tired after running this dungeon all day. Let's go out and rest first, then continue tomorrow." Everyone naturally agreed. Just then, the treasure chest had transformed into a transport array to leave this place. Lu Fan took the lead, bringing everyone to step onto the transport array to leave. While Lu Fan had been running the dungeon for a day, the outside world had turned into chaos. Just as Guhan was sighing, suddenly, there was a sound from afar. Guhan turned to look and saw that from the two extremist country camps, a squad from each was advancing towards this place. Guhan frowned, not understanding why extremist country guards would approach their location. However, dealing with extremist country guards was not something Dragon Capital University staff should handle. So, Guhan did not pay much heed to it. The Dragon Country Guards naturally noticed this situation too and split into two squads, waiting within Dragon Country's designated territory for the other side to approach. They wanted to ask what was their purpose for getting so close to Dragon Country's territory. The two Extremist Country Guard squads quickly approached, and a Dragon Country Guard squad leader loudly called out, "Stop right there. Beyond this point is Dragon Country territory! If you have any business here, please maintain your distance and speak with me. Otherwise, I will consider you invaders and launch a counterattack." And everyone from Dragon Country thought the two approaching squads would stop there and state their business. What no one expected was that someone at the front of one of the Extremist Country squads drew their sword and struck out, immediately creating a sword queue that appeared in mid-air. This one attack instantly killed the Dragon Country Guard squad leader who had just spoken, blood splashing everywhere. The other side had sent out a strong player. That sword strike just now was a third profession skill, lightning flash strike. The person who struck was definitely a third profession player, and not a low-level one at that. After all, the Dragon Country Guard squad leader was a level 50 knight with high defense. For the other side to use a third profession change skill and instantly kill him, their level must at least be above 75. This definitely was not the strength that ordinary Extremist Country Guards could possess. For those level 75 and above, they would generally be regarded as generals of Extremist Country. The other side's sudden, deadly attack left Dragon Capital University's people stunned. They were completely unprepared for such a situation. Even so, the Dragon Country Guards were hardened veterans who had been through many bloody battles. They had reacted very quickly to the sudden change in situation. The deputy squad leader took over the squad leader's role and immediately roared orders. "Alert! Enemy attack! Quick, crush the signal stone and send a message back to Dragon Country!" Understood. None of the guards retreated, forming ranks to prepare for battle. Among them, one guard took out a milky white stone from his inventory, about to crush it. This was a signal stone, which always came in pairs when made. Once one was crushed, the other would break as well. Because there was no signal in the wilderness, this was the only way to notify Dragon Country of an enemy attack. Just as this guard was about to crush the signal stone, the air distorted, and a dagger appeared from nowhere, piercing into his neck. Slash! A red flash passed, and the Dragon Country Guard's neck sprayed blood, his head flying off. A nearby Dragon Country Guard roared upon seeing this. "Everyone be careful! There are assassins using concealment! Quickly protect the mages and priests." As he spoke, he raised his greatsword to strike at the now visible assassin. This assassin's level and power were quite impressive. Facing the greatsword, he easily parried it with his bloody dagger, then let out a contemptuous cold laugh. Not lingering to fight, he grabbed the signal stone from the ground while retreating back. He was naturally not the only assassin who had snuck in. As the sound of daggers piercing flesh rang out, 3 assassins appeared in the Dragon Country Guard's backline, instantly killing the mages, priests, and support personnel. Even the transport array leading to Dragon Capital University had its gem shattered by an assassin, immediately rendering it useless and cutting off everyone's last escape route. By now, all the Dragon Country Guards had realized the problem. The squad leader had been killed by a single sword strike, and so many assassins had snuck up on them without anyone noticing. The enemy definitely were not ordinary guards. They were Extremist Country's elite forces.
Quick!
Get back the signal stone. The Vice Squad leader's eyes were almost bleeding with rage. He roared before activating his skill, Charge, trying to catch the assassin who took the signal stone. However, several arrows trailing with fire streaked through the air, hitting him with deadly precision. Twang, the arrows vibrated, pinning the Vice Squad leader to the ground while he was charging, killing him instantly. Moreover, the sky flickered with flames as countless arrays appeared, raining countless fireballs that covered the entire Dragon Country camp. In an instant, the Dragon Country Guard's defensive line was torn apart. They were just ordinary guards, after all. How could they match the enemy's elite forces? Even Dragon Capital University's teachers and teaching assistants were not spared. An assassin had already reached their camp and instantly killed a mage teaching assistant. Guhan reacted by now, but fear did not make her lose her battle sense. As a Dragon Capital University teacher, she had rich combat experience. She immediately drew her sword and charged at the assassin who had entered their camp. Not just Guhan. Other Dragon Capital University teachers also began to counterattack. Although this assassin's level and strength were impressive, he was temporarily forced to retreat when faced with their pincer attack. However, it was all useless, because the enemy mage's skills had already landed. Countless fireballs crashed down, leaving them with nowhere to dodge. The camp was instantly destroyed, becoming a mess. More terrifying was that Extremist country's close combat profession players had arrived and begun directly engaging the Dragon Country Guards. Though called direct engagement, it was really just a one-sided slaughter. Seeing the enemy's close combat profession players about to reach the camp, which would cause everyone to die, Guhan was frantic with worry. An elderly teacher of the night profession summoned his mount to face the approaching close combat profession players, shouting without looking back. "Everyone who can escape should quickly run away! Don't stay here to die in vain!" Escape. This is Extremist country territory! Where can you run to? An enemy knight had already arrived, charging at this elderly teacher. After one exchange, the enemy used two skills in succession to unmount the teacher, slamming him heavily to the ground, where swordsmen rushed in to kill him. Seeing the situation so one-sided, Guhan could think of nothing else. With bloodshot eyes and tears flowing, her trembling hands took out a purple scroll from her inventory. Guhan crushed it directly, and immediately, lights from a transport array flickered and began forming. The forming transport array immediately attracted the enemy's attention. An archer immediately aimed at Guhan, planning to kill her before the transport array fully formed. From crushing the teleportation scroll to forming a usable transport portal took about 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds, killing Guhan would be too simple. However, just as the archer let loose his arrow, Guhan's body was pulled into the knot, yet formed transport array and disappeared along with it. The archer's arrow naturally missed. This scene made the archer pause momentarily before understanding what had happened. He immediately reported to his commander ahead. "Commander, someone used a random teleport scroll to escape from here." The so-called random teleport scroll was actually a defective teleportation scroll. It even had another name, Suicide Scroll. Random teleport scrolls could teleport someone away, but where they would be teleported to was uncertain. It would randomly teleport the user to any location on the current map, and most likely to an extremely dangerous place. Because the more dangerous a place was, the more chaotic its spatial principles would be, making it more likely to be the random teleport scroll's destination. Therefore, over half of random teleport scroll users end up in perilous situations because of it. However, random teleport scrolls had one advantage. As defective products, they could pull users in before the transport array fully formed. Using a random teleport scroll to escape was much quicker than using a teleportation scroll. The middle-aged man addressed as commander, the person who had killed the Dragon Country Guard squad leader with one sword strike, was quite dismissive of this. "Let her run. She's just a Dragon Capital University teacher. She is not worth worrying about." Moreover, this is the divine bone forest. It is full of dangers. Even our god destroyer legion had to pay a considerable price to explore it. Random teleport scrolls can only teleport her to a random location on this map. If she gets teleported deep into the divine bone forest, she's dead. Even if she escapes, so what? Our people are everywhere. Besides, the transport array to the dungeon instance has already been destroyed. Everyone here is trapped, and reinforcements will not be here anytime soon. His gaze turned to the Death Desert Ocean dungeon instance entrance as he sneered. The same goes for those inside the dungeon instance? Meanwhile, the slaughter continued, but soon everything returned to silence. Of course, the individual combat capabilities of the God Destroyer Legion soldiers were still a little inferior compared to Dragon Country's Griffin Legion. After all, the Griffin Legion's minimum requirement was level 70. Extremist country lacked Dragon Country's abundant resources and population, so they could not really form a military unit comparable to the Griffin Legion. The God Destroyer Legion's minimum level requirement was 60, and they must have had their third profession change. They knew that they could not match the Griffin Legion in terms of quality. So, Extremist country expanded the God Destroyer Legion's numbers to 10,000 people. It was twice that of the Griffin Legion. Extremist country always claimed that the God Destroyer Legion was qualified to challenge the Griffin Legion. However, Jing and Dragon Country would just grin at this, neither acknowledging nor denying it. Regardless, the fact that the God Destroyer Legion had the courage to challenge the Griffin Legion showed that they were truly an ace military unit. The person standing at the front was their general. He wore a cold smile, looking down at all the corpses here. Dragon Country guards, truly worthless. I really wish that when I led the charge earlier, it wasn't just a small Dragon Country camp, but a Dragon Country city! Now that would have been a satisfying invasion. Beside him, someone like an adjutant knelt on one knee and reported, General Li Tai, the God Destroyer Legion's 1st Battalion, 2nd Company Commander just reported. During this mission, we've killed a total of 43 Dragon Country personnel, but one person escaped using a random teleport scroll. Should we continue the pursuit? Liu Tai waved his hand and said, Send 2 squads to the Divine Bone Forest to find that woman who escaped. They must bring her back. Bring her back alive, if possible, dead if necessary. Li Tai's final words had a strange tone to it. The adjutant before him naturally understood. Li Tai's meaning was clear. If they could find her, bring her back. If not, just kill her and bring back her corpse to complete the mission. The adjutant responded with a "Yes, sir," and went to relay the orders. Afterwards, Li Tai called another person and said, Go, have the messenger Eagle report to Lord Jyn that the entrance to the dungeon instance has been cleared. Now, we're just waiting for the Dragon Country representative to emerge so we can capture them all at once. Just as Li Tai said this, suddenly a transport array silently opened. From within the transport array, countless tentacles emerged, holding open the edges of the array, forcibly maintaining the passageway. Seeing such a transport array suddenly appear, all present God Destroyer Legion members were greatly startled and immediately knelt down. Jyn Zakes walked out from the transport array, and everyone immediately called out, Welcome, Your Majesty, King Jyn. Jyn Zakes nodded slightly and said, No need for messenger eagles. I've come here personally. He looked at everything here with satisfaction while asking, The Dragon Country representative is in the dungeon instance now, correct? Li Tai answered. Reporting, the target and his friends are all in the dungeon instance. Well done. Jyn Zakes nodded. Suddenly, from under his black robe emerged countless tentacles, a sight that made one's scalp tingle. These tentacles crawled over all the corpses present. Where the tentacles passed, the bodies immediately underwent changes. Their skin began to rot while emanating a purplish-black gas. The expressions on all the corpses uniformly became fierce. After completing all this, Jyn Zakes added, Arrange these corpses in a pattern to disguise this as a heretical sect's massacre. Although everyone here is dead and no one can send intel back to Dragon Country, eventually someone will discover the abnormality here. At the same time, the death of the Dragon Country representative would need someone to take the fall. Pushing this matter onto the heretical sects would be the best for us. Understood, Li Tai responded, then immediately ordered his subordinates to move all the corpses aside and disguise it as a heretical sex massacre. After giving the orders, Li Tai lowered his head again, asking Jyn Zakes if there were any other orders. Jyn Zakes said, "Just station the God Destroyer Legion in various nearby locations. Remember, don't let anyone approach this place, especially not people of Dragon Country. Only after I've killed Lu Fan and destroyed all the evidence here can outsiders be allowed to set foot here. This way, we can distance our extremist country from Lu Fan's death. If anyone tries to approach the area, treat them as heretics and kill them without question." Understood. After Li Tai responded, he gathered his courage and asked with uncertainty, "Your Majesty, your subordinate wishes to speak. For mere Dragon Capital University students, wouldn't our God Destroyer Legion be sufficient to kill them? Why must you personally take action?" Jyn Zakes turned slightly. Though Li Tai could not see Jyn Zakes' face under the hood, he knew the other's eyes must be fixed on him at this moment. This made him suddenly feel as if he was plunged into an ice cave. A wave of chills was spreading through his body. He immediately realized he had spoken out of position, daring to say too much. If you don't even have this level of judgment, you shouldn't be leading the God Destroyer Legion. Jyn Zakes coldly said, "This person is the Dragon Country representative who, in the national trial, consecutively killed my son, Jin Chengen, Cherry Blossom Country's Mousashi 10, and even Star Strip Country's Moore family's heir, Charles. Moreover, in the national trial, someone saw him enslave a demon general and demon knights, setting aside his own pet dragon. Just one demon general and the demon knights alone, do you have confidence to face them head on with your God Destroyer Legion?"
Demon General!
Hearing this name, Li Tai's expression immediately changed drastically. How could he not know of the demon general? Each of the 9 hell demons had a top general. The demon generals were such beings. They alone could level a small city in Extremist country. If they really had to kill demon generals and demon knights, even if their God Destroyer Legion could win, they would surely suffer heavy casualties. Such a being had actually been enslaved.
This was simply inconceivable!
Jyn Zakes continued. Furthermore, what level is this dungeon instance? It is a level 70 nightmare difficulty dungeon instance. He dares to bring second profession students with him to clear it. Just how strong do you think he is? These words sent chills down Li Tai's spine. He had overlooked such important information. To clear a level 70 nightmare dungeon instance, if it was a 5-man team, would they not all need to be around level 85? Could this one boy's strength match 5 level 85 players? If that's true, it would be extremely difficult for the God Destroyer Legion to kill him. Most likely, he would escape from Ustai. Little did Li Tai know, if the God Destroyer Legion really encountered Lu Fan, the result would not be as simple as Lu Fan escaping from them. "Enough. Just do your job and keep quiet," Jyn Zakes said gravely, unwilling to say more to Li Tai. "Your God Destroyer Legion and the God Slaying Legion only need to form a defensive line around this place to prevent anyone from coming. The rest does not concern you. A lion uses everything it has, even if it is to catch a rabbit. Whatever force, whatever cost is needed to kill this person is worth using." As he spoke, 4 more people walked slowly out of the transport array Jyn Zakes had created. These 4 each had terrifyingly powerful auras. Every piece of their equipment was at least platinum grade, with some of diamond and epic grades. They were definitely all 4th profession players, experts among experts at that. The last 4th profession player to emerge was a middle-aged man with considerable facial hair, appearing around 50 years old. Though his clothes were tattered, the long sword on his back glowed with an unusual light, clearly extraordinary. Holding a white jade wine flask, he glanced around after emerging and grinned. So this is the God Destroyer Legion. Boss Jyn. Seems like our extremist country really still can't produce that many decent players. The so-called God Destroyer Legion is far too inferior compared to Dragon Country's Griffin Legion. No wonder when Extremist country boasts that the God Destroyer Legion could match the Griffin Legion, that old batard Tu Jing would sneer. Thinking about it now, I feel embarrassed for you. His words showed no regard for the many God Destroyer Legion members present. If anyone else had spoken this way, Litai, as the Legion's general, would certainly have exploded in fury. However, Litai currently did not dare make a sound. He recognized that these 4 who had just arrived were 4 of the 5 national guardians of Extremist country. The speaker, named Kong Qing, was second in power only to Jin Zion among the 5 national guardians. It was said that he had personally beheaded the strongest of the 9 hell demons, the Mad Hell Demon. The 9 hell demons incident had shocked all of Extremist country, and when the 5 national guardians killed them in succession, it was recorded in history. Thus, almost everyone in Extremist country knew of their appearances and powers. If Litai remembered correctly, these 5 had already reached around level 95 years ago. They had also undergone their 4th profession change many years before. After all these years of leveling up, they might have already exceeded level 100. 5 such powerful 4th profession players, all gathered here just to kill someone who had only undergone his 2nd profession change. Who would believe such a thing? True, a lion uses everything it has even to catch a rabbit, but this did not feel like that analogy. This was like a lion trying to catch a mosquito. Shocked, Litai gulped hard, knowing that with the 5 national guardians here, his God Destroyer Legion and God Slaying Legion were completely unnecessary. Even after being mocked by Kong Qing, Litai did not dare complain. He immediately slinked away with his people to set up a defensive line nearby and watch out for suspicious individuals. While Lu Fan had been running the dungeon for a day, the outside world had turned into chaos. The God Destroyer Legion had destroyed the 2-way transport array set up between the dungeon instance entrance and Dragon Capital University. This naturally caused the transport array at Dragon Capital University to stop working, attracting the attention of the university staff. After inspection confirmed that the transport array on the other end had been destroyed, the teachers reported to Zhao Shengming, who was currently managing everything in Dragon Capital University. After checking, Zhao Shengming felt something was wrong and immediately contacted the Dragon Country Defense Bureau to check up on the situation at the area around the Death Desert Ocean Dungeon instance. As a result, the Defense Bureau discovered the guard team at the Death Desert Ocean Dungeon instance was uncontactable. Even crushing the signal stone got no response from them. Thus, the Defense Bureau and Dragon Capital University immediately sensed something was extremely wrong. They contacted the relevant departments in Extremist country, asking them to investigate. After all, Extremist country usually stationed guards near the Death Desert Ocean Dungeon instance, too. At the same time, although Extremist country had been quite thorough, killing the Dragon Country guards and preventing news from leaking, they knew that no matter how careful they were, Dragon Country would definitely be alerted when a guard team and so many university teachers died. They had prepared their explanation early on. When Dragon Country raised questions, Extremist country maintained complete innocence, saying they had sent people to check on the situation and would quickly respond to Dragon Country if something came up. After some delays, they reported that after their guards went to the area outside the entrance of Death Desert Ocean, they found the Dragon Country guard team had been completely wiped out, supposedly attacked by heretics. The specific situation was still under investigation. Extremist country had also dispatched additional personnel to search for survivors and perpetrators near the Divine Bone Forest, saying they would definitely help Dragon Country catch the heretics responsible and give Dragon Country an explanation. When Dragon Country received this news, Everyone was in uproar.
This was outrageous!
Their people had been killed by heretics in Extremist country's territory, while their representative, Lu Fan, had led his team to run the dungeon instance with their safety unknown. The Defense Bureau immediately asked Extremist country to build a transport array near the Death Desert Ocean, wanting to send people to check up on the current situation. Extremist country agreed on the surface, but when asked when the transport array could be built, they kept hemming and hawing, constantly using excuses to stall for time, like the Death Desert Ocean is deep within the wilderness. Transport array materials are difficult to transport, so we can't determine when the transport array can be completed. The Death Desert Ocean dungeon instance was located within Extremist country's territory. Although it had been allocated to Dragon Country, once the transport array was cut off, the area around this dungeon instance became no different from an isolated island. It made it extremely difficult to reach that place, especially when they needed to go through Extremist country. So, even though Dragon Country was extremely anxious, Extremist country could keep stalling, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. Naturally, Dragon Country had dispatched forces toward the Death Desert Ocean dungeon instance, hoping to reach the site of the incident as quickly as possible. However, due to the distance, it would still take a considerable amount of time. Right now, with the situation around the Death Desert Ocean dungeon instance being unclear, by the time Dragon Country's people arrived, it was hard to say what the situation would be like. The initiative in this matter was clearly in Extremist country's hands. At this time, in Extremist country's capital, overseeing Heaven City, in the Jyn family meeting room, Jyn Zakes, who had been made fully in charge of this matter, leaned back in his comfortable office chair. He watched report after report come in with a satisfied smile on his face. Compared to Dragon Country, who was almost completely in the dark about the area around the Death Desert Ocean, Jyn Zakes, who had already made massive preparations, knew everything about the place like the back of his hand. Days ago, when Dragon Country was still building their transport array, the God Slayer Legion and God Destroyer Legion had already set up 24 military camps around the Death Desert Ocean. They even had their communications facilities completed before the operation began. The 2 ace military units were all assembled and spread across the 24 camps, completely surrounding the Death Desert Ocean. With this iron blockade formed by the 2 legions, plus no transport array to and from Dragon Country, Lu Fan was completely isolated without support. Within the encirclement, the 5 national guardians of Extremist country would be waiting, and they had been waiting for a long time. Once Lu Fan came out of the dungeon, he would have absolutely no chance of escape. It was only with Lu Fan's death that Jyn Zakes' life could be spared. However, Jyn Zakes was now completely at ease. After all, it was now his older brother's turn to end it. In his mind, how could his older brother possibly fail? Just as Jyn Zakes was rejoicing, a subordinate quickly pushed open the door and entered with a tense expression. "Lord Jyn, there's more news from Dragon Country!" The person knelt on one knee and reported as soon as he entered. "What news could make you so flustered?" Jyn Zakes leisurely asked, not even bothering to open his eyes. The subordinate broke out in cold sweat and said, "2 more letters just arrived from Dragon Country. This time, they're from Han Fai Bai and the Northern Marquis, Lord Tu Jing."
What?
Jyn Zakes nearly fell from his seat, all his previous composure gone. "Those 2 have spoken up. What did their letters say?" The subordinate reported. "The content of both letters is similar. They're criticizing our Extremist country for being ineffective, as we have not provided Dragon Country with specific information about the situation at Death Desert Ocean for far too long. They state they're unable to wait any longer. So, they will be sending high-level players to cross over the border directly into Extremist country. They hope that if any conflict arises, Extremist country will be understanding."
They are going to directly cross the border?
Dragon Country sure is bold. Jyn Zakes was furious upon hearing this. He slammed his fist onto the table. Ilderhan and Tu Jing's talk of being understanding was merely sweetened words, barely courtesy. The real meaning of the message was, if you dare to stop us, we'll kill everyone, and don't say we didn't warn you! Though Jyn Zakes was livid, he was also at a loss for words. After all, he could not afford to offend either Tu Jing or Elderhan. Tu Jing commanded the Griffin Legion, while Elderhan had numerous mighty players under him, with the 4 ultimate swordsmen being world-class players comparable to the 5 national guardians. If their men really crossed the border, should Extremist's country even try to stop them? If they tried, who would do it? The God Slayer Legion and God Destroyer Legion were all currently surrounding Death Desert Ocean. Sending other military units would just be sending them to their deaths. If they did not stop them, and the other side reached Death Desert Ocean and discovered that it was not the heretics that had killed those of Dragon Country, but rather Extremist's country trying to ambush their national hero Lu Fan, then the grudge between Dragon Country and Extremist's country would be irreparable. In fact, at that point, Dragon Country might directly declare war. Extremist's country naturally dare not to go to war with Dragon Country. If Dragon Country did not have sufficient reason for war, Extremist's country could still draw in neutral forces to their side. However, if Dragon Country had a just cause and Extremist's country deserved to be attacked, which neutral force would stand on Extremist's country's side? With Tu Jing and Elderhan both getting involved, Jyn Zakes was sweating profusely. He remained silent for a full 5 minutes before gravely saying, "Send out the God Annihilator Legion, under the pretext of securing the border, toward our border with Dragon Country. If they encounter people from Dragon Country trying to force their way through, try to hold them back as much as possible. Delay them." "Yes!" The subordinate accepted the order and hurried off to make arrangements. After the subordinate left, Jyn Zakes wiped the sweat from his brow and looked toward the Death Desert Ocean, hoping. All domestic transport arrays have already been closed off under the pretext of purging the heretics. So, reinforcements from Dragon Country can only force their way in from the border. Even from the nearest transport array, crossing Extremist's country's border will still take some time. Within that time, my brother should be able to kill Lu Fan and make it look like the work of the heretics. That way, Dragon Country can only swallow this bitter pill. But, with Han Faibai and Tu Jing being the ones who are sending out reinforcements, this matter is dire. I should still warn him about this. Muttering to himself, Jyn Zakes called over a subordinate and had them send a message to the God Slayer and God Destroyer legions, telling the 2 legions to watch out for Dragon Country's reinforcements. They also needed to inform the 5 national guardians present about this grave matter. The murder must be done without delay! One at the entrance of the Death Desert Ocean dungeon instance. After several flashes of white light, Lu Fan's group walked out chatting and laughing. Although it was just dawn with the sun rising, everyone was tired after running the dungeon instance for a whole day. They were planning to eat something before sleeping in their tents. However, as soon as they exited the dungeon instance, Lu Fan immediately sensed something was wrong. Battle instincts made Lu Fan immediately summon Xiao Kui to give everyone buffs. By now, Jian Ying and the others also noticed something was wrong. The dungeon instance entrance was in complete disarray, with the smell of blood permeating the air. Looking ahead, there were gruesomely killed corpses arranged in an eerie pattern. Han Ke let out a startled scream, her face instantly turning pale. Jian Ying's brows furrowed as she drew out 5 swords simultaneously, protecting everyone behind her. What happened? Qin Chu's complexion was not much better than Han Ke's. She never imagined they would see such a gory sight upon exiting the dungeon instance. Jian Ying looked at the corpses, noting their horrific state and strange arrangement. She hypothesized. Could heretics have attacked this place? It looks like the Dragon Country guards and our teachers and teaching assistants are all dead.
What?
All dead. The others' expressions became even worse, filled with grief and anger. As for Lu Fan, he had never been this furious before. Looking at the corpses, he coldly declared, "This wasn't done by heretics. Heretics are people who avoid exposure, since they still like to live in populated areas. Else, how could they gather more followers and have contact with ordinary people? This can't be their doing. It just doesn't make sense why they would appear here of all places. After all, this is deep within the wilderness. Although slightly more developed compared to other areas of the wilderness, there are no ordinary people here for them to convert. There are only players, and there are even guards around. This is not somewhere heretics would want to appear in, much less expose their existence in." After Lu Fan finished speaking, his eyes narrowed, because after saying those words, he suddenly understood who might be responsible for the deaths of these people. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Fan's voice fell, a cold laugh came from not far away. "As expected of Dragon Country's hero. You sure are clever, too clever. But unfortunately, that won't save you today." Lu Fan looked toward the source of the voice and saw someone riding what looked like a mechanical bird-like creature flying out from within the divine bone forest. This person looked rather unkempt, constantly drinking from a wine gourd. On his back was a longsword, which was clearly no ordinary item. However, Lu Fan did not recognize who this person was. The drunkard's face was red from all the drinking, and he quickly flew above Lu Fan's group on his mechanical mount, looking down at them with an upturned smile. "Boss Jyn is really interesting, even calling upon all of us out for brats like these. Even if they started leveling up from birth, these brats couldn't possibly have undergone their third profession change at their age. We could have just gotten the God Slayer Legion to kill these second profession brats and be done with it." Just as he finished speaking, another voice immediately came from elsewhere. "Second brother, you can't underestimate them!" In mid-air, a figure approached, leaving a trail of white energy waves. This new figure was an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 50s. Although her hair was white and her face wrinkled, her figure was like that of a young girl. She came riding an arrow, formed from condensed air. After reaching Lu Fan's location, the arrow dissipated in mid-air. The elderly woman did a flip in the air, landing steadily, and took the longbow from her back. Holding it, she smiled at the drunkard. Boss Jyn said that though this person's level isn't high, but he is strong, and he has some unusual pet dragons. Moreover, I heard he even has a skill that allows him to enslave an old friend of ours, a demon general. Since Boss Jyn has asked all of us to come together to kill him, he must have his reasons. We can't afford to be careless." Lu Fan looked at the elderly woman and recognized the skill she had just used was Wind Arrow Mastery. This was a skill that could only be mastered by an archer who changed to ranger for their second profession and then became a great wind walker after their fourth profession change. In other words, this person in front of them was actually a fourth profession change player. The elderly woman was not the last one to come, though. The ground began to violently shake as if an earthquake was occurring. Everyone could feel that this trembling was not random, but rather due to the footsteps of a massive being charging toward them. The ground began to crack, and looking toward the direction of the cracks, Lu Fan's group saw a person bathed in surging bloody aura, covering dozens of meters with each step as he charged toward them. At the same time, he carried an enormous battle axe on his shoulder. The axe was clearly incredibly heavy, its blade covered in bloodstains from countless battles. Finally, he leaped high and landed firmly on the ground, steadily planting his shoulder, carried battle axe into the earth with a loud thud. The ground shook from his series of actions. Han Ki, being a non-combat specialized profession player, nearly lost her balance. Fortunately, Tao Xiaoman's helping hand stopped her from falling. The third person to appear retracted his bloody aura, completely ignoring Lu Fan's group, and grinned at the elderly woman. "Sister Ren Ying, I think you're being too cautious." What about a demon general? Didn't I split him in half with one axe strike back then? As for dragons, hey! I've long heard that the dragon race in our world has power comparable to divinity, but I've never seen it before. Those are just hearsay. Those's gaze soon fell on Xiao Kui, showing obvious disdain. After all, Xiao Q was just a support specialized dragon. She naturally appeared to be less threatening than combat pet dragons like Xiao Ye. This gave this muscular man a rather unimpressed first impression of the dragon race. Still, my luck is good today. To think I'm actually encountering a real-life pure-blood dragon. Not bad at all. Later my axe can have a taste of its dragon blood. I wonder if drinking dragon blood will make me stronger. 3 high-level players had appeared in succession, and all were in the 4th profession. This pressure had already caused great discomfort to Jian Ying and the others, their faces all pale. However, this was not the end. In the clear sky, a massive bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, hitting the ground not far from Lu Fan's group. After the lightning disappeared, a black, robed figure appeared where it had struck, holding a staff made of green wood with a gem at its tip that was flickering with lightning. It was clearly no ordinary item. This person was extremely silent, standing motionless after appearing, unlike the other 3. Seeing him arrive, the drunkard sneered. After so many years, Old High is still the same. We've been waiting here for the whole day, and he still hasn't said a single word. Sometimes I really wonder if he's mute. The elderly woman smiled. Hey, Old High has always been a man of few words. You know this. Speaking of which, isn't that exactly what Boss Jin likes? Strong, quiet, just does whatever task he asks of him without asking why. The muscular man shook his head, disagreeing. Old High is just too boring. Being around him is always so suffocating. The group began chatting casually, none of them truly taking Lu Fan's group seriously. Jian Ying, with her broad knowledge, quickly recognized their identities from their characteristics. These 4 people, they are 4 of Extremist country's 5 national guardians. What are they doing here? Huff, 5 national guardians. The ones who subdued the 9 hell demons. Lu Fan asked. Jian Ying nodded, watching them. Yeah. The first one that came is nicknamed Extremistis country's Sword Saint. His profession is the hidden profession, Wandering Sword Saint. He specializes in physical attacks. The second one, the elderly woman, and the 4th one, the black-robed man, don't have hidden professions. They have regular 4th professions, Great Windwalker and Lightning Mage God. But we can't compare them to ordinary 4th profession players. These 2 have developed their profession characteristics to the extreme, making them even stronger than some hidden profession players. As for the 3rd one that came, the muscular man, he has a hidden profession called Hellblood Axe. His profession characteristics supposedly allows him to use various bloods to nurture his bounded weapon, that axe. This gives him an extremely high potential for further growth. After a pause, Jian Ying frowned and said, besides them, there's one more among the 5 national guardians. He is the strongest one Extremistis country's ruler, Jyn Zakes. He has a hidden profession called Abyss Parasite Master. If he's here too, then all 5 national guardians have truly assembled. He's been here all along. Lu Fan coldly smiled, looking toward an empty space. Lu Fan had already sensed the presence of the 5 national guardians after realizing that something was wrong. Even though Jyn Zakes had hid pretty well, he still could not escape Lu Fan's black dragon perception. Sure enough, after Lu Fan mentioned Jyn Zakes was here, a transport array supported by tentacles suddenly appeared in the empty space before everyone, and Jyn Zakes walked out before it closed. Moreover, tentacles burst from the ground behind Lu Fan's group, firmly wrapping around the dungeon instance entrance, giving them no chance to escape. You've finally come out. I've been waiting for you for such a long time. Jyn Zakes spoke without much inflection. However, Lu Fan could hear the coldness in his words. His killing intent was clear and overt. Besides this, there was the oppressive pressure emanating from other 5 national guardians. This pressure made even powerful players like Jianying tremble uncontrollably, breaking into cold sweat. If even Jianying was like this, those weaker than her kin Chu, Tao Xiaoman, and Han Ke were even worse off. Of course, there was one exception, Lu Fan. Lu Fan had been patiently watching the 5 national guardians emerge one by one. Acting like what they expected of him, they saw his group as fish on a chopping block. His goal was to catch all 5 of them in one net. He refused to allow a single one of them to escape. Lu Fan's anger towards these people had exceeded his first meeting with Jin Zhu. After all, just next to him were the corpses of over 40 people. They have been cruelly killed by these savages. Even if he did not know them, they were still people who supported him and were sent to protect him. How could he possibly let this go? Lu Fan needed to make them pay blood for blood? So what if they were the 5 national guardians? They were just guards protecting this land from the weak 9 hell demons. Thinking of this, Lu Fan gave a cold smile and did something puzzling. He put away his flaming meteor sword. This action confused both sides. The axe-wielding burly man, who was the most arrogant upon seeing Lu Fan put away his weapon, was briefly stunned before bursting into laughter. What? Giving up all resistance already? Though I have to say that it could be expected. We are, after all, famous as the 5 national guardians. It is natural for youngsters like you to be scared upon seeing us, but not even having the courage to resist. That is truly disappointing. If I'd known we were dealing with such cowards, I definitely wouldn't have bothered traveling so far to this godforsaken place.
What are you talking about?
The old woman rebuked while stroking her bowstring. If you hadn't come, wouldn't the dragon blood go to waste? In my opinion, after your battle axe absorbs dragon blood, its attributes will surely undergo earth-shattering changes. The burly man heartily laughed, saying,
You have a point.
Maybe my power will even surpass Boss Jyn's because of this. The drunkard took a swig of wine, equally spirited. Looks like today, we 5 national guardians will gain another honor to our name. We will become the first dragon slayers in history. In future textbooks about us 5, there will be another glorious chapter. With that, all 3 of them laughed together. Their laughter irritated Lu Fan. Shut up, all of you! Lu Fan's single sentence silenced everyone present. The 5 national guardians had not expected that at this point, Lu Fan would not beg for mercy, but instead remain so domineering. Dead men sure talk a lot. Lu Fan sneered, then completely ignored the others, focusing only on Jyn Zakes. You dare kill my people, even teachers from my university. Fine then. I'll make you watch as I slaughter 10,000 of your people. Jyn Zakes made no movement, but his killing intent became several times stronger than before. For someone about to die, I really don't know where you get the courage to say such things from. Jyn Zakes gave a cold laugh, then extended his hand in a gesture for everyone to attack. The 5 national guardians understood and immediately moved to attack. Slaughter 10,000 of our people. What a joke! Let me split you apart with my axe first. The burly man moved the fastest, stomping the ground forcefully and shooting forward like a cannonball. At the same time, streams of blood ki erupted from his pores, making him appear like a blood demon from hell. The pressure from him suddenly increased 100-fold. It seemed like his profession characteristics had some similarities with Andre, leaning towards the war god branch of warriors. He had both powerful enhancement-type buffs and charging skill, ones with unstoppable momentum. Such a powerful profession, combined with him being a 4th profession player, made this burly man unimaginably domineering. Facing him, even Tao Xiaoman could not hold her weapon steady. However, though his approach was fierce, Lu Fan never even glanced at him. Xiao Ku, Divine Tree of Life Form. At Lu Fan's command, Xiao Kui immediately took root in the ground, her body transforming, gradually expanding her frame to form a crystal-clear jade tree. Following this, waves of life pulse rippled out from Xiao Ku's body, washing over Jianying and the others. It made them feel extremely comfortable. They soon realized they had been covered in Xiao Kui's buffs, and stacked twice. Jian Ying had seen Xiao Ku's divine tree of life form before, so she was fine. But for Tao Xiaoman, Chun Qiu, and Han Kei, this was their first time being washed over by her life pulse in this form, so they were naturally all amazed. As for the burly man's oppressive pressure, it no longer felt as terrifying. Seeing Xiao Ku transform into a tree, the burly man was surprised, but he became even more interested in killing this dragon. "Blood prison axe!" The burly man roared as he leaped, raising his giant battle axe high. Instantly, the blood ki erupting from his body became even more intense, even producing a huge howling sound like a demon's roar. The blood ki concentrated on his giant axe as he brought it down. The blood chew moving across the axe head formed into a ferocious demon head with fanged jaws biting toward Lu Fan's group. It was an extraordinary strike. Though they claimed to look down on Lu Fan as just a second profession player, even as fourth profession players once the 5 national guardians moved, they did not hold back. They were not going to give Lu Fan a chance to escape, not even if the great goddess of fortune wished to save him. However, at this moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly bloomed from Xiao Qiu's body. A not too large protective barrier suddenly rose, protecting Lu Fan and the others inside. The burly man saw this but paid it no heed. A defensive skill. What a joke. Unless it is holy light protection or some other invulnerability skill, no defensive skill will be able to protect you from me. His axe still fell with unstoppable momentum, violently striking Xiao Qiu's eternal guardian. But in the next second, something happened that shocked the 5 national guardians. When the burly man's axe struck the eternal guardian, it merely caused ripples to spread. Far from being shattered, there was not even a crack. Instead, the attack power of his skill was reflected back, sending him flying. The burly man flew back hundreds of meters before finally stopping, his giant axe trembling. The rebounding force had clearly affected him badly.
How is this possible?"
The burly man stared, wide-eyed. He was barely able to believe what just happened. After all, how could a second profession player block his full power strike? How could they have such an overpowered skill? Not just the burly man, but the other 5 national guardians were also stunned. However, this small incident did not cause them to panic. After all, even if Lu Fan's group had such a powerful defensive skill, they were just turtles with hard shells. The burly man was furious with embarrassment. Seeing the others react with mocking looks, he irritably chided. "Don't just stand there and watch! Attack together!" "Eat!" The drunkard gave a cold laugh and extended his hand. The sword on his back seemed to have a mind of its own as it flew into his hand. This sword was extraordinary. Its blade gleamed with white light. It was even a rare light sword. Light swords not only had low drop rates but also required special hidden professions to use, so few had seen them. It was clear the wandering sword saint profession utilizes light swords. The drunkard stood up from his mechanical bird. With the glow from the sword in his hand getting more intense, he slashed repeatedly with his light sword, each strike sending purple sword light flying through the air toward Lu Fan's group. The old woman did not stay idle either, drawing her bow and shooting arrows wrapped in wind elemental, which each carried considerable power. At the same time, the silent black-robed man also acted. He waved his staff to gather dark clouds above Lu Fan's group, sending down bolt after bolt of lightning. The 3 attacked together, their powerful skills continuously striking Eternal Guardian. Inside Eternal Guardian, Jian Ying and the others watched on nervously, afraid the outside attacks might shatter the protective barrier. Only Lu Fan remained calm. He had complete confidence in Xiao Ku's skill, knowing that even though the other party was powerful 4th profession players, they absolutely would not be able to break through this defense skill further enhanced by Xiao Ku's buffs. "Jian Ying, take care of Auntie and the others," Lu Fan said without looking back as he walked toward the outside, ignoring the chaotic bombardment. Hearing this, Jian Ying frowned. Lu Fan, what are you going to do? I'm going to personally kill them. As Lu Fan spoke, golden light began appearing around him. This golden light was not radiating from the surface of his skin, but rather seeping out from within, beneath his skin. It was as though Lu Fan's blood had turned completely golden, possessing some special power. At the same time, Lu Fan's body began expanding, scales growing from his skin, his form transforming toward that of a giant dragon. This was the Golden Dragon King bloodline release! For Jyn Zakes and his group, Lu Fan felt that personally tearing them apart would be more satisfying. However, Lu Fan knew that they were Extremist country's top players. In other words, they were among the strongest, even amongst fourth profession players. Even with Golden Dragon King bloodline release, Lu Fan could not face all 5 of them head-on. So, calling for help was necessary. A summoning array lit up beside Lu Fan, and one of the fallen corpse Holy Dragon Kings emerged, opening his puppet sub, space outside of Eternal Guardian. Following this, monster after monster walked out. Not many in number, just 9. But these 9 were old friends of the 5 National Guardians. Naturally, they were the 9 Hell Demons! The appearance of the 9 Hell Demons greatly shocked the 5 National Guardians. The 3 who had been attacking the Eternal Guardian all stopped. They now faced the 9 Hell Demons with great wariness. What's going on? The drunkard instantly sobered up. Gripping his light sword, he questioned, "How can this brat summon the 9 Hell Demons?" They had fought the 9 Hell Demons before and knew of their terrifying power. Though they had indeed killed the 9 Hell Demons back then, that was only because the Hell Demons were scattered, and they could hunt them down one by one. That was how they had finally subdued the 9 Hell Demons. But now, all the 9 Hell Demons were here together. So, that advantage was completely lost. The pressure on the 5 National Guardians was immense. Even Jyn Zakes was shocked. He knew Lu Fan had enslaved a demon general, and had guessed Lu Fan might have enslaved the diabolical Hell Demon. But he never imagined Lu Fan had all 9 Hell Demons! Even he felt tremendous pressure from the 9 Hell Demons that had just appeared, let alone his other 4 teammates. This sudden development stripped away the 5 National Guardians' earlier composure. However, the burly man was the first to react, coldly snorting, "All show and no substance! I don't believe a second profession player can really enslave the 9 Hell Demons! They must be imitations! Watch me split them all in half with one axe strike!" With that, he raised his axe and charged forward. His movement drew the attention of the diabolical Hell Demon. The diabolical Hell Demon's form dimmed as it activated its ghost walk skill. Then, it teleported in front of the burly man, bringing its fingers made of blades down from above. The burly man's pupils contracted as he raised his giant axe to clash head-on with the diabolical Hell Demon. Boom! It was a thunderous crash. The diabolical Hell Demon did not move a centimeter, while the burly man was forced back several steps. The burly man was shocked, exclaiming, "Something's wrong! How can these 9 Hell Demons be as powerful as the originals?" "How is this possible?" The others were also greatly alarmed. Sensing something was amiss. They could handle 1 or 2 9 Hell Demons, but how could they fight all 9 at once? Jyn Zakes' voice grew heavy as he slowly said, "No wonder you could show such power in the National Trial's secret realm. You truly have some ability. Even so, everyone, we need not fear him. Even if he summons all 9 Hell Demons, we need not be afraid. We've killed them before, and now that they've appeared again, we just need to kill them again." While the 9 Hell Demons are fearsome, many years have passed. Are we not much stronger than before? Even if the 9 Hell Demons join forces, what is there to fear? Jyn Zakes' words gave the 5 National Guardians some of their confidence back. After all, Jyn Zakes was just stating facts. These were monsters they had killed before. What could 9 of them combined do? They themselves had truly grown stronger over the years. If these enemies got resurrected, they would just need to kill them again! However, was it really that simple? As an emerald green light shone from within the Eternal Guardian, it illuminated the 9 hell demons. Moments later, beside each 9 hell demon appeared 2 mirror image projections identical to the original, so lifelike that real and fake could not be distinguished. The 9 hell demons had instantly become 27 hell demons! This sight made the 5 National Guardians' eyes nearly pop out of their heads. The 9 hell demons were already like a nightmare to them. Now, it was far worse. The 9 hell demons had become 27 hell demons. How were they going to fight against this? Are they clones? Jyn Zakes remained calm as he tore off his cloak, his body beneath expanding into a monster over 10 meters tall. Jyn Zakes now resembled a humanoid octopus, with a giant eyeball on his enormous head, while his lower body consisted of countless tentacles of varying thickness supporting his frame. His body was covered in sticky mucus, though its special properties remained unknown. From Jyn Zakes' appearance, it was clear he did not have a mage-type profession, but rather a transformation type like druid. The druid profession was rare in Dragon Country, but in Western countries, it was as common as any other profession. The profession characteristic was the ability to transform, enhancing one's attributes and giving the player power exceeding that of monsters at the same level. Jyn Zakes' attributes had surged dramatically, and his countless tentacles provided diverse methods of attack. Additionally, after losing his human form, his remaining eye gleamed strangely as it scanned the 27 hell demons present. This seemed like a skill similar to appraisal, allowing him to easily determine their original attributes. As expected, they're all clones. Their attributes are only a third that of the original. Though they look intimidating, their power is far inferior to the original, Jyn Zakes loudly announced, allowing the other 5 National Guardians to relax a little. As long as each hell demon did not possess the original's full power, the situation was still manageable. Though reduced by 2/3, their attributes were still formidable. Still, for players like them, dealing with hell demons at a third of their strength was not too problematic. Did you think this was it? Lu Fan had more surprises in store for them. The Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon King's aura-type skill, Holy Light Radiance, now shone upon all hell demons, while Xiao Q's life pulse continuously flowed, providing them with buffs. Each hell demon soon gained doubly stacked Spring of Life, along with Jade Shield and Jade Blessing. Under Jyn Zakes' watch, all hell demons' attributes rose to terrifying levels, matching that of the original. More terrifying was that these were just the clones' attributes. The original hell demons, after receiving a series of attribute enhancement, had attributes far exceeding their peak, 2 to 3 times stronger than when they wreaked havoc in Extremist country. With all of Xiao Ku's skills enhancing them, just 2 of these hell demons were enough to completely overwhelm the 5 National Guardians. Yet, here, there were 9 hell demons of equal strength, plus 18 clones matching the original. Worse, behind them Xiao Q was continuously buffing all the hell demons! The 5 National Guardians knew that to have any chance of victory in this battle, they needed to eliminate the support specialized pet dragon first. However, their opponent had transformed into a giant jade tree, maintaining an almost unbreakable shield while recklessly casting skills. This was something they could not do anything about. It was truly a death trap. Never mind the others, even Jyn Zakes in his battle. Ready form felt his scalp tingling. He was considering whether to create a transport array. He wanted to immediately leave. The 9 hell demons, originally killed by the 5 National Guardians, still harbored deep resentment despite becoming fallen corpse puppets. Now that Lu Fan had buffed them and given them the order to attack, how could the hell demons and their clones remain still? Instantly, the 27 hell demons charged at the 5 National Guardians. Basically, each of the 5 National Guardians had to face 5 or 6 hell demons encircling them. Back then, it took all 5 of them to defeat just 1 hell demon. But now, the tables have turned. They had at least 5 hell demons against each of them. This made the 5 National Guardians suffer greatly. Even though their strength had improved significantly since then, they still could not possibly be a match against 5 level 85 epic grade bosses at once. Moreover, if one of them was an original, that was even more terrifying. A single strike from the original was something none of the 5 National Guardians could block. Originally, the 5 National Guardians saw Lu Fan as a lamb for slaughter, but now the roles of hunter and prey had completely reversed. Too busy trying to survive, the 5 National Guardians did not even notice that space around them began to distort around Xiaokua. The surroundings gradually transformed into a sea of clouds with peaks piercing through. Roar! Accompanied by a clear, resonant dragon roar. A golden glowing dragon, as if cast from flowing gold, flew out from Eternal Guardian. It was Lu Fan, transformed into the Golden Dragon King Ultimate Shield. Lu Fan had fully activated his transformation skill, becoming the Golden Dragon King. Naturally, the feeling was extraordinary. He could feel power coursing through his body as his skin felt like the world's hardest metal. It gave him the confidence to withstand any attack. At just level 2 Golden Dragon King Bloodline release, it provided Lu Fan with 4k fuss in each of his strength, agility, and mana attributes, and 16k sus in his endurance attribute. At the same time, Lu Fan did not hesitate to activate the belt's additional skill, Golden Dragon King's Shield, increasing his 3 attributes by 40% and his endurance attribute by 100%. The Dragon Hunter's Will equipment set skills and attributes alone gave Lu Fan 32k sus endurance. The current Lu Fan was completely impenetrable, absolutely unbreakable. What if these incredible attributes were combined with Xiao Qiu's skill enhancements? Xiao Qiu's skill effects on Lu Fan had double the effectiveness. Their effects were far more terrifying than when applied on the Hell Demons. Just in terms of his endurance attribute, with all skills stacked together, Lu Fan broke 150k. That's not 15k, but 150k! Never mind the 5 National Guardians. Even if one combined all 5 of their attributes together, 115k in endurance was an unreachable number for them. Unless they used a divine skill, they could not possibly break through Lu Fan's defense. Moreover, Lu Fan was being refreshed with over 40 Jade Shields every second. Even for divine skills, could it break through all of his Jade Shield? Even if it could, he still had his golden form. With that activated, Lu Fan was basically invincible. Well, for 3 minutes, but he would still be invincible nevertheless. Never mind the 5 National Guardians. Even if there were 55 National Guardians, Lu Fan would dare to go and cut off their hands. Lu Fan's Golden Dragon King transformation was not that straightforward. As Xiao Ku's skill enveloped Lu Fan, 4 more Golden Dragon Kings appeared beside him, each possessing 60% of his attributes. Lu Fan's attributes were already extraordinary, even at 60%. Tens of thousands of endurance points were enough to give the 5 National Guardians a headache. Under Lu Fan's control, all 5 Golden Dragon King's clones each found a target among the 5 National Guardians. Though his mirror image project's combat power was not a match against all 9 Hell Demons, their entry into battle made the National Guardians' already difficult situation even worse. Each of them now faced 1 Golden Dragon King and 5 or 6 Hell Demons. Any single one of these opponents would be troublesome enough, let alone 6 or 7 attacking at once. Almost as soon as the battle began, the 5 National Guardians struggled to defend themselves, let alone mount any offense. Lu Fan naturally chose his target to be Jyn Zakes, the leader of the 5 National Guardians. After transforming into the Golden Dragon King, Lu Fan could still use many skills, including dragon language magic. Lu Fan's Golden Dragon King form unleashed roar of the Blue Dragon King toward Jyn Zakes. This time, instead of a phantom shadow projection, a lightning storm erupted from Lu Fan's mouth, enveloping Jyn Zakes. Lightning snakes crackled constantly, bombarding Jyn Zakes and dealing significant damage. However, his body seemed to have considerable magic resistance and debuff resistance. Rather than being paralyzed, he used his powerful tentacles to support his body, suddenly leaping away from Lu Fan's dragon language magic's attack range. Lu Fan simply abandoned dragon language magic and charged forward, viciously clawing at Jyn Zakes. Jyn Zakes had no armor, just tough flesh that could not stop Lu Fan's claws. This strike immediately left a long wound on Jyn Zakes, spraying dark green blood that seemed to contain poison. The blood splashed onto Lu Fan, immediately producing white mist, clearly attempting to inflict some kind of debuff. Unfortunately for Jyn Zakes, Lu Fan was completely immune to all debuffs. Even if he was not, with his high endurance attribute, this kind of poison could be completely ignored. In pain, Jyn Zakes fiercely tried to counterattack. Dozens of tentacles whipping at Lu Fan, each strike carrying considerable attack power. Unfortunately, against Lu Fan's over 150k endurance attribute, it was too insignificant. The tentacles struck Lu Fan's body without causing much pain, let alone injury. Lu Fan's fighting style was particularly brutal. Each time his dragon claw fell, he would tear away several of Jyn Zakes' tentacles. Then he spun in midair, his dragon tail sweeping past. The enormous attack power combined with Jade Blessing's dragon key directly smashed into Jyn Zakes' massive body. In midair, a diabolical hell demon mirror image projection had been waiting. Its 10 fingers made of blades slashed through the air, activating its blood blade claw strike skill, violently striking at Jyn Zakes. Jyn Zakes' body was severely wounded in midair. Blood immediately rained down and corroded huge pits of the ground. It was not just the diabolical hell demon, though. The other hell demons were quick to surround, swarming him like mad dogs, making it impossible for him to escape their pincer attack despite his many powerful skills. This was complete domination! At this moment, boast Jyn, save me, a strange voice whimpered on the battlefield. Jyn Zakes looked back to see the usually quiet black-robed man had been driven into a corner. He was just a mage who needed protection from other players to display his true power. Although fourth profession players like them were very powerful even when alone, in true life or death situations, mages were typically the first to go down. The black-robed man had already used everything at his disposal, all his survival skills, but no one had come to his rescue. After all, everyone now had a golden dragon king and 5 or 6 hell demons surrounding them. Who could break free to save him? So now, the black-robed man was completely cornered. Jyn Zakes wanted to save him, but how could he possibly do so? In his peripheral vision, a mad hell demon's strike had shattered the black-robed man's lightning barrier. Following this, space distorted above the black-robed man's head. It was Ghost Shadow Strike. A buff diabolical hell demon had used Ghost Walk to approach and raised its blade fingers. The diabolical hell demon's blade fingers fell, trailed with an eerie energy as it struck the black-robed man. As just a mage, how could he possibly withstand the diabolical hell demon's Ghost Walk's attack buff and Ghost Shadow Strike's multi-hit? With this one strike, the black-robed man folded. With continuous squelch sounds, the diabolical hell demon's blade fingers directly shredded the black-robed man, turning him into a bloody mess. Inside Eternal Guardian, seeing a player get killed for the first time, Han K nearly vomited. As for the other girls, though they still found it disgusting, they were fine. As for murder, what difference was there between these people and pigs? If they were going to kill others, even going so far as to mutilate their corpses, it was fair game! With their power and influence, who was going to help bring justice against them? This was the only equalizer. One of the 5 national guardians had already died. As for the others, their deaths under this siege was just a matter of time. The power Lu Fan displayed far exceeded Jyn Zakes' imagination. Jyn Zakes understood very clearly that this boy before him was already beyond his ability to handle. I have to escape! In fear, Jyn Zakes was wise. He immediately used several tentacles to pierce the air and started to create a transport array. Though his body was huge, it was like an octopus, boundless and flexible. Although the transport array was very small for his body, he could still squeeze himself through it. Seeing this, Lu Fan just smiled. I want to run. Do you think that just by stepping into a transport array, it means you'll survive? How cute! Lu Fan had been waiting for this moment. The moment of giving Jyn Zakes hope before plunging him into complete despair. The slowly forming dragon domain fully activated with a single thought from Lu Fan, completely sealing this whole space. Now, with dragon domain active, any means of escape was just a mere fantasy. Sullivan, okay. The nationalist sentiment here was overblown. There was killing others just because of their country and justifying it. Well, I'm going to just change it from now on. I saw how in the NU reviews, people seem to dislike this kind of thing. I personally think such over-the-top nationalist sentiments are quite dumb, so might as well just change it. The transport array created by Jyn Zakes lost its connection to the targeted coordinates and immediately lost its effect. Its light soon dimming before shattering. His body, which had already partially entered the array, was destroyed in the spatial turbulence due to the array's failure, turning into paste and dispersing along with the transport array. Jyn Zakes cried out in pain, falling to the ground with countless tentacles writhing. He was clearly in great agony. After his transformation, his self-healing was extremely strong, with new flesh was growing visibly at the sliced-off parts of his body. The wounds would likely heal completely soon enough. However, what Jyn Zakes needed was not to heal his wounds, but to escape from Lu Fan. High as an abyss parasite master with the power to return to the abyss at any time. Why can't I use my transport array skill right now of all times? Jyn Zakes was now finally given a moment to look around him. He discovered that he and the others had somehow been pulled into a strange place. They were no longer at the entrance of the Death Desert Ocean Dungeon instance. Here, a mysterious power seemed to cut off all connections to the outside world. Even items like random teleport scrolls and teleportation scrolls in Jyn Zakes' inventory had all lost effect. Not only that, as everyone was truly pulled into this domain, Jyn Zakes clearly felt his attributes decrease by half. Looking at the other 3 of the 5 national guardians, they were in the same situation. Originally, they could barely hold on under the siege. But now, with their attributes halved, how could they possibly be opponents for the Hell Demons? Screams rose one after another. The old woman was caught by the sturdy Hell Demon, whose body firmly wrapped around her. It soon used its countless appendages to slice her into strips of meat, which led to an incredibly tragic end. The drunkard met the same fate. He was the one who had killed the Mad Hell Demon years ago. Now, he received special treatment from the Mad Hell Demon. Among the Hell Demons surrounding him, there were 2 Mad Hell Demons, and one was the original. The Mad Hell Demon's attacks were extremely frenzied, swinging its iron mace so fast that even after images could not be seen. The drunkard's mechanical bird should have been an extra equipment, similar to the flying Dragon King's bone wings. Though it could provide some ability to fly, it could not possibly withstand such abuse. Under the Mad Hell Demon's continuous attacks, this mechanical bird was finally shattered and the drunkard fell from mid-air. The original Mad Hell Demon let out a delighted roar, mercilessly swinging its iron mace with a predictable result. Of the 5 national guardians, only the burly man and Jyn Zakes were still desperately holding on. Though the burly man was fierce, he was now forced to use his profession's divine skill, trading his life force for high attributes just to barely survive. However, his death was only a matter of time. Watching his former comrades die without any power to resist, Jyn Zakes felt a fear he had not experienced in decades rise from the depths of his heart. He never would have imagined that this fear would come from a second profession boy much younger than him. A boom! With a thunderous sound, Lu Fan descended from the sky, stepping on Jyn Zakes' head, which was a giant eyeball, pinning him to the ground. Jyn Zakes could clearly feel that while his and others' attributes had weakened, Lu Fan's attributes had greatly increased in this domain. His eyeball turned with difficulty. Using his skill, he could see that Lu Fan's attributes had indeed increased by 50%, with his endurance attribute now easily exceeding 200k. Hey, what terrifying attributes! They must be approaching the threshold of divinity! Lu Fan could naturally sense Jyn Zakes checking his attributes. Since he had transformed into the Golden Dragon King, his every breath contained Dragon Ki. In what seemed to be a cold laugh, he spoke in a human voice. "Have you seen my attributes? When I said I would slaughter 10,000 of your people, at that time, were you not mocking me for daydreaming?" With that, Lu Fan's foot pressed down hard, his giant dragon claw directly crushing Jyn Zakes' eyeball. Jyn Zakes' body writhed violently in pain again. Countless tentacles whipped toward Lu Fan, creating explosive sounds as they struck his body, showing considerable power. Unfortunately, against Lu Fan's nearly divine endurance attribute, these attacks could barely penetrate his defenses. "Lu Fan, I have to admit I've underestimated you." "Well, the victor becomes king, the defeated an outlaw. If you want to kill me, then do it." Jyn Zakes' voice came from among the tentacles, while these tentacles continued to frantically attack Lu Fan. Though not in pain, Lu Fan was irritated by this. His dragon claws slashed repeatedly, tearing apart the tentacles section by section, causing fluid to spray everywhere. Lu Fan beat his wings, flying away from Jyn Zakes' side while saying, "You think dying ends everything? No, far from it. You are all called the 5 National Guardians. Are the 5 of you proud of your status? I hear your descendants all have noble status. So, if after your deaths, everyone in Extremist's country despises you, despises your descendants, can you rest in peace?" These words made Jyn Zakes suddenly panic, his tentacles writhing more frantically. "What are you planning to do?" Lu Fan replied with a cold laugh. "Why bother explaining? After your death, your eyes will personally see what I'm going to do. Attack!" At Lu Fan's command, the 9 hell demons swarmed forward, viciously tearing at Jyn Zakes. Nearby, the burly man could no longer hold on, being pinned to the ground by a hell demon spear, dying without another breath. As for Jyn Zakes, his situation was special. He had extremely strong vitality and was extremely tenacious. Even with his body torn apart by the hell demons, his tentacles had not lost their vitality. They were constantly trying to regenerate. However, Lu Fan was not anxious. He does not believe there was something unkillable in this world. Not when they were alive. Even Xiao Kui, with her nearly infinite vitality, could be killed, let alone Jyn Zakes. Besides, within the dragon domain, Jyn Zakes would not be able to escape. No matter how tenacious his vitality, death was just a matter of time. Lu Fan had Tao Shaman use her skill to wash off Jyn Zakes' blood from his body before returning to his human form. During this time, Jyn Zakes' vitality continued to drain away. Finally, those tentacles completely lost their vitality, leaving only a mess everywhere. Hankei could not bear to look at this. She turned her head away, not daring to look. Not just her, even people like Jian Ying found it difficult to watch. After all, Lu Fan's methods were indeed too brutal. The 5 National Guardians did not just lack intact bodies, not even a complete limb was left. In this regard, this was because they had truly angered Lu Fan. As for the ones that did the finishing blow, they were the original hell demons who had deep-seated grudges against the 5 National Guardians. With so much ill will towards the other, such a scene had occurred, a scene that was normal to be difficult to accept. However, this was only temporary. Lu Fan had that one fallen corpse Holy Dragon King activate fallen corpse control. He soon spread out purplish, black mist to envelop the corpses of Jyn Zakes and the others. Soon, these scattered flesh pieces reassembled, restoring back to normal. As for the gory sight on the floor, that was also gone. Now, Jyn Zakes and the others stood before Lu Fan and his group as though they had come back to life. It was only now that they had become his fallen corpse puppets, completely obedient to Lu Fan's commands. This was Lu Fan's first time using fallen corpse control on humans. He had never used it before. Firstly, because he looked down on Charles and the others' combat power, and secondly, controlling human corpses did not sit well with him. After all, mage-type hidden professions like necromancer were generally rejected by the common man. However, right now, Lu Fan no longer cared about ethics and morality. Moreover, the 5 National Guardians who were all 4th profession players. Lu Fan could see that all 5's powers exceeded level 95, with Jyn Zakes even reaching level 97. Even among fourth profession players, they were considered extremely powerful. These 5 had killed so many of his people. Lu Fan naturally would not let them rest in peace after death. In fact, he plans to enslave them as fallen corpse puppets until they die as cannon fodder in battle. Jian Ying and the others naturally already knew about the fallen corpse Holy Dragon King's ability to turn people into fallen corpse puppets. So, they were not surprised by the current situation. The 5 national guardians had become fallen corpse puppets like the 9 hell demons. Thus, they knew these 5 were no longer a threat. As for Xiao Kui, she dispelled Eternal Guardian and returned to her infant form, flying to Lu Fan's side. When the other girls came forward, they were quick to ask Lu Fan what they planned to do now. With the 5 national guardians dead, the anger in Lu Fan's heart had dissipated somewhat. However, his hatred for them, for Extremist country, had not decreased. After all, it was clear that it was not only these 5 that acted against him, but rather the whole country. He thought silently for a while with a cold expression and then said, Jyn Zakes is Jin Cheng'en's father. He must have put considerable thought into leading the 5 national guardians to kill me. Since we've just come out of the dungeon instance and don't fully understand the current situation, I think we should find some informed personnel and learn about the situation first. Though Jyn Zakes and the others are dead, there should be plenty of guards from Extremist country nearby. The other girls nodded, feeling what Lu Fan said made sense. Qin Chu worriedly and timidly stated, When we came out of the dungeon instance, I noticed that the transport array back to Dragon Capital University had been destroyed. Lu Fan, are we now trapped here in Extremist country? If there are their guards nearby, it won't be easy for us to return. Right now, we are stuck here, thousands of kilometers away from home. Lu Fan smiled and waved his hand. Yeah, I noticed that too. Since Jyn Zakes wants to kill me, he would naturally cut off all means of escape back to Dragon Country. By destroying the transport array, we're currently isolated here. Isn't that exactly what he wanted to see? After a pause, Lu Fan gave a cold laugh. At the same time, right now, this is also what I had hoped for. Fine then, Extremist country, since you are so hospitable and want to keep us here, I'll go along with you. But I believe before long you will start kneeling and begging for me to return. Lu Fan already had a complete plan in mind. Jian Ying and the others did not understand what Lu Fan was thinking. However, at this moment, he was the only one with a plan, so they simply decided to follow him. With the 5 national guardians dead, Lu Fan prepared to formally implement his plan. But first, he had Xiao Kui send everyone out of the dragon domain. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Death Desert Ocean dungeon instance, Li Tai had brought over 10 people from the God Destroyer Legion. There, they saw traces left behind from Lu Fan's battle with the 5 national guardians. Seeing the ground riddled with holes, one could imagine how intense the battle must have been. Even Li Tai, a level 85 third profession player, drew in a sharp breath, praising the Dragon Country's hero to be truly extraordinary. Hey, if we had sent men from the God Destroyer Legion to kill him, we would have had to pay an extremely heavy price. But why can we only see traces left behind by the aftermath of their battle? But no one here. Li Tai had come here after receiving Jin Zion's orders to inform Jyn Zakes and the others about Tu Jing and Elder Han. Those 2 were going to have their men cross the border into Extremist country to search for Lu Fan. Halfway here, Li Tai had heard the sounds of an intense battle. Yet, when Li Tai reached the site, no one was here, not even a corpse. This left Li Tai very confused about what had happened. Could it be that His Majesty King Jin has already killed them and ground their bones to dust, leaving no corpse behind? That must be it. Li Tai quickly came to that conclusion. After all, in his view, with all 5 national guardians attacking, Lu Fan could not possibly have survived. Unable to find Jyn Zakes and the others here, Li Tai decided to immediately return to his barracks and report the situation to Jin Zion through their communication item. But just as Li Tai was about to leave, he suddenly felt a mysterious space fluctuation here, as if a transport array had opened somewhere. No transport array appeared in the surroundings. However, after the space in front of Litai distorted, 5 figures appeared stiffly in the clearing. Naturally, they were the 5 national guardians who had become fallen corpse puppets. Seeing Jyn Zakes and the others, Litai was shocked. Without pondering why these 5 had appeared so strangely, he hurriedly knelt on one knee. "Greetings, your majesty. King Jyn?" Well, the others also did the same, kneeling and paying their respects. Behind them were Lu Fan and the others, who had also returned from the dragon domain. Han Ke and the others were startled, after all. They had just been transported back from the dragon domain when suddenly a group of people from Extremist country knelt before them. Even though their backs were turned, it still caught them off guard. Flustered, Han Ke and the others made some noise, which attracted the attention of Litai's group. Litai turned his head and was shocked to find Lu Fan and the others standing perfectly fine behind him. He instinctively got up from the ground with his men and drew the long sword at his waist. "How are you still alive?" Litai's eyes widened. Though he knew Lu Fan was formidable, he was not afraid. After all, the 5 national guardians were standing behind him. Lu Fan had come out of the dragon domain, specifically looking for potential targets from Extremist country to capture and question. Now that someone had delivered themselves to his doorstep, Lu Fan was naturally pleased. Moreover, from Litai's armor, he was clearly of the God Destroyer Legion and was someone high on the totem pole who knew many things. Naturally, he became Lu Fan's target for capture. "Of course, we're still alive." Lu Fan smiled coldly, and as soon as he finished speaking, tentacles emerged from Jyn Zakes' cloak, shooting like lightning into the bodies of the soldiers beside Litai. Though these soldiers were elite, they were just third-profession players. How could they possibly withstand Jyn Zakes' attack? Everyone was instantly killed by the tentacles, holes appearing in their heads. Such a turn of events startled Litai. He was frozen in place. He felt under attack from all sides. Right now, he did not know where to point his blade. He just looked incredulously at Jyn Zakes, asking as though pleading, "Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this?" "You still think he's your king, Jyn?" Lu Fan shook his head with a chuckle, pitying the person for being too foolish. Hearing Lu Fan's mocking voice, Litai gradually began to notice. Jyn Zakes and the black-robed figure had their faces concealed by robes and cloaks. Their features were mostly hidden. However, for the other 3, they showed their true faces. However, their complexion did not seem human. It was purple-blue, with stiff expressions with no emotion in them. "What in the world is going on?" Litai was completely taken aback. At this moment, the burly man expressionlessly approached him. Wielding his giant axe, he was clearly intending to attack. Litai naturally was not willing to wait for death. He immediately moved to resist. Unfortunately, his combat power was far too inferior compared to the burly man. After a few moves, Litai was overwhelmed by the vast difference in strength. His sword-wielding right arm got cut off by the axe, and he got kicked to the ground. Crack! The giant axe fell toward his head. However, the axe only embedded itself in the ground at an angle, axe blade barely touching Litai's neck. In fact, the burly man held the axe handle, not letting it fall to continue, and cut off Litai's head. Litai endured the intense agony of losing his arm. Yet, he dared not move. He could clearly feel something sharp pressed against his neck. He knew any suspicious move would be met with his decapitation. Lu Fan walked forward, crouched down, and casually removed the badge from Litai's chest. The God Destroyer Legion's badge was entirely different from the Griffin Legion's medal. They did not use gold, silver, bronze, or iron to represent their rank. Lu Fan was not clear what rank the other party was, but could confirm he was definitely different from the person who had just died. Someone who was much higher in rank. Lu Fan casually tossed aside the badge in his hand, no longer bothering to examine it. Instead, he directly asked, "Who are you? What is your relationship with Jyn Zakes? And what is your mission?" Li Tai glared viciously at Lu Fan, gritting his teeth without speaking. Heh, quite stubborn, eh? Lu Fan smiled, standing up, the ring of resentment in his hand emanating a slight chill. Soon, a surge of resentment flew from the ring, infusing into the burly man. The burly man received Lu Fan's order and raised the giant axe, letting it fall. This time, Li Tai had chopped another arm off. At the same time, the resentment aura on the burly man began to take effect, causing numerous debuffs to appear on Li Tai. These debuffs were undoubtedly a form of torture for a person. Combined with losing both arms, the layered pain made Li Tai continuously wail while he rolled on the ground, nearly breaking down. The Ring of Resentment was only a level 15 gold-grade equipment. Lu Fan actually had the chance to get a better ring at the prosperous Heaven auction house to replace it. However, he did not do so because the resentment aura skill was too useful to replace. Usually, Lu Fan relied on his pet dragons to directly steamroll through everything. He did not need the various debuff effects provided by resentment aura. But now, wanting to torture Li Tai rather than killing him directly, resentment aura truly shined. It was absolutely the most useful skill in his arsenal for this kind of situation. Lu Fan stood with hands behind his back, watching Li Tai rolling on the ground as he calmly said, "You now have almost every normal debuff on you. Poisoned, weakness, bleeding, stun, frenzy, and so much more. These debuffs would be fatal even for ordinary people, let alone you who is already severely injured. Not to mention any other effects. Just the bleeding effect alone is more than enough to take your life. Of course, death will be very slow. So slow you'll want to die but can't. After all, my pet dragon has a skill called Spring of Life. With its fooling effect, I can make sure your health points remain full at all times, full to experience the true pain of all those debuffs." After describing what would happen, Lu Fan snapped his fingers to showcase what he meant. Beside him, Xiao Qiu casted Spring of Life on Li Tai, fueling him with energy. Spring of Life was definitely an amazing buff for others. But for Li Tai, it was just fueling the flames! Spring of Life did not clear his debuffs, but it did prolong his life. This was true torture, one where he sought death but was unable to die. Li Tai understood his body's condition best, and naturally knew that if Lu Fan wished, he could truly trap him in never-ending suffering, one which he would be unable to escape. At this point, Lu Fan continued speaking. "Now then, I want to ask you several questions. If you answer honestly, my pet dragon also has a skill to clear all debuffs, which can free you from your suffering. Do know that I've already killed your 5 national guardians. A nobody like you isn't really worth my attention. If you're willing to cooperate and tell me everything you know, I can consider letting you go." Li Tai struggled to look at the 5 national guardians, discovering something was really off about them and realizing Lu Fan was not lying to him. Though incredulous that the 5 national guardians would die at Lu Fan's hands, the facts were there. He had no choice but to believe him. Therefore, although Li Tai was a soldier trained by Extremist's country, he knew there was no hope to change the situation and chose to submit. "I am willing to cooperate. I'll tell you whatever you ask, as long as you spare me," Li Tai pleaded through gritted teeth. Lu Fan nodded with satisfaction, smiling. "Good. Now then, let me ask you, who are you?" "I am Legion General Li Tai of the God Destroyer Legion of Extremist's country." Li Tai obediently answered Lu Fan's questions, not daring to conceal anything. The God Destroyer Legion was actually internationally renowned, and Lu Fan had heard of it before. He naturally knew that it was one of Extremist's country's 3 ace military units. He just did not expect that a Legion General of such a top unit would be so easily taken down. However, to be fair, it was not that Li Tai was weak. Rather, it was just that Lu Fan was too monstrous. After one question and another, Lu Fan basically understood his current situation. "Jyn Zakes, you really thought highly of me. You not only had the 5 national guardians come, but the God Slayer and God Destroyer legions as well. These are 2 ace military units we are talking about. To think that they are all stationed nearby, with 24 camps around this place, surrounding me like an iron net. Meanwhile, the God Annihilator Legion was also dispatched to Extremist's country's borders to intercept reinforcements coming from Dragon Country. If Jyn Zakes was even more ruthless, would he not bring over 100 million Extremist's country civilians to surround and kill me? Still, having that many soldiers come is also a good thing. However many come, that is the number I'll kill. That's basically how it is. Li Tai was tortured by the various debuffs until he was crying and drooling. Everything I did was under King Jin's orders. Having the soldiers surround and kill those in your camp was not what I wanted to do. I can personally swear to heaven, I do not have a drop of blood of your people on my hands. Please, quickly clear these debuffs on me. Lu Fan would never believe his claim about not having those people's blood on his hands. However, everything else he said likely had a high degree of credibility. Even the locations of the 24 military camps Lu Fan had extracted from him. At this moment, Jian Ying returned from nearby, telling Lu Fan, "Among the corpses, Teacher Guhan doesn't seem to be there. Seems like he was telling the truth. Teacher Guhan must have really used a random teleport scroll to escape from here." Da Lu Fan nodded to show he understood. Li Tai quickly asked, "See, I told you I wasn't lying. I answered all your questions with truths. So, could you please spare me?" "Ah, of course," Lu Fan nodded, then waved his hand while saying, "I'll send you on your way." Li Tai froze after understanding Lu Fan's meaning of "on your way." He became both anxious and angry. "What do you mean? From the very beginning you never planned to spare me, did you?" "You never planned to keep your word." Lu Fan smiled. "No, I definitely keep to my word very well. But have you ever heard of anyone keeping their word to dogs? In your case, when I said, spare you, I just meant sparing you from further torture. For killing those people, innocent civilians, I will make you and your people pay back 10,000-fold. As Lu Fan's words fell, before Li Tai could speak again, the burly man completely ended his life. Lu Fan did not want to leave behind a corpse, which might make his auntie feel uncomfortable. So he used magma burst and had the flames turn his body to ash. After handling everything, Hanki took the initiative to ask, "Fanner, what should we do next? If what he said is true, then we're surrounded by soldiers who want to kill us, and they're all elites from the God Slayer and God Destroyer legions." Seeing his auntie's worried expression, Lu Fan could not help but smile, trying to comfort her. "Auntie, is this situation really as scary as you are phrasing it out to be? Are you afraid of them chasing after us?" "Not exactly." Hanki bit her finger, frowning deeply before sighing. "I'm mostly worried because we're thousands of kilometers away from our home. Although you're very strong, being in a foreign country, surrounded by enemies who want our lives, I just feel a bit." Lu Fan could understand his auntie's feelings. This was not their familiar dragon country after all. There were enemies all around them. Even with Lu Fan behind them, sheltering them, they still should not help but feel uneasy. Lu Fan further comforted her. "Don't worry, auntie. With me here, none of us will come to harm's way. If you feel uneasy, because this is not dragon country, then I'll just directly incorporate this area into our territory. How about that?" Lu Fan's words made Hanki burst out laughing. "Yo, can you be more serious?" Lu Fan scratched his head, thinking to himself, "Wait, my tone and expression earlier, did it seem like I was joking?" At this point, Tao Xiaoman also asked Lu Fan what their plan was going forward. Should they hide in the Divine Bone Forest and wait for Dragon Country's rescue, or find a weak point in the enemy's encirclement and break through? The latter would mean directly engaging with Extremist countries' pursuing forces in the wilderness. Lu Fan thought for a moment and said, "I think our immediate priority should be to find Teacher Guhan. She used a random teleport scroll to escape from here. So, she isn't dead. But, at the same time, The Divine Bone Forest is a newly discovered area that is great for leveling. Naturally, that means there are numerous high-level monsters there. I'm quite worried about her. If she got teleported there, it would be extremely dangerous for her. If she's still alive, we need to find a way to rescue her from the Divine Bone Forest first. Other things can wait. A Lufan's suggestion received unanimous agreement from everyone. But the problem was how to find Guhan. After all, the Divine Bone Forest was vast and located in the wilderness. There was no way to contact her. Finding someone here was like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, Lufan was not too worried. After all, could not he use the searching paper dole he obtained from the Death Desert Ocean dungeon instance? Lufan had Xiao Kui use the additional skill from Devar and assimilate searching paper dole. He had her set Guhan as the search target. With a flash of glowing emerald green mist, a palm-sized paper dole appeared from thin air. Though ethereal, it was a very obvious figure. After appearing, the paper dole flew in a single direction. However, it stopped again 20 meters from Lufan's group, seemingly waiting for them to follow it to find Guhan. This was Lufan's first time using this skill. I have to say, this skill sure is quite interesting. Let's go. Since this skill works, it means Teacher Guhan is still alive. We need to quickly find her. Lufan called back to everyone. After they responded, they quickly followed behind him. However, while Lufan had left the site, the fallen corpse Holy Dragon King did not follow him. Instead, he opened up his puppet sub, space at where he stood, from which emerged 9 hell demons one after another again, this time with monsters from the 9 hell demons' army. After these monsters appeared, they formed into groups of hundreds and began dispersing in all directions like a flood. Besides the 9 hell demons' army, the 5 national guardians were also mixed in among them, following this monster tide. As for Lufan, he acted as if he did not see any of this. This was all part of his plan. He was going to have his fallen corpse puppet army complete their task. After all, he does not really need them with him. He and his pet dragons were more than enough to handle the monsters in the Divine Bone Forest. Chin-Q noticed this, though. Driven by curiosity, she quickened her pace to Lufan's side and asked, "Lufan, why did you release so many fallen corpse puppets? What are they going to do?" "What else?" Lufan grinned. "Naturally, I'm going to make them pay blood for blood." 50 kilometers from the Death Desert Ocean, a not too large military camp was discreetly stationed there. This camp had over 200 people, which was a bit larger in scale compared to other normal camps. After all, this camp was one of the 2 main camps among the 24. It was a command center personally overseen by the God Destroyer Legion General Li Tai. At this time, Li Tai had been gone for a long time and had not yet returned. Thus, everything in the camp seemed to be in perfect order. There were over 200 soldiers from the God Destroyer Legion, all dutifully performing their duties, waiting for Li Tai to issue their next orders. In the command center, the God Destroyer Legion's adjutant hung up the phone and helplessly complained to a subordinate beside him. "Lord Jin is really too cautious. It's just Dragon Country's Han Faibai and Tu Jing saying they're sending reinforcements. In this short span of time, he had already called us 3 times. All 3 times, he just keeps asking if Legion General Li has delivered the message to His Majesty. King Jin? Dragon Country is more than 1,000 kilometers from us. There is so much unexplored wilderness and their water bodies in between us. Even for 4th profession players, coming here wouldn't be easy. By the time their reinforcements arrive, King Jin would have long since killed that Dragon Country brat. Ha!" The subordinate beside him chuckled and lowered his voice. "I heard His Majesty. King Jin had made Lord Jin take responsibility for his failures in the national trial. If anything goes wrong with today's operation, King Jin will certainly severely punish him. I believe this is why he's so nervous. Actually, in my opinion, Lord Jin can completely put his mind at ease. with King Jyn and the 4 other national guardians from Extremist country taking action together. How could they possibly fail to kill a second profession player? A's for reinforcements from Dragon Country. I actually hope they arrive sooner. This way, our God Annihilator Legion will have a chance to kill the reinforcements sent by those 2 jinx. Once they accomplish this feat, it would prove our 3 ace military units' might to the world. Haha, you make a good point. The adjutant's confidence suddenly surged. Everyone says our Extremistis country's 3 ace military units are several levels below Dragon countries. I'm already sick and tired of hearing that. For example, Dragon country's Griffin Legion. What's so great about them? They just have 1 griffin each. Without their griffins, they're nothing. In fact, I really hope Tu Jing sends his Griffin Legion as reinforcements. If they do, we can justifiably kill their men, steal their griffins, and make our own Griffin Legion. I wonder if Tu Jing would die of rage when he sees that. With these words, everyone in the command center burst into laughter. Being chosen as one of Extremistis country's 3 ace military units, everyone present had their own pride. To them, it was natural for them to look down on the Griffin Legion and think their God-Destroyer Legion could crush anything. To be fair, this was a symptom of an echo chamber, one which reality had not hit since they had never truly experienced the pain of war firsthand. Just as everyone was joking around in good spirits, suddenly, a transport array appeared in the middle of this large command center. This change made everyone tense up. Just as everyone was joking around in good spirits, suddenly, a transport array appeared in the middle of this large command center. This change made everyone tense up. However, when they saw many tentacles extending from within the transport array, they all relaxed again. All of them raised from their seats to kneel and respectfully welcome Jyn Zakes' arrival. Sure enough, Jyn Zakes stepped out of the transport array wearing a cloak. The adjutant knelt on one knee and quickly called out loudly, "Welcome, Your Majesty, King Jyn." Then he continued, "Reporting to King Jyn, Legion General Li had led some men to report to you about Lord Jyn's message. Unfortunately, the Legion General has yet to return." The adjutant's words were cut off halfway, because a tentacle had, at some unknown time, pierced his chest, instantly killing him. The adjutant groaned, spitting blood as he died. This scene shocked everyone present, not understanding why Jyn Zakes would kill him. With a violent swing of Jyn Zakes' tentacle, and the adjutant's upper body was torn apart. After killing the adjutant, Jyn Zakes threw back his cloak, transforming into the true form of his profession as an abyss parasite master. From him, countless tentacles wildly thrashed and stabbed. He was beginning a massacre in the command center. Those soldiers from the God-Destroyer Legion could not even process what was happening. At the same time, they dared not attack Jyn Zakes. Many fled outside in a panic, trying to escape Jyn Zakes' pursuit. However, when they escaped outside the command center, they discovered an even more terrifying scene. A monster tide. A monster tide composed of thousands of monsters had swept in, directly crushing their military camp. Leading the charge at the front of the monster tide was someone no Extremistis country person would find unfamiliar. It was the diabolical Hell Demon. As one of the 9 Hell Demons, the diabolical Hell Demon's power was absolutely not something the God-Slayer Legion could handle. The camp's defenses were almost instantly torn apart by the diabolical Hell Demon, while the 9 Hell Demons' army directly invaded, carrying out a one-sided slaughter. Especially the diabolical Hell Demon. Once the diabolical Hell Demon used Ghost Walk, it could freely move through the God-Destroyer Legion's camp. With each swing of its blade, it easily took the lives of several soldiers. Not only the diabolical Hell Demon, but the command center was also completely overrun, as the transformed Jyn Zakes roared while indiscriminately reaping the lives of everyone present. In just a few minutes, the entire camp was completely flattened. The 9 Hell Demons' army, led by the diabolical Hell Demon and Jyn Zakes, soon continued on to the next nearby camp. The same thing happened almost simultaneously in the God-Slayer and God-Destroyer Legion's camps. These people thought they had Lu Fan completely surrounded. They had never expected that from within the encirclement would emerge the entire Nine Hell Demons army and the 5 National Guardians who had been turned into fallen corpse puppets. Meanwhile, in the Jyn family meeting room, Jyn Zakes was counting down the time, feeling that Li Tai should have notified Jyn Zakes and returned to the command center to report to him by now. Yet, after making 3 phone calls, he still had not received news of Li Tai's return. Could something unexpected have happened? No, that should be impossible. With such a tight-knit cast around Lu Fan, he is certain to die without question. Although Jyn Zakes tried to comfort himself with these thoughts, he still could not put his mind at ease. He picked up the phone and connected to the God-Slayer Legion Commander's command center this time. He planned to have them check the situation at the entrance of the Death Desert Ocean Dungeon instance. The call quickly connected, and the God-Slayer Legion General's deep, powerful voice came through. "Lord Jyn, what are your orders?" Jyn Zakes ordered, "Go check the situation at the Death Desert Ocean Dungeon instance. I had sent Li Tai earlier to check, but I've waited and waited without seeing him return to report. This matter is of utmost importance. I cannot tolerate any mistakes. So, personally lead some of your men over there and quickly return to report to me." "Yes, Lord Jyn." The God-Slayer Legion General was efficient and about to hang up to depart. However, at this moment, Jyn Zakes suddenly heard a commotion through the phone, followed by the God-Slayer Legion General's alarmed voice. "What's happening? What's going on outside the camp?" "Legion General, it's terrible. Outside there are 9... Boom! Another huge sound, and then the other end went silent. Jyn Zakes heard all of this. He was stunned at first. He soon shouted into the phone asking what had happened. Unfortunately, there was no longer any sound from the other end. Clearly, the signal had been cut off. Jin Chenghan could not comprehend what had happened from the sounds he had just heard. Nevertheless, that made it all the worse. His back was now covered in cold sweat as he questioned himself. How could something really have gone wrong? Jyn Zakes, was about to call his subordinates to have someone check on the situation at the God-Slayer Legion's command center. However, at this moment, a subordinate pushed open the door and anxiously cried out, "Terrible news, Lord Jyn!" The God Annihilator Legion encountered one of Dragon Country's strongest men at the border who is trying to force his way through. Just one person. Ooh. The continuous stream of bad news was becoming too much for Jyn Zakes to handle. At this time, at Extremist country's border, in a stretch of sea in the wilderness, with deep blue waters, rolling waves, clear skies, and an exceptionally beautiful scenery. However, since this was still part of the wilderness, countless monsters lurked beneath the waters. Sailing here, one might encounter extremely powerful monsters' attacks. Thus, no ordinary fishing boat would dare come to such a place. Nevertheless, 3 enormous warships were currently stationed here, out at sea. There were at least hundreds of God Annihilator Legion soldiers from Extremist country standing on each deck, on high alert. They were mostly mages and archers with impressive range attacks. This naturally would prove to be quite effective in naval battles. Meanwhile, there were over 100 knights riding their sky mounts filling the sky. They were all holding weapons, ready for battle. They were all from the God Annihilator Legion. The reason they were so on guard was due to one single person. Several hundred meters away, someone wearing a mage robe stood in mid-air, emanating an immense pressure. This person had flown all the way from Dragon Country, only to be intercepted by the God Annihilator Legion. The God Annihilator Legion General was one of the knights riding a sky mount in the air. Although he was a third-profession player, facing this opponent, he felt an unprecedented pressure that made him dizzy before even fighting. "Please return immediately." "You are not permitted to foot into our country." Failure to comply would go against international laws, and we will take you to the international court to be trialed as an international criminal?" The figure looked at the 3 warships and hundreds of God Annihilator Legion soldiers just ahead. After 3 seconds of silence, the figure asked, "Take me to the international court. Do you even know who I am?" Hearing this, the God Annihilator Legion general froze, unconsciously replying, "No. Oh, that's good." The figure indifferently said, "Well, I'm from Cherry Blossom Country." The figure reached out and drew forth a staff with flames burning at its tip. The flames at the tip burned fiercely, with waves of heat spreading outwards, instantly putting the God Annihilator Legion on edge. Seeing the opponent was about to attack, the God Annihilator Legion general was startled and quickly roared, "Quickly, to your battle stations! All warships, raise your magic barriers. Archers and mages, prepare to attack." With the God Annihilator Legion general's order, a blue-colored barrier appeared around the warships. The warships used by the God Annihilator Legion were all crafted by high-level engineers with skills to raise protective barriers. Moreover, there were 3 types of barriers to choose from: physical, magic, and hybrid. As their names suggest, these 3 types could counter different types of incoming attacks. Facing with what appeared to be a mage, they naturally activated the magic barrier for defense. However, what the God Annihilator Legion general had not expected was that although the opponent wore a mage robe and held a staff, clearly a mage, this figure did not use any spells. After this figure took out their staff, instead of casting magic skills, this figure just threw it. "What kind of magic skill is that?" Under the God Annihilator Legion general's astonished gaze, the thrown staff suddenly erupted into towering flames. Transforming into a flame dragon even larger than their warships, this flame dragon swept forth, directly charging toward the first warship. Those on the warship could not even react in time, watching helplessly as their ship was struck by the flame dragon. The magic barrier around the warship did initially resist the flames. However, the flame dragon was, for some reason, registered as an extremely powerful physical attack. It easily shattered the magic barrier in an instant. Soon, the flame dragon pierced through the massive warship, easily sinking it. However, it did not just attack the first warship. Soon enough, the flame dragon turned, with its momentum not decreasing in the slightest. After sinking the first warship, it struck the second, then the third warships. Accompanied by 3 consecutive explosions, all 3 warships were pierced through by this flame dragon in one go. Burning flames and billowing black smoke ran rampant as those warships were split in half, only able to slowly sink into the deep sea. Naturally, there were casualties. Those mages and archers, without sky mounts, could only cry for help from the warships. As for the others, they could only watch helplessly as they and their companions sank with the vessels. After piercing through the 3 warships, the flame dragon finally exhausted its flames, revealing its true form. It was now a crimson spear, its tip burning red as if made of heated iron. The flames disappeared only briefly before the spear tip ignited with fierce flames again. It soon flew back to the figure's hand. Now, back in hands, what appeared to be a staff was actually like a spear with flames burning at its lower end. The God Annihilator Legion general in the air naturally saw the true form of that staff and was instantly filled with regret. He had figured out that the opponent was not a fire mage god or other ordinary 4th profession mage. Yet, he had never expected this person to be similar to a magic swordsman. If he had known the opponent had a profession similar to magic swordsman, he definitely would have had the warships raise their hybrid barriers. If they had done so, they might have been able to resist the attack. However, it was too late for regrets now. Below, cries for help rang out continuously from the sunk warships. The figure chuckled and said, "If you go and rescue your men right now, the casualties can still be minimized. But if you insist on blocking me, I don't mind going on a killing spree. If you want to choose the hard way, I don't mind letting all of you sink to the bottom of the sea to become fish feed. Now, the ball is in your court. What is your decision? With that, the principal held the Heaven Incinerator staff. No, it should be called the Heaven Incinerator Spear instead. The principal used flight to soar past them, creating gusts of wind as she passed by the God Annihilator Legion General. The God Annihilator Legion General dare not obstruct her. He could only watch as the principal flew away. After all, the opponent was a fourth profession player with strength comparable to the 5 National Guardians. If they continued to obstruct her, total annihilation would be their only outcome. Thus, the principal had broken through the God Annihilator Legion's defensive line, officially setting foot in Extremist country territory. However, from where she was to the Divine Bone Forest, there was still a long way to go. Since she was technically an invader, she could not use their transport arrays and could only fly the whole way there. Naturally, this would take quite a long time before she could reach Lu Fan. Although I have a private dungeon instance not far from Extremist country's border, and teleporting there saves quite a bit of time, it will still take at least 2 or 3 days to reach the Divine Bone Forest. She thought to herself, I just hope Lu Fan can hold out until I find him. Suddenly she heavily coughed twice, with spots of blood appearing on the chest region of her mage robe. Damn it. Did using Impaling Dragon Rage aggravate my injuries again? I might have been too panicked to rush here at this time. She slowed her flight speed and took out a potion from her inventory, taking in a mouthful. She soon muttered to herself, I just hope Extremist's country hasn't sent players on the level of the 5 National Guardians to deal with Lu Fan. If they do so, in my current condition, I would not be able to save him. Soon, a day had passed. The principal continued advancing towards the Divine Bone Forest, barely stopping at all. Although the long journey aggravated her injuries, she still refused to stop and rest. After all, she knew best that the more time wasted, the greater the danger Lu Fan would be facing. After a day of long-distance travel, she was still 1,000 kilometers away from the Divine Bone Forest. If nothing went wrong, another day's journey should get her there. Just as the principal was planning to continue towards the Divine Bone Forest, from her position, high in the sky, he saw an Extremist country town dozens of kilometers away that had fallen into chaos, with deaths and smoke rising everywhere. The principal was quite familiar with the map of Extremist country. So, she naturally knew this town was called Southwest Town. Every country in the world was exploring and developing their closest wilderness areas. Extremist country was no exception. Therefore, all nations' territories were constantly expanding, incorporating newly explored areas into their national boundaries. About 10 years ago, Extremist country had explored up to here. Further out in the wilderness, the monster levels were high and the environment was quite harsh. Thus, development of the area had reached a stalemate. At the same time, for some unknown reason, monsters rarely set foot in this area around the town. Thus, it became an environment that was suitable for human habitation. Many explorers temporarily settled here, using it as a supply point for the front lines. As this continued, the supply point grew larger, with more and more people specifically coming here to open shops, selling necessities for exploration. Naturally, due to the profits and business, some settled here to create the town it was today. Thus, after 10 years of development, Southwest Town grew larger and larger, garnering a population of 100,000, enough to become a small city. It was for a good reason as well. Southwest Town's geographical location was excellent. It was a safe area close to the wilderness, which could be used to level up due to the high-level monster there. Furthermore, there was a constant need for exploration, which constantly fueled commerce and trade. So, besides Extremist country commoners who had migrated here, most residents were powerful players from Extremist country. Many of them were monster material hunters and university students. Even the government had set up a military camp here, stationing an army of 10,000 to protect Southwest Town's peace and security. Thus, right now, this town has been transformed into a strategic location for Extremist country. The principal knew she would pass by Southwest Town. In fact, according to her original plan, she would not approach and just move past. However, when she saw how Southwest Town had clearly undergone massive changes, as if experiencing a siege, she could not help but frown at the sight of this. She still did not plan to stop. However, a huge figure suddenly appeared in Southwest Town which caught her attention. It was the sturdy Hell Demon. The sturdy Hell Demon must be under some kind of buff. Its body had become enormously huge as it constantly moved through Southwest Town, crashing through houses and buildings unopposed. The principal naturally recognized the sturdy Hell Demon. She had previously heard from Zhao Shengming about Lu Fan's various accomplishments and displays in the national trial. Naturally, the real sturdy Hell Demon had already been killed by the 5 national guardians, and she knew Lu Fan had enslaved it and made it a summon of his. For the sturdy Hell Demon to appear here, could it bay, her heart stirred, and she immediately flew towards Southwest Town. When she got closer to Southwest Town, the principal could see the tragic scene even more clearly. The entire Southwest Town had completely fallen, with monsters running rampant. These monsters were once members of the 9 Hell Demons army. In the town, some combat-specialized players and Extremist country guards stationed there had spontaneously organized to resist the Hell Demon invasion. However, this was the 9 Hell Demons army that had once nearly steamrolled through Extremist country's 4 main cities. How could a frontier town like this possibly resist against them? The principal was already injured and certainly was not altruistic enough to waste her energy in saving them. She had her own priorities. Thus, she just flew back into the air and moved around while observing the situation from afar. Naturally, she was trying to find Lu Fan. However, not a single shadow of his could be found around town. All that was of note was the 9 Hell Demons army's constant rampage through the town. Since Southwest Town was newly established, although small, it was quite modern. When she flew into the middle of the town, she even spotted a huge mall with one wall made into a large screen currently broadcasting news. Currently, our country's 13th border garrison has been confirmed to have been completely wiped out. According to eyewitnesses and video evidence, the attackers were the 9 Hell Demons army from years ago. The attackers also include our country's renowned national guardian, Li Renaying. The screen soon switched to show an elderly woman wielding a longbow, taking the lives of soldiers one arrow at a time, crushing the military camp together with countless monsters from the 9 Hell Demons army. The scene cut off, returning to the news studio where a short-haired female anchor continued reporting related news. Currently, multiple monster tides have occurred in our country's frontier regions. The current known casualties exceed 10,000. Our country's leadership has established a special strategic command center for this matter and is dispatching powerful players and troops to the frontier regions to suppress the situation. Our station will report on each specific battlefield as soon as more news comes in. Meanwhile, since national guardians have been confirmed to be amongst the attackers, their family members have been detained for further investigation. Next came an interview segment. Those passers-by being interviewed were furious, claiming this was the worst tragedy their country had experienced in years. Additionally, video evidence showed that Extremist country's ruler, Jyn Zakes, was also among the attackers. Regarding this matter, did the royal family, the Jyn family, have nothing to say about this? Currently, the country's national power was still in the Jyn family's hands. Thus, with their king conducting massacres, how could the populace stand for this? How could they still allow the Jyn family to hold power and trust that they would handle this? Just as the principal was watching this news in shock, the sturdy Hell Demon had killed its way to her. Its huge body coiled upward, directly wrapping around the massive mall. Then, with one mighty squeeze, the mall was crushed to pieces. Though she could not see the following news interviews, she realized that the situation in Extremist country was completely different from what she had imagined it to be. Hey, the one in danger isn't Lu Fan, but Extremist country. During her brief state of daze, the sturdy hell demon seemed to notice her presence. Immediately, the sturdy hell demon leaped up from the ruins of the mall, with its front two limbs crossing to kill the principal on the spot. The principal snapped back to reality. Drawing out Heaven Incinerator with one spin in midair, a huge fireball appeared at the spear's tip. It fiercely fell towards the sturdy hell demon's head. A boom! With a huge explosion, a mushroom cloud bloomed in the air. The sturdy hell demon fell from the sky, while the principal used the recoiling force to retreat several hundred meters away. "Lu Fan's this little summon of yours really has some skills," she muttered to herself. However, it was clearly audible that her mood was now not as anxious as before. Rather, she was quite relieved and pleased. The sturdy hell demon received orders to kill its way out. Thus, it naturally would not spare the principal just because she was Lu Fan's acquaintance. As a fallen corpse puppet, it did not possess such level of intelligence. Thus, how could it possibly compare to the wise principal? From the current situation and the recent news, she had already guessed that Lu Fan was not in as much danger as she thought. Instead, he had become a headache for Extremist's country. The principal naturally did not wish to fight against Lu Fan's summons. So, after exchanging one move with the sturdy hell demon, she drew her spear and formed a transport array. The sturdy hell demon steadied itself and leaped up to attack the principal. However, by then, the principal had already stepped into the transport array and disappeared. The sturdy hell demon missed its attack and let out a roar. Still, it was not one to dwell on its escaped prey. It just continued ravaging Southwest Town with its army. The principal was transported to an open space about 10 kilometers away from Southwest Town. Without delay, she moved around the town and continued toward the Divine Bone Forest. Though she had confirmed Lu Fan was very likely to be safe, she was still worried Lu Fan might do something too extreme and provoke some formidable existence. After all, this was a country that had stood in this world for many years. It surely did not rely on just these visible forces. Hidden in the shadows, there were certainly other powers hidden from sight. In fact, truth of the matter was, the Jyn family were merely puppets. Offending them was not a major concern. However, if Lu Fan offended some of these powers lurking in the shadows, it would be too dangerous for him at his current level. Even with many giant dragons by his side, it was not enough. Well, the Southwest Town was just one of many frontier towns of Extremist's country. The fallen corpse puppet army had split up and took multiple routes, charging out from the wilderness where the Divine Bone Forest was located. After a day of constant march, they had found many towns and had launched attacks on every single one of them. All the military camps stationed at the borders, in their paths, suffered the same fate. The casualties in these military camps were far worse than in the actual towns. So far, 3 camps had been completely destroyed, with casualties among soldiers exceeding 10,000. This news quickly spread throughout Extremist's country, causing widespread panic among countless people. It was as if they were returning to the era when the 9 hell demons had first appeared. Moreover, the public panic was even greater this time because back then, the 5 national guardians could suppress the 9 hell demons. However, now, news was spreading that the 5 national guardians were among those attacking the towns. The 9 hell demons and the 5 national guardians were causing havoc together. How was Extremist's country going to respond to this? Furthermore, there was an even bigger question being discussed throughout Extremist's country. How did the 9 hell demons escape? Were they not killed by the 5 national guardians decades ago? The 5 national guardians were revered as heroes in Extremist's country because they had defeated the 9 hell demons. Was that all a lie? Was everything from back then just some conspiracy between the 5 national guardians and the 9 hell demons? Once these theories emerged, they spread uncontrollably. This was precisely why the families and close associates of the 5 national guardians were detained for questioning. Naturally, the prestige these 5 had accumulated over the many years had vanished in a single day. Jyn Zakes, who was in the capital, was quick to realize that something was awfully wrong. His men, who had returned from the Death Desert Ocean, reported that the God Slayer and God Destroyer legions were completely annihilated, with no survivors. As for Lu Fan and the 5 National Guardians, there was no trace of them. Learning of the situation and seeing the 9 Hell Demons army rampaging from the borders of Divine Bone Forest, Jyn Zakes immediately knew that his older brother had fallen victim to Lu Fan. Moreover, Lu Fan's revenge came very quickly. It had even thrown all of Extremist's country into a huge crisis. Combined with public doubts, Jyn Zakes faced both internal and external troubles. In just one day, most of his hair had turned white. At this point, he could only try to control the domestic public opinion while offering hefty rewards to recruit strong players from Extremist's country. He was now hoping a new 5 National Guardians would emerge and deal with the current 9 Hell Demons crisis. While Jyn Zakes was like an ant on a burning wok, Lu Fan and his group were calm. Originally, Lu Fan was very worried about Gu Han's situation. However, after a day and a half of searching, although they still had not found Gu Han's whereabouts, Lu Fan discovered that she must have cleverly found a safe place to hide. Her position had not moved for a long time. It was clear that she was not dead, which gave Lu Fan some peace of mind. Thus, he could now calmly explore the Divine Bone Forest, searching for Gu Han's location. With a flash of golden light, Bao Bao leveled up again. The Divine Bone Forest had many high-level monsters. So, although the group's progress was slow, it provided an abundance of experience points. Bao Bao had been gaining experience points continuously and had finally reached level 10. To Lu Fan's surprise, when Bao Bao reached level 10, he underwent massive changes. His body suddenly grew larger, and the lightning covering his body thundered even louder. Ang! Accompanied by a clear but cute dragon roar, a purplish-red lightning bolt suddenly appeared in the clear sky, striking directly at Bao Bao. This unexpected change caught everyone by surprise, drawing their attention to Bao Bao. This purplish-red lightning did not disappear instantly but remained, frantically ravaging Bao Bao's body as if reforging his body to control an even stronger power. Everyone, including Lu Fan, stared dumbfounded until 10 minutes later when the lightning gradually dissipated. By then, Bao Bao's body was completely different from before. Besides looking more like an adult giant dragon, the blue-purple lightning on his body had also changed. It had become the same purplish-red as the lightning that had struck from the sky. In fact, not only was the lightning color different, but its power, compared to before, was also worlds apart. Bao Bao's appearance was already impressive, and now covered in this purplish-red lightning. He looked even more majestic and domineering. Bao Bao could feel the tremendous power flowing through his body. He lowered himself to the ground and raised his head to roar once more. He now clearly sought more targets to try out his newfound power. In fact, he was even asking Lu Fan to find him some enemies. "This," Hanki exclaimed in amazement. "Fanner, what happened to Bao Bao? Has he entered his growth period?" "Should be." Lu Fan came to his senses and nodded. "Yup. Bao Bao has definitely entered his growth period." Yi Tao Xiaoman puzzledly asked, "But don't your pet dragons enter their growth period at level 15? "Bao Bao just reached level 10, isn't that too early?" Lu Fan could not help but laugh as he explained. "Well, they don't all enter their growth period at level 15. In fact, Xiao Ye also entered her growth period at level 10. Perhaps different dragon species have slightly different growth cycles. Xiao Ye and Bao Bao enter their growth period earlier, while Xing Chen and Xiao Ku take longer." After Lu Fan's explanation, everyone felt relieved. Then, Lu Fan opened Bao Bao's attribute panel to see if this dragon had truly entered his growth period and what changes had occurred to his attributes. Blue Dragon King, Wrath of the Storm, the baby dragon form, level 10, gender male, strength of 501, agility 738, stamina 4107, endurance of 7 done skills. Blue Dragon Skin, passive, LV Theory, have the naturally tough skin of the Blue Dragon clan. Power of any attack blocked by its skin is reduced by 70%. Blue Dragon Bloodline, passive LV maxed, having the bloodline of the Blue Dragon clan, has extremely strong immunity to negative status effects and can negate all debuffs. Blue Dragon Physique passive, LV3 having the Blue Dragon Clan Physique, which is made for battle, increasing self-healing and stamina recovery by 700%. Lightning Spring passive. LV Max Blue Dragons possess bodies most suited for casting dragon language magic. Endless magic power flows within them, allowing them to freely cast any dragon language magic without rest. Roaring Thunder active skill, LV30 breathes out dragon breath forward, releasing a lightning strike that forms a lightning pool, causes terrifying damage and puts enemies in a paralyzed state. Heaven's Punishment active skill, LV3 locks onto an enemy unit, bringing down divine punishment. Deals devastating damage that cannot be dodged! Chain Lightning active skill, LV2 release a lightning bolt that can jump between multiple enemies, causing chain damage. Damage will increase by 30% for each jump, up to 10 jumps. When used on a single target, the lightning bolt can jump between Blue Dragon King Wrath of the Storm and the enemy, with damage increasing by 60% per jump. Lightning's Favor, passive, LV Wenth. The Blue Dragon King, while in growth period, gains Lightning's Favor. This allows them to be able to control more powerful lightning. Current lightning power, Crimson Jade effect skill power increased by 50%. Each skill release creates a lightning boundary to a certain range. Enemies within the lightning boundary take additional damage when they move. The closer they move to the center, the more lightning boundary gets triggered, increasing the damage taken. Form transformations active. LV maxed Starry Sky dragons in their growth period can transform into different forms. Currently available forms are Infant Form, Battle Form, and World Destroyer Lightning Form. Form's infant form body shrinks, reducing energy consumption. Battle Form Normal Combat Form. World Destroyer Lightning Form mana attribute increases 5-fold. Gains new skill World Destroying Heavenly Lightning. World Destroying Heavenly Lightning active skill LV1 a dragon language forbidden spell. The Blue Dragon King will transform into the Lightning Dragon God, bringing down World Destroying Lightning Tribulation. Under this tribulation, nothing survives! Looking at Bao Bao's current attribute panel, Lu Fan was incredibly shocked despite being mentally prepared. Compared to when Xiao Ye was level 10, Bao Bao's mana attribute was 4 times higher. However, since Bao Bao was a pet dragon that specializes in magic attack, such extraordinary mana attribute was understandable. The shock came in more because after entering his growth period, Bao Bao's attribute panel was completely different from his 3 sisters. Pet dragons like Xiao Ye all unlocked 2 forms upon entering their growth period, with each form having their own characteristics. However, Bao Bao only had 1 form, though he gained a skill that none of the other dragons had Lightning's Favor. After checking this skill's description, Lu Fan understood that this passive skill represented a path for Bao Bao's further growth. As Lightning's Favor levels up, the lightning power he could control would change, along with the additional traits of his lightning. For example, Bao Bao's current lightning has a power called Crimson Jade, which increases his skill power by 50% while also creating a lightning boundary. So while Bao Bao had 1 fewer form, through Lightning's Favor, he might have gained even greater potential than that of his sisters. After all, form transformation only changed attributes and skill characteristics, while Lightning's Favor was a direct enhancement to Bao Bao's combat power. It was a versatile growth-type skill. Lu Fan wondered about the effects of Crimson Jade's lightning, and what other lightning powers Bao Bao would control as Lightning's Favor leveled up. Because of Lightning's Favor, Lu Fan had high expectations for Bao Bao's future power. Besides this growth-type skill, what excited Lu Fan most was Bao Bao's new form, World Destroyer Lightning Form. In this form, Bao Bao's mana attribute would increase 5-fold. Unlike Xing Chen's Starlight form, which only lasted for 1 minute, Bao Bao's World Destroyer Lightning form had no time limit. So, in future battles, Bao Bao's fighting style would be as simple and direct as his personality, no need to consider switching forms, just transform straight into his World Destroyer lightning form and start wreaking havoc. If skill power was not enough, Bao Bao had also learned a skill called World Destroying Heavenly Lightning in his World Destroyer lightning form. Just from the name and description of this skill, one could tell it was extraordinary. Its power might even exceed Qing Chen's Starlight Annihilation. With this, Bao Bao's reputation as a nuke was further cemented. Looking at Bao Bao's attribute panel, Lu Fan could not help but smile. Others naturally saw Lu Fan's smile and guessed Bao Bao's attributes must be incredible. However, they were tactful enough not to ask about Bao Bao's current attributes and skills. After all, these were Lu Fan's trump cards. The fewer people knew, the better. This included the four of them. Though Lu Fan did not want to expose Bao Bao's current skills and attributes, he was very interested in testing the effects of Crimson Jade Lightning. Not just Lu Fan Bao Bao, this battle-loving boy nearly jumped up grunting in place. He was clearly indicating to Lu Fan, "Father, I'm super powerful now, I need to fight some monsters!" Just then, Xiao Yi, at the side, gave a low warning cry. She sensed monsters approaching. Lu Fan thought this was just perfect. Having the Black Dragon perception passive himself, he naturally knew the direction and number of the approaching enemies. Lu Fan looked in one direction and sure enough, accompanied by whistling sounds through the air, the Divine Bone Forest's unique monsters had arrived. What came attacking were 7 or 8 monsters called Flying Bone Spirits. These monsters were not particularly large, looking like human skeletons, except their lower bodies were not legs but rather a whip-like tailbone. Additionally, their arms had transformed into 2 white bone blades and were extraordinarily sharp. These were level 70 elite monsters with extremely high agility attribute. They were even able to dodge Bao Bao's dragon breath. To kill them, they usually had to rely on Bao Bao's unavoidable heaven's punishment or Xiao Ye's black dragon pressure to hold them in place. Among the more than 10 types of monsters that had appeared in the Divine Bone Forest, the Flying Bone Spirits were not the strongest, but they were definitely among the more challenging ones to deal with. When Lu Fan saw these monsters attacking, his brows furrowed. He was about to have Xiao Ye switch to her World Destroyer form to use Black Dragon pressure to crowd control them. However, Bao Bao did not want any help. He did not even wait for Lu Fan's command and directly attacked. The crimson lightning on Bao Bao's body constantly sparked and blew up, looking far more intimidating than the previous lightning around his body. Bao Bao breathed out a dragon breath, while each of his claws grasped a heaven's punishment lightning bolt, ready to strike at any moment. Roaring thunder burst from Bao Bao's mouth, instantly covering the area. This skill's power was clearly on another level, as once his dragon breath passed through, all the white bones in its path that made up the Divine Bone Forest were disintegrated. The dragon breath enveloped the Flying Bone Spirits. However, these monsters were suddenly surrounded by a golden light, with their speed increasing dramatically. They transformed into streaks of light, avoiding Bao Bao's roaring thunder at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Although Bao Bao had entered his growth period, the opponents were still of a higher level, with far higher agility attribute. Furthermore, all their skills were movement speed buffs, so roaring thunder missing was within Lu Fan's expectations. However, what happened next surprised him. As Bao Bao released roaring thunder, strands began appearing within a kilometer radius around Bao Bao. These strands were everywhere, emitting a faint crimson light, winding like dragons but with sharp angles at every turn. Looking carefully, these were not just strands, but rather thin strands of crimson lightning. Lu Fan understood that this must be the effect of Crimson Jade, forming a lightning boundary around a certain area after Bao Bao used his skills. Enemies within this lightning boundary would trigger these thin strands when moving, so the further they moved, the more damage they would take. However, How much damage could such thin strands really do? Lu Fan was somewhat disappointed by the lightning effect from Crimson Jade. He convinced himself that it had at least increased Bao Bao's skill power by 50%, which was not too bad. Just as Lu Fan was thinking this, sudden explosions in the distance made him immediately abandon thoughts of maybe Crimson Jade isn't all that special. In the distance, as the lightning boundary formed, two flying bone spirits charged in at an extremely fast speed. They instantly triggered countless thin crimson lightning strands. These crimson lightning strands looked as thin as threads, almost invisible. However, once triggered, they exploded like heavenly lightning. Each crimson lightning strand struck by the flying bone spirits would create a small mushroom cloud explosion behind them. With the flying bone spirits moving so fast, they triggered tens of thousands of these crimson strands upon entering the boundary. Instantly, these tens of thousands of crimson lightning strands all exploded with terrifying power. Almost immediately, the flying bone spirits at the front were killed by these strands, turning into experience points. This scene shocked all four girls. Even though none of Bao Bao's skills had hit the monsters, they were mysteriously killed after charging in. How strange was that? The girls were not stupid, though. They naturally realized these thin crimson lightning strands were not as simple as they appeared to be. They were like detonators exploding upon contact. Everyone was now in the lightning boundary. Surrounded by crimson lightning, they were afraid to move. This was no joke. After all, if level 70 elite monsters could be instantly killed, what chance would they, level 30 UX players, have if they triggered the crimson lightning strands? As for the other surviving flying bone spirits, the death of those two taught them a great lesson. The flying bone spirits behind could not break in time and entered the lightning boundary. Although they took several crimson lightning strands, they had not moved deep enough to trigger so many lightning explosions. Thus, they were not instantly destroyed like the previous two. However, this posed another problem for them. Now, these flying bone spirits were suspended in the air, within the lightning boundary, unable to move forward or backward. Even worse, the crimson lightning strands in the lightning boundary was not stationary. Rather, it flowed like liquid. The gaps they had created when entering the boundary had already been filled by other crimson lightning strands. In fact, these flying bone spirits had stepped into an ever-changing minefield. They were caught in a dilemma. They had been troublesome to deal with because of their high agility attribute. But now, they dare not move. However, if they were not moving, were they not just sitting targets, waiting to be slaughtered? Seeing these live targets in his lightning boundary, Bao Bao became more excited and threw out the Heaven's Punishment he had been holding. 2 Heaven's Punishment were launched, directly hitting 2 flying bone spirits. The flying bone spirits were already injured upon entering the lightning boundary, and now being hit by Bao Bao's single target skills, plus Bao Bao's lightning having 50% increase in power from Crimson Jade. These 2 Heaven's Punishment instantly killed 2 flying bone spirits. Moreover, with 2 more skills released, the crimson lightning strands in the boundary clearly multiplied, becoming 3 times as dense as before. This delighted Lu Fan. So, the lightning boundary's strength is not fixed. It will gradually get stronger the more skills Bao Bao releases. This was truly divine. After all, Bao Bao as a blue dragon king could cast magic continuously without stopping. With this characteristic, combined with Crimson Jade's effect, does this not make him invincible? In the future, when Bao Bao had more skills, casually releasing dozens of them would turn the lightning boundary into an absolute forbidden zone. Whoever entered would be struck dead by lightning. Even those with high agility attribute and movement speed skills, what could they do? In the lightning boundary, no matter how high their agility attribute was, would they dare to move? Lu Fan really needed to apologize to the Crimson Jade. It was not useless at all. Rather, it was incredibly divine. While Lu Fan was shocked, Bao Bao's suppressive fire did not stop. He continuously threw out Heaven's punishments, while even more terrifyingly. breathed out roaring thunder, enveloping the flying bone spirits. How could the flying bone spirits dare to take such intense firepower head-on? They only had skills that increased their agility and movement speed, without any defense skills. Even as level 70 elite monsters, they definitely could not withstand being hit by Bao Bao's skills. The flying bone spirits did not plan to wait for death. They made the quick decision to retreat the moment Bao Bao's skills were released. Two flying bone spirits targeted by heaven's punishment could not dodge and were instantly destroyed. The remaining flying bone spirits tried to escape, but after flying just over 10 meters, they triggered countless crimson lightning strands, continuously bombarded until they could not endure it anymore and fell to the ground. It was only fortunate that at least their charred forms remained intact. These flying bone spirits were truly pitiful. After stepping into Bao Bao's lightning boundary, they could not move or stay still. Moreover, because Bao Bao had released several more skills, the crimson lightning strands became even denser than before. So, even if the flying bone spirits moved just a dozen meters, they could not withstand that many lightning strikes. Bao Bao displayed absolute dominance, completely controlling the whole area. He became extremely proud, raising his head to continue breathing out roaring thunder, forming a sea of lightning in the sky. Soon, winds rose and clouds gathered, with lightning flashing and thunder roaring. This created an incredibly intimidating scene. Seeing this, Lu Fan could not help but feel envious, thinking, as expected of a dragon most suited for casting dragon language magic, with his limitless mana pool, he can keep casting skills like they are nothing. As Bao Bao continued breathing out roaring thunder, the lightning boundary not only did not dissipate, but it became even denser. Within a kilometer radius, the lightning boundary had already appeared like a layer of crimson mist. Having witnessed the flying bone spirits' miserable deaths, everyone knew that while this crimson mist looked beautiful, it was actually extremely dangerous. No one dared to move, afraid of touching the crimson lightning strands. Lu Fan, relying on his high mana and endurance attributes, which gave strong resistance to magic attacks, was not too afraid of the lightning. He tried moving a little, and sure enough, the crimson lightning strands around him danced like sprites, avoiding him as though they had no intention of harming him. It seems like within the lightning boundary, friendly units can move freely without being struck by the crimson lightning strands. This made sense. After all, if lightning boundary did not spare allies, when Lu Fan rode Xiao Ye into battle and Bao Bao used his skills while he was still beside them, the enemy would be fine while Lu Fan and Xiao Ye would be trapped. If that happens, would that not make Bao Bao a burden worse than the enemy? After quickly moving around several times and confirming that allies could move freely within the lightning boundary, Lu Fan completely relaxed and looked toward Jian Ying and the others. Seeing them still afraid to move, out of fear they would get attacked, Lu Fan felt playful and pushed Tao Shiman while she was not paying attention. I'm dead! Lu Fan! Why? Yeah. I'm fine. Tao Xiamen had been screaming in fright, thinking she would meet the same fate as the flying bone spirits. When she realized she was unharmed, she was surprised, then immediately became angry, turning to smack Lu Fan. You bastard, you scared me to death. While Lu Fan dodged while mocking her, and the atmosphere became lively again. Seeing the two playing around, without being struck by lightning, the others realized the same thing Lu Fan did. Allies would not get attacked within the lightning boundary, so they could not finally relax. All right, I'll stop messing around. I just pushed you once, okay? Come on, was it really that serious? Lu Fan helplessly said while engaging in a life and death battle with Tao Xiamen. Tao Xiamen naturally had no plans to let this go. She fiercely said, How is it not serious? With so many people here, you specifically chose me to bully. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how formidable I, Tao Xiamen, can be. Just as Lu Fan was considering how to restrain Tao Xiamen, he suddenly caught something in his peripheral vision, moved and quickly warmed. Tao Z, wait a moment. Something seems off about the surroundings? Looking at the sky, large groups of monsters from the Divine Bone Forest had appeared, rising into the air like migrating birds, all flying in one direction. As they flew, these monsters were intertwining in the air. Looking carefully, one could see that these completely different monsters were now decomposing and recombining, appearing extremely strange. The monsters of the Divine Bone Forest were originally very strange, mostly being undead-type monsters with their bodies mostly composed of white bones. Thus, it was not that strange of a sight for their bodies to be decomposing and recombining in the air to form a larger monster. However, in their nearly 2 days of exploring the Divine Bone Forest, Lu Fan's group had never seen so many monsters flying toward the sky together. Furthermore, undergo some strange transformations while heading in one direction. It was only natural they all felt somewhat uneasy. Under Lu Fan's command, Bao Bao stopped breathing roaring thunder to show off and quietly retreated to join everyone in watching the monsters fly off. Under everyone's gaze, those hundreds of Divine Bone Forest monsters finally combined into a giant bone dragon about the same size as Xiao Ye, eventually disappearing on the horizon. Only after the assembled giant bone dragon disappeared into the horizon did everyone present come back to their senses. Though Lu Fan was no longer gripping Tao Xiaoman's wrist as tightly as before, the two were still very close to each other. Tao Xiaoman's cheeks were flushed as she quietly reminded Lu Fan, "Hey, aren't you going to let go of me?" "Oh," Lu Fan belatedly realized, smiled apologetically, and released Tao Xiaoman. She stepped back, avoiding any mention of their previous intimate contact, and instead tried to appear composed. She raised her fist and snorted, "Himph, don't think I'm afraid of you just because I can't beat you. If you tease me again, I'll punch you." As she spoke, she flashed her small white teeth. Lu Fan merely smiled at the sight of this, his mind still on the bone dragon that had soared away earlier. The other girls had not noticed Tao Xiaoman's unusual behavior. They were all focused on that thing. Hankei even actively asked Lu Fan what that thing was earlier, and why so many monsters had assembled together to head deep into the Divine Bone Forest. Lu Fan shook his head and said, "I don't know either. All those monsters in the sky, we've seen them all before during our journey here. I originally thought that this Divine Bone Forest would be no different from other beginner areas, just with many level 70 monsters. But now, things do not seem to be as simple as that. Either the monsters here have some unique characteristics different from elsewhere, which allows them to assemble together to form new monsters. Or something strange has happened here that caused the monsters to undergo some kind of change." Jian Ying shook her head, unable to determine the truth as she said, "That bone dragon flew away too quickly. I did not even have time to use appraisal to check on its attributes. But, judging by its appearance and aura, it must be at least a gold-grade boss. I've read many documents, and I've never seen regular monsters assembling to form a boss before. Perhaps the monsters here, compared to elsewhere, are." Just as Jian Ying was about to share her thoughts, Lu Fan shook his head, speaking with certainty. "I don't think this is an issue with the monsters, but with the area itself. Haven't you felt something strange? I mean, doesn't this whole place give you a strange feeling?" Hearing Lu Fan say this, everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Obviously for them, this was no different from the regular area. Although the monsters here were indeed somewhat strange, were undead-type monsters not usually like this. Seeing that nobody had any special feelings about it, Lu Fan still did not waver in his thoughts. He knew, with his Black Dragon perception skill, he could not only see through concealment, but his perceptive abilities also exceeded what normal people could perceive. He could sense things that ordinary people could not. In fact, the deeper they went into the Divine Bone Forest, the more Lu Fan could sense a mysterious power affecting this whole area. For some reason, this feeling was familiar to Lu Fan. It was just that he could not quite place what it was. After thinking it over several times, Lu Fan decided not to dwell on it further. Whether this area was strange or not did not concern him in the end. If this place really had some anomaly, it would be Extremist country's problem. What he needed to do right now was to quickly find Teacher Guhan and rescue her. Then they can return back to Dragon Capital University. Lu Fan decided to stop thinking about it and was about to continue following the paper doll to find Guhan. When he saw the direction the paper doll pointed to, Lu Fan confirmed that Guhan's location was actually in the same direction that Bone Dragon had flown. Lu Fan frowned at this. However, after thinking about it, he figured this was also convenient. Seems like I can uncover what is really going on with the Divine Bone Forest and rescue her at that same time. After a brief rest, Lu Fan continued leading the girls to follow the paper doll forward. They encountered many monsters and even bosses along the way, all of which were easily killed, and as they advanced, they witnessed 2 more instances of countless monsters intertwining in mid-air and heading toward the depths of the Divine Bone Forest. The first time, Lu Fan did not dare act rashly and watched as the newly formed Bone Dragon flew away. But the second time, Lu Fan grew bolder and directly had Bao Bao and Xiao Ye breathe out dragon breath at the intertwined monsters. Under the dragon breath of the 2 pet dragons, the monsters' defenses could not withstand it at all, and they were all killed, turning into experience points. What was strange was that not considering the other monsters, flying bone spirits in particular were monsters with extremely high agility attribute and should have been able to easily dodge their dragon breath. However, the flying bone spirits that got intertwined with the other monsters acted as if they had not seen the dragon breath. They made no attempt to dodge or escape, even as they were incinerated. Although this meant that the intertwined group of monsters became easy experience points for Lu Fan's group, the monster's abnormal behavior was indeed concerning. Lu Fan still could not figure out the reason behind it, and finally decided to take it one step at a time. Those bone dragons flew in a very consistent direction. As they continued forward, perhaps before finding Guhan, they would discover this area's biggest secret. Soon, another 2 days passed. The monsters around the Divine Bone Forest had exceeded level 80, and there were more varieties. These monsters were all made of white bones, and in a place like the Divine Bone Forest, they seemed to have a natural camouflage. Although Lu Fan was strong, he had 4 girls to protect, so their progress was not all that fast. However, throughout this journey, under Lu Fan's powerful strength and wilderness survival know-hows, no one had been injured. At the same time, the experience points provided by high-level monsters here had allowed everyone to level up. Finally, Lu Fan's group had advanced to the depths of the Divine Bone Forest, where the surrounding tree, like white bones, had disappeared, replaced by a not too tall white bone mountain. This bone mountain was only about 300 meters tall, so they could only see it when they got close. In this peak, white bones of various sizes and thicknesses were arranged together, without any pattern. It was as if this place had once been a battlefield, and all the monsters had died, leaving behind this mountain of bones. Such a scene was quite spectacular. Lu Fan observed for a while and discovered that this was likely the very center of the Divine Bone Forest. Here, Lu Fan could even more strongly feel that mysterious power. It was now clear this was not merely a fragment of his imagination. Seems like the secret of the Divine Bone Forest is hidden here. At this point, the paper doll leading the way continued to fly forward, and finally disappeared into the white bone mountain in front of everyone. If nothing went wrong, Guhan's hiding spot should be in there too. Just as Lu Fan was about to speak, he heard the sound of bones clicking against each other, crack, crack, from above his head. Everyone looked up and saw 3 giant bone dragons flying from 3 directions, landing at the foot of the white bone mountain. After the first bone dragon landed at the foot of the mountain, its body crouched down, blending with the other white bones, making it impossible to discern. It looked just like a pile of white bones on the bone mountain. Lu Fan quickly used appraisal on it, but found that it seemed to be in a special state and could not be identified by appraisal. Lu Fan quickly looked at the second bone dragon that had flown here and used appraisal again. This time, appraisal provided feedback. Appraisal indicated this was a level 85 platinum grade boss called Divine Bone Flying Dragon. This boss had extremely high attributes and came with a simple description. The description indicated that although it was called Divine Bone Flying Dragon, it actually had no relation to the dragon race. It was a product influenced by some special power, assembled from countless ordinary monsters from the Divine Bone Forest. It was just because its form resembled that of a flying dragon that it was called Divine Bone Flying Dragon. As for exactly what special power influenced it, there was no detailed explanation in the description. The second Divine Bone Flying Dragon landed on the White Bone Mountain and, like the first, crouched down and merged with the mountain. Subsequently, its attributes also disappeared and could not be identified by appraisal. Lu Fan looked at the third one and found that indeed. The third was also a Divine Bone Flying Dragon, although its attributes were slightly lower compared to the second one, possibly because fewer monsters were used to assemble its body. Finally, all three Divine Bone Flying Dragons merged into the peak. However, the mountain was still not very tall and showed no visible differences. But after witnessing what just happened, everyone knew this mountain was definitely not ordinary. If this White Bone Mountain was really formed by so many Divine Bone Flying Dragons gathering one by one, then how many thousands of these Divine Bone Flying Dragons had gathered here? Although these Divine Bone Flying Dragons were all in a static state and could barely be considered monsters anymore if they all awakened, this was thousands of level 85 platinum grade bosses. It would be more than enough to give anyone a headache! No, if it was just anyone else, that would already be their end. Looking at such a strange existence before them, the girls' expressions all turned somewhat unsightly. So, they turned their attention to their team leader. Lu Fan, what should we do now? Kinkyu gripped her staff, her eyes full of faith. Lu Fan thought for a moment and said, "The paper doll has disappeared. Obviously, Teacher Guhan is inside this mountain made of white bones." After a pause, Lu Fan continued, "This place is really strange, but that does actually make me curious about the secrets behind this White Bone Mountain. I have a feeling that besides Teacher Guhan, there must be something else inside. In a bit, I want to try to dig open a path into the peak. It would be best if we can rescue her, and if we can get some unexpected gains, that would be even better. But if there's any danger, we need to quickly escape, so I really need everyone to stay focused. If anything unusual happens, immediately run away." Hankei had a softer heart, and after hearing this, she could not bear but ask, "If we run away, what about Teacher Guhan?" Lu Fan helplessly replied, "If we are forced to escape, we'll have to give up on rescuing her. I can't risk getting ourselves into danger just for her." "Auntie, you understand, right?" Jian Ying nodded, strongly agreeing with Lu Fan's plan. Lu Fan is right. It's best if we can rescue her. But if it's too dangerous, forcing ourselves to rescue Teacher Guhan would only be pointlessly throwing our lives away. Sister Han, in regards to this, we should all listen to Lu Fan. Han-ki sighed and nodded. "All right, I understand." Seeing that no one had any objections, Lu Fan decided to not waste any more time. He could clearly sense that there must be something extraordinary inside the White Bone Mountain. So, this time, he took no chances and called out all his pet dragons. Even the two fallen corpse Holy Dragon Kings appeared. Lu Fan did not let them join the ranks of the Demon Army. After all, the 5 National Guardians and Demon Army were products of Extremist country. Letting them fight each other could conceal what truly happened better. The two fallen corpse Holy Dragon Kings were already his core combat forces among Lu Fan's pet dragons. They could now provide a 40% attribute enhancement effect through Xiaoku's Dragon's Bond skill. Thus, just by keeping these two on the field would greatly increase his own combat power. Now Lu Fan had 6 pet dragons beside him, and Xiao Kui started applying all her buffs to everyone present, including both humans and pet dragons. This raised everyone's combat power to its peak, while Jade's shield also provided everyone with a layer of protection. Even so, Lu Fan dare not act rashly. From his experience in the far north, he knew such mysterious places could not be underestimated. Thus, he made the decision to send in cannon fodder first to test just how dangerous this white bone mountain really was. With Xiao Ku's dragon cry, 4 mirror image projections appeared beside Xiao Ye. The 4 mirror image projections were identical to Xiao Ye and flew toward the white bone mountain. Everyone watched the white bone mountain from afar, wanting to see what changes would occur as outsiders approached. As Xiao Ye's mirror image projections got within a certain range, the white bone mountain finally showed some changes. Some white bones at the foot of the mountain suddenly moved, and divine bone flying dragons emerged one after another, spreading their wings and flying directly toward Xiao Ye's mirror image projections with hostility. In just an instant, over 10 divine bone flying dragons appeared on the white bone mountain. Obviously, although they had been in a dormant state, where even appraisal could not affect them, once intruders appeared, these monsters would immediately react. However, Xiao Ye's mirror image projections were not afraid of these level 85 platinum grade bosses. It was just that there were too many opponents. Divine bone flying dragons kept emerging from the white bone mountain in an endless stream. Once surrounded, even those mirror image projections would struggle to cope. So Lu Fan had them breathe out dragon breath once before retreating back to his position. Those divine bone flying dragons were not about to let the intruders who came escape so easily. They pursued in dense swarms, conservatively estimated at 30 or 40. 30 or 40 level 85 platinum grade bosses would make even 4th profession players break out in a cold sweat. However, this was Lu Fan they were facing. He was not afraid, not in the slightest. Instead, he got excited. It was as if all he was seeing was moving experience points. Seems like Bao Bao and my daughters can level up again. Since they have delivered themselves to us, it would be rude to not start killing. Although the opponents were high-level bosses, Lu Fan did not have Xiao Ku transform into her divine tree of life form and active eternal guardian for Han Qi and the others. After all, he and his 6 pet dragons were at the front, serving as the first line. He knew these bosses would not be able to break through to their backline. Lu Fan directly transformed into the Golden Dragon King, charging into the front lines with Jade's shield active. In terms of attributes, once he transformed into the Golden Dragon King and was enhanced by Xiao Ku's various buffs, Lu Fan naturally had attributes that surpassed the Divine Bone Dragon, especially in endurance. This made it very difficult for the Divine Bone Dragon to break through his defenses. Therefore, Lu Fan directly fought against 3 enemies at once, thoroughly enjoying the thrill of transforming into a dragon and engaging in close combat. He even used dragon language replication to directly copy Xing Chen's Shatter Star. If he felt pressured, he could simply channel one of Xing Chen's attacks to blast the enemy away. Besides Lu Fan, the other dragons also did their part. Xiao Ye excelled in both magic and physical attacks. Being the strongest among all the pet dragons after she made her move, she easily suppressed 3 divine bone dragons. Whether it was Dragon Claw and Dragon Tail attacks or Dragon Breath, all dealt fatal damage to the opponents. Xing Chen maintained her usual attitude, treating it like she was clocking in for work. She was not particularly enthusiastic about fighting, but still chose 10 divine bone dragons as opponents. Now Xing Chen's level was not low anymore, and with Xiao Ku's buffs, her strength attribute had already exceeded 300k. Even her casual attacks were not something a level 85 platinum grade boss could withstand. In no time, the Divine Bone Dragon was reduced to white bones. As for Bao Bao, he was even more straightforward. Flying behind Lu Fan and the pet dragons, he just kept unleashing wild bombardments. Moreover, as Bao Bao released his skills, a lightning boundary gradually appeared. With more and more crimson lightning strands appearing in the surrounding air, Those divine bone dragons did not even understand they were digging their own grave, and all suffered while moving, getting scorched by the crimson lightning, neither able to move nor willing to stay still. The fallen corpse holy dragon kings displayed combat power was not as impressive as the 3 pure blood combat specialized dragons, but it was still satisfactory. They showed no disadvantage in combat and demonstrated the prowess of the dragon race. Although the enemy was numerous and fierce, when they encountered Lu Fan's pet dragon dream team, they were crushed in one round of attacks. The strength of both sides was not even on the same plane. Watching Lu Fan and his pet dragons display such formidable combat power, Jian Ying and the others were dumbfounded. Previously in the Death Desert Ocean, Lu Fan basically let the 9 hell demons handle everything, rarely leading his pet dragons into battle. Now, with the 9 hell demons gone, Lu Fan and his pet dragons took to the battlefield themselves, showing even more impressive strength than before. One person alone was chasing and killing dozens of level 85 platinum-grade bosses. How was this reasonable? The battle naturally did not last long, with over 30 bosses being surrounded and eliminated by Lu Fan and his pet dragons. Moreover, Lu Fan and his pet dragons had not even used many of their skills. They had not even utilized Jade Mirror Image to summon more mirror image projections to assist in battle. There was naturally a reason for it. Doing such a thing was simply not necessary. After clearing all the bosses, Bao Bao leveled up again. Such abundant experience points made Lu Fan very pleased. Looking at this white bone mountain, he calculated that if they continued farming like this, eliminating all the divine bone dragons, Bao Bao might even reach level 20. Lu Fan did not waste time. Considering that such a large mountain of bones could probably form quite a lot more divine bone dragons, he continued sending Xiaoye's mirror image projection to the bone mountain to lure more bosses for him to kill. Actually, Lu Fan could have charged up with his pet dragons, like when they cleared the dark castle. He could have allowed his pet dragons to release their area of effect skills to level the entire bone mountain. But he still was not clear about Gu Han's situation, and it would be troublesome if they accidentally killed her along with the mountain. So, he decided to take it slow and steady, gradually luring out and killing the bosses from the bone mountain. He figured it would not take too long to level the entire mountain and rescue teacher Gu Han. Every time Xiao Ye's mirror image projections circled the bone mountain, they could bring back 30 to 40 divine bone dragons, and Lu Fan and his pet dragons would spend some time killing them, immediately gaining large amounts of experience points. After 5 or 6 repetitions of this, the high-level bosses provided enough experience points for almost everyone present to level up. Just as Lu Fan was about to signal his dragons to attack, a voice suddenly exploded in his mind. "Are you a fallen corpse slave, or a holy mountain slave?" This voice was like a thunderclap, yet it was ethereal. Rather than a voice, it was more like a consciousness that sensed to his mind. Lu Fan turned to look at Han Kei and the others. Seeing their expressions were completely normal, he realized that the other party's consciousness was only communicating with him. At this moment, the other party's voice sounded in Lu Fan's mind again. "I speak only with you. The others there are not yet worthy to comprehend me. You have both fallen corpse and holy mountain auras. How very strange. What is your relationship with those two?" Lu Fan smiled and directly replied, "What relationship I have with them is none of your business." This response made the divine bone ancient god silent for nearly 5 seconds. After the silence, it said, "If you're related to fallen corpse or holy mountain, then leave quickly, and I won't kill you. But if you dare disturb my peace again, I won't let you off!" As it said this, the divine bone clone opened its giant mouth and let out a threatening roar. At the same time, ghost fires lit up in the divine bone clone's dragon eye sockets, and its pressure increased dramatically. Lu Fan remained unmoved. After all, he did not believe the other party had refrained from immediately attacking him merely out of respect for the other 2 ancient gods. When fighting Charles before, Lu Fan had fought with the Holy Mountain Ancient God's Ancient God projection. The opponent must have sensed the fallen corpse Ancient God's aura on him. Yet, it did not show any mercy when attacking. So if anyone claimed there was some friendly relationship between ancient gods, Lu Fan would laugh at them. The fact that it spoke this way was a sign of fear rather than compassion. It was afraid and did not dare to fight head-on. It was a tremendously terrifying existence. However, it currently could not unleash its true power. Was there any bigger opportunity to seize than this? Lu Fan naturally would not listen to the divine bone clone's words and obediently leave. No, what are you talking about? You letting me go. To tell you the truth, I don't have any relationship with Fallen Corpse and Holy Mountain. Lu Fan smiled, completely refusing to give Divine Bone a way out. This time it made Divine Bone fall into an even longer silence. In fact, Divine Bone was afraid. After all, it saw that Lu Fan had 6 pet dragons, and they were all practically dragon kings! Even though most were still baby dragons, none fully grown for its current condition. They were all formidable opponents. The dragon race's terrifying nature was something it knew better than anyone. Otherwise, it would not have created its clone in the form of a dragon. It knew it had awakened much later than the other ancient gods. The urgent matter was to quickly recover its power. Fighting with so many giant dragons now would only delay the time it took to awakening. If other ancient gods seized on this opportunity to devour it, it would surely perish. It wanted to pretend everything was fine and part ways with Lu Fan. However, Lu Fan did not give it any face, making it both angry and helpless. Finally, its voice sounded in Lu Fan's mind again. Do you insist on seeking death? Oh yes, of course I seek death, Lu Fan responded, expression serious. This one sentence made the Divine Bone clone's aura clearly rise to another level, with killing intent spreading like a tide. At this point, if it retreated, it would completely lose all dignity as a divine being. So, when its anger rose, it did not care about anything else. Relying on its level 90 epic grade clone, it was confident it could win even against so many baby dragons. Since you insist on seeking death, let me satisfy you! Divine Bone's consciousness came in waves into Lu Fan's mind, as though someone was roaring. Very well. I can turn you and that woman into Divine Bone slaves and prepare for my future revival. At the same time, this many giant dragons will allow me to assemble an even stronger body. When I meet Fallen Corpse and Holy Mountain in the future, I will devour them too. As the voice in Lu Fan's mind ended, the Divine Bone clone seemed to explode with rage. It opened its dragon mouth to let out a dragon breath, ready to envelop Lu Fan and his pet dragons in it. The Divine Bone clone was clearly assembled by Divine Bone in the form of a giant dragon. This strange occurrence made Lu Fan and everyone else focus their attention. The white light quickly disappeared, but then the entire Bone Mountain began to shake. Subsequently, all the bones began to float and reassemble in mid-air. Not just the bones here, but from all across the Divine Bone Forest came the cracking sound of bones colliding. Lu Fan could see several waves of monsters intertwining together, merging into the Bone Mountain, making it even larger. Soon, the Bone Mountain, now integrated with more monsters, became several times larger than when Lu Fan first arrived, and as more monsters continued to fly in, its volume kept expanding. These gleaming white bones gradually formed an enormous bone dragon through continuous assembly, appearing incredibly terrifying. The size of this bone dragon exceeded common understanding of monsters. Even Xiao Ye, whose body was already very large, probably was not even 1/10 of its size. An adult giant dragon would probably be about this size, right? Such a huge monster naturally gave off an overwhelming sense of pressure. Its pressure even far exceeded that of the 5 national guardians. Its strength, without doubt, was definitely far above the 5 national guardians. What kind of monster is this? Tao Xiaoman knelt on the ground. Facing such a boss, she did not even have the courage to draw her sword. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes, surveying this monster, using appraisal on it. But the feedback he received left Lu Fan greatly shocked. This enormous bone dragon was not actually a divine bone flying dragon, but rather something called divine bone clone. It was a level 90 epic grade monster as nightmared, although it was only 5 levels higher than a hell demon. Its attributes were several times higher! This was not surprising. While level 90 did not seem that different from level 85, this was the boundary between a human being able to have their third profession or fourth profession. Though monsters did not have such tiers to their professions, some might not even have professions at all. Nevertheless, at level 90, there was still a watershed difference in power. The divine bone clone before them had power exceeding that of all 9 hell demons combined. Such a terrifying existence would have been impossible for Lu Fan to face before entering the National Trial's secret realm. However, right now, Lu Fan was vastly different from before. He had reached level 44. He also possessed 2 mythical grade items and had 6 pet dragons. Even going head-to-head with this level 90 epic grade monster was not an impossible task. In fact, Lu Fan was not even the least bit afraid. What truly concerned Lu Fan was not this boss's strength, but rather its description. Description: a remarkable being slumbers here, revered in ancient times as Divine Bone, with the history of world domination. As eras passed, Divine Bone slowly awakens, its stirring power seeking ways to fully revive. This power had begun to cause subtle changes to the environment where its main body lies. All monsters around it are under its control, gathering together to form its clone. Through this clone, Divine Bone's power will gradually recover, transforming this place into a ruin while controlling all the intelligent creatures it can. They would be turned into slaves, who will exhaust themselves for this revered being, even sacrifice their lives for Divine Bone's complete revival. Ordinary people would be bewildered by this description. However, Lu Fan instantly understood what this so-called Divine Bone was.
An awakening ancient god!
He never expected to encounter another ancient god here. Counting the previous fallen corpse ancient god and holy mountain ancient god, this Divine Bone ancient god was the 3rd ancient god he had encountered. However, unlike the Holy Mountain Ancient God and Fallen Corpse Ancient God, this Divine Bone Ancient God had clearly awakened much later. At least the Fallen Corpse Ancient God and Holy Mountain Ancient God had already developed their own ruins and had the ability to create Ancient God slaves to help them further awaken. Yet, the Divine Bone Ancient God had not yet. He transformed the Divine Bone Forest into the Divine Bone Ruins. In fact, it had only just managed to form a body, called the Divine Bone Clone. This level 90 epic grade boss was its created clone, and it definitely seemed formidable. However, Lu Fan had seen a glimpse of the true power of the Fallen Corpse Ancient God. That ancient god not only had the Blood Moon's owner pulling its coffin, but that black shadow that had chased after Lu Fan. Though he had not clearly seen that figure that chased him, just its aura alone had made him feel such danger that he had immediately fled. In comparison, this Divine Bone Ancient God seemed far too inferior. Lu Fan even had a thought. How would it be possible to try to kill it here, while the Divine Bone Ancient God has only awakened a small portion of its power? If I can really manage to kill an ancient god, the experience points rewarded would be astronomical, right? Thinking of this, Lu Fan could not help but get excited. Furthermore, after being pulled into the dragon domain, Lu Fan and his pet dragon's attributes increased by a further 50%, while the Divine Bone Clone's attributes were reduced by half. Moreover, during the previous battle, the Divine Bone Clone had been constantly absorbing the bones of monster from the Divine Bone Forest to heal its injuries and strengthen itself. But now, inside the dragon domain, monsters from the Divine Bone Forest could not provide their bones to construct its body. Thus, its power and influence was greatly restricted. Its attributes now no longer increased, and its injuries could not heal. With this, Lu Fan naturally held the absolute upper hand. The Divine Bone Clone's attacks could not even break through Lu Fan's defense anymore, allowing him to fight freely without worrying about getting injured. Now Lu Fan, working with his pet dragons, had the perfect formation. Lu Fan as the front line absorbing all the damage, Bao Bao Xing Chen and Xiao Ye as the second line handling the damage output, and Xiao Kui as the third line responsible for healing, who ironically was just beside Lu Fan right now. With such a pet dragon lineup, even when faced against a level 90 epic grade boss, easily dominated the battlefield. This battle lasted a full half hour. With Spring of Life's fueling effect active, Lu Fan's stamina was practically limitless. He felt no fatigue. Meanwhile, the Divine Bone clone had been repeatedly heavily damaged by Lu Fan and the various dragons, with many white bones on its body shattered. Each time its body was shattered, to maintain its power, it would use bones from other parts to repair the wounded areas. This resulted in its body becoming increasingly smaller. Now it was only half its original size. At the same time, though it remained a level 90 epic grade boss, its attributes had also decreased by close to half. Clearly, its power completely depended on how many white bones it had gathered. With its attributes halved, the Divine Bone clone was even less of a match for Lu Fan. However, Lu Fan could see that this Divine Bone clone had nearly unlimited vitality. If they could not completely destroy its body, they most likely could not truly kill it. Although Lu Fan had destroyed half its body, at this rate, it would still take a long time to completely eliminate this ancient god. Lu Fan thought of his auntie and Jian Ying's group, who were still alone in the high-level wilderness outside. They were potentially in danger, so he did not want to waste too much more time with this Divine Bone clone. Xing Chen, transform into your starlight form! Bao Bao. Change into your World Destroyer lightning form. Lu Fan decided to have his two apex attacking pet dragons, the strongest in physical attack and magic attack, unleash their ultimate moves and finish this! Following Lu Fan's command, both little ones began switching forms. Xing Chen crushed the newly formed neutron star, dealing heavy damage to the Divine Bone clone, then eagerly transformed into her starlight form. She looked like she wanted to clock out from work. Her body glowed with dazzling starlight that almost could not be looked at directly. As she changed form, Xing Chen's strength attribute instantly increased fivefold, while the brilliant starlight around her body condensed, clearly the precursor to starlight annihilation activating. Lu Fan was already familiar with Xing Chen's starlight form, so he was not surprised by this. Lu Fan's attention remained focused on Bao Bao. He was very curious about what Bao Bao's World Destroyer lightning form would be like, and what effect the world-destroying dragon language forbidden spell, world-destroying heavenly lightning, would be like. As he changed form, Bao Bao's entire body was enveloped in crimson lightning. Then, this crimson lightning expanded frantically, and during the expansion process, gradually took the shape of a giant dragon. At the same time, above Bao Bao's head, wind and clouds gathered as dark, red storm clouds appeared out of nowhere. They continuously churned while red lightning constantly struck around Bao Bao. In an instant, a Bao Bao formed from lightning appeared before Lu Fan. Bao Bao was now 10 times the size of the Divine Bone clone's original size! His body filled the entire dragon domain! The pressure from such a huge lightning dragon was incredible. Moreover, crimson lightning constantly struck around this lightning dragon. Currently, Bao Bao was like a deity controlling lightning descending onto the mortal world. He gave off tremendous pressure. Even Lu Fan could not help but watch with trepidation, as expected of a combat-specialized dragon species most skilled in magic attack. Once his World Destroyer lightning form has been activated, many would not have the courage to fight against him. Currently, Bao Bao's mana attribute has increased fivefold, easily surpassing Xiao Wei in her destruction dragon form. Seeing this, Lu Fan decided to add fuel to the fire by having Xiao Qiu fly above Bao Bao's head to provide more buffs. As Xiao Kui arrived above Bao Bao's head, Bao Bao seemed to be injected with even greater power. His lightning dragon's body became more solid and his eyes flickering with fierce lightning. Meanwhile, the lightning bolts circling and striking around him grew a full size thicker. Lu Fan was even worried that since Bao Bao was displaying such immense might, he might accidentally blast open the dragon domain. Now that Bao Bao's attributes had reached their peak, and simultaneously, his world-destroying, dragon-language forbidden spell, world-destroying heavenly lightning, was ready to launch. Countless lightning bolts continuously exploded and accumulated power. Lu Fan felt his ears deafened by the endless thunderous explosions. The threat emanating from Bao Bao made even the divine bone clone stop its movements, looking up at this enormous lightning dragon. It obviously knew it had no chance of surviving under this skill. As expected of giant dragons, what truly terrifying existences. The divine bone ancient god's voice exploded in Lu Fan's mind again. What a pity that I had to face you with less than 1/10 of my power recovered. If you'd given me half a year, I would certainly have made you and your giant dragons part of my body. You insect, do you dare leave your name? Let me die knowing who killed me! The final sentence was full of hatred and mockery. Lu Fan inwardly laughed hearing this, thinking this ancient god was quite interesting. Hey, if I'm going to kill you, why would I leave you my name? However, after thinking for a moment, Lu Fan decided to fulfill its wish and straightforwardly said, I am Jyn Cheng'en of the Jyn family from Extremist country. Now you can rest in peace, right? The divine bone ancient god's voice exploded again. Jyn Cheng'en is it? I'll remember you. We ancient gods are immortal and indestructible. You may be able to destroy this clone of mine, but you can never eliminate my consciousness. When my power recovers, I will definitely find you and take revenge for today. Lu Fan was stunned upon hearing this, then immediately cursed in his mind. Damn this ancient schemer! Silavin, note that the skill is actually called 3 million heavenly thunderbolts of destruction. Bloody long, so I've shortened it. You said it as if you wanted to die with closure and tricked me into revealing my name. Now, you are telling me you'll seek revenge. You bastard. You're an ancient god, have you no shame? Lu Fan cursed silently while congratulating himself on his foresight. And that's right. I'm not Lu Fan from Dragon Country, but Jyn Cheng'en from Extremistus Country. If you want revenge, come find me. Lu Fan thought to himself that he was truly wise. After all, being marked by an ancient god was not anything good. But this is fine. Let this shameless ancient god go make trouble for the Jyn family. What does Jyn Cheng'en's actions have to do with me? I'm Lu Fan. Shemaf. You think I, Jyn Cheng'en, of the mighty Jyn family, is scared? Lu Fan smiled and further provoked the ancient god. Even with another 100 years, you still wouldn't be my match. I don't believe your nonsense! What can you do? Do you kill me? Do you have the ability to kill my entire family and destroy my Extremistus country? You piece of shit! Just die already! Lu Fan ordered Bao Bao and Xing Chen to use their skills for the final strike on the ancient god clone. All the starlight gathered around Xing Chen's body, and starlight annihilation burst forth, ignoring all of the clone's defensive skills and directly striked its body. Originally, Xing Chen's starlight annihilation was already an extremely powerful skill that does ridiculous amounts of damage. And now, with Lu Fan's trump card, Bao Bao's world-destroying heavenly lightning, what could possibly survive? Lu Fan firmly believes that when it comes to skills, the more powerful, the better. Bao Bao's world-destroying heavenly lightning must be even more powerful than starlight annihilation. This was not being proven to be true. Transformed into his world-destroying lightning form, Bao Bao already appeared like a descended lightning god. As he prepared to release world-destroying heavenly lightning, the crimson lightning on his body was like a massive waterfall descending from the heavens, washing over his enormous body. The entire dragon domain was filled with lightning, making everything else practically non-existent in the face of them. Even Lu Fan was no exception. He could only see that with Bao Bao's roar, all the lightning gathered in one place, as though millions of thunderbolts had merged into one, striking at the divine bone clone. For a moment, the entire dragon domain was like a dead zone. Except for Lu Fan and his other pet dragons, anyone who entered would be instantly obliterated by the lightning. The power of world-destroying heavenly lightning was truly terrifying. Calling it world-destroying, dragon language magic was incredibly fitting. If Bao Bao became an adult Dragon King one day, this single skill alone would definitely be enough to destroy a whole country! Under the combined power of world-destroying heavenly lightning and starlight annihilation, the Divine Bone clone was completely annihilated. "I will kill you." Jin Chenghan. The ancient god's voice appeared one last time in Lu Fan's mind before becoming ethereal and seeming to disperse along with the body of this clone. Finally, everything returned to tranquility. After releasing their skills, both Bao Bao and Xing Chen reverted to their infant form. In the dragon domain, the massive Divine Bone clone had vanished, leaving only scattered ashes as proof that it had existed. Though, it had been completely obliterated by Lu Fan and his pet dragons. While Lu Fan was secretly congratulating himself on being clever enough to not fall for that stupid trap, he also felt some regret. He did not know much about the ancient gods, and if possible, he would have liked to obtain some ancient god essence from the Divine Bone. If he could feed the ancient god essence to the fallen corpse Holy Dragon King, perhaps they would gain power not inferior to pure-blood dragon kings like Xiao Ye. Unfortunately, the Divine Bone clone was not an ancient god slave, and moreover, the current ancient god probably did not have the ability to condense ancient god essence. However, the Divine Bone clone was a genuine level 90 epic grade boss, which provided Lu Fan with a massive amount of experience points. After killing it, Lu Fan and all his pet dragons leveled up again. Because they were in the dragon domain, none of the boss's experience points were wasted. They were all absorbed by Lu Fan alone, which is why he gained such rich experience points. After killing the Divine Bone clone, Lu Fan returned to his human form. After confirming that the Divine Bone clone would not resurrect, he had Xiao Kui withdraw the dragon domain and they returned back to the Divine Bone forest. Once Lu Fan and his pet dragons reappeared, the young women hurried over to check if he was injured. Lu Fan smiled and waved to indicate he was fine. Although the battle had taken quite some time, he and his dragons were essentially unharmed. Now the most important thing was to rescue Gahan. Lu Fan did not become complacent. Although the Divine Bone clone had been killed, he was still cautious and first sent out one of his mirror image projections to approach where Guhan was. Only after confirming it was safe did he bring the rest to Guhan's side. Teacher Guhan was currently trapped among white bones arranged in a chaotic manner, as though she was being imprisoned in a cage. These bones were incredibly hard, even Jian Ying could not break them. Lu Fan thought for a moment,